Right. So we're going to go ahead and get started if everybody wants to sit down, and I'm going to look for the cue. I think we're live now on the live stream too. Yep, I see a thumbs up. So good morning. Welcome to the 5th International Pawpaw Conference. And I'm so glad that you could be with us today out in the audience. And also we've got a live stream virtual audience out there. And we're going to have some people join us and present via online too here at the conference. But, really just a quick history. The very first Pawpaw Conference, International Pawpaw Conference, was actually in Maryland. I don't know if Neil Peterson's right there. He could probably tell you quite a bit about it. It was a smaller group, but an enthusiastic group. And then after that, we've had 4 international pawpaw conferences here at Kentucky State University. And I think the last one was in 2016, if I remember right. So it's been a while. And so a lot has happened in the pawpaw world. There's been a lot of new varieties that have been released, a lot of enthusiasm about different pawpaw products and having more growers out there. So it's going to be an exciting group of presentations, I think, for the conference this year, because we're going to talk about all those kinds of advances in pawpaw, and then we're going to have some things for folks who are interested in getting into it. But this is not a one group affair. Now, this has been a culmination of work with a lot of folks here at Kentucky State University, and then also with the North American Pawpaw Growers, and also the Ohio Pawpaw Festival group, and also from the American Society of Horticultural Science. So we want to recognize everybody who's part of this conference and putting it together. And so we're going to have a number of folks come up from those organizations and say a few words. So we're going to start off with Dan Matzik. So Dan, do you want to come on up and say a few words?
Welcome, pawpaw enthusiasts and professionals, to the 5th Pawpaw Conference. The last one, 2016, and 9 long years we had to wait, but we have it here today. As you know, my name's Dan Matisic, President of the North American Pawpaw Growers Association, the Ohio chapter. I would like to recognize the professionals who I share this podium with today. They have done the important research, set the standards, and built a foundation for us to follow. Look around, see the faces, remember them. You are the future, cherish it, and don't do it lightly. Thank you.
Next up is Chris Schmiel.
Back in 1999, we started the Ohio Pawpaw Festival. And that year, it was really important that Kirk Pomper and Neil Peterson were at our first festival. So we were able to do things like the Best Pawpaw Competition. And I'm very excited to see all these other little pawpaw festivals springing up around the country and the world now. And hopefully you guys, after this conference, can swing up to Athens County in southeast Ohio there. It's just about 4 hours away. We're probably going to have over 10,000 people there. And I mean, who's been to the Ohio Pawpaw Festival? So it's a good time, right? Yeah, so hopefully you can make it up. And it looks like the weather's going to be wonderful. And thank you for the opportunity. And we're glad to support, this growing movement of pawpaw people. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Chris. We'll see Kurt Rahm. He's on Zoom. I think he's ready to join us. Dr. Rahm?
Good morning, Dr. Pomper. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, welcome to the Pawpaw Conference. On behalf of the American Society for Horticulture Science, it's my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 5th International Pawpaw Conference. We, as your fellow scientists and fruit growers, are glad you're here. I am Kurt Rome. I'm a university professor of horticulture and a pomologist at the University of Arkansas, but I also serve as the Associate Director for Engagement and Outreach of the American Society for Horticulture Science. I want to thank all of you for participating in this conference, either on location or virtually. I especially thank and congratulate the convener and organizer of this conference, my colleague and good friend, Dr. Kirk Pomper, and his associates, Sherry Crabtree and Jeremy Lowe. Thank you all for your effort in planning, preparing, contributing to, and conducting to help move the needle on pawpaw science and production. And thanks to the faculty, staff, and administration of the College of Agriculture, Health, and Natural Resources at Kentucky State University for making this conference a reality. There are two foundations for making a crop more economically and environmentally sustainable and part of our rural economy and food system, and those are research and experience. This conference is a wonderful balance of science, observation, and experience. What each of you are contributing here adds to our understanding of the genetics, breeding, cultivation, processing, marketing, and the human effects of this luscious and remarkable native North American fruit. Your work is making a difference, and it honestly does move the needle. The American Society for Horticulture Science is honored to be a co-sponsor for this event, and we look forward to publishing a special edition of one of our prestigious journals dedicated to the information results presented at this conference. If you're not a member of the American Society of Horticulture Science, I encourage you to join. The Society publishes 3 excellent journals: the Journal of the American Society of Horticulture Science, Hort Science, and Hort Technology. These periodicals provide an avenue for you to communicate your science, observation, and experience, regardless of the level, whether it's genomics, breeding, genetics, molecular biology, long-term cultural studies, physiology, biochemistry, plant growth regulators, marketing, nutrition, smart water technologies, cultivar trials, new cultivar releases, technology, teaching, outreach, and extension. We have a publication that'll work for you. As a member of the ASHS, you will receive significant benefits on publication cost discounts, deep discounts for our annual conference, which is among the largest horticulture science conferences in the world. You'll have free access to our science webinar series, our electronic newsletter, and our podcast, Plants, People, and Science, which just this last spring featured an episode with Dr. Pomper about the marvelous pawpaw. Our collaboration and mentorship programs, and more than 50 professional interest groups. It's a network that will advance both your science and your career. You belong in the American Society for Horticulture Science. Again, I commend and thank each of you for sharing your work, your discoveries, your innovations, your observations, and your experiences. You are helping move pawpaw science and cultivation forward. It's our hope that you have a very fulfilling, productive, enjoyable conference. Best wishes, and thanks for allowing me to participate.
Well, thank you, Kurt. So a little housekeeping yet before we get started into the first session. So you've all got your name badges. It's a sold-out meeting, and then we're having some folks yet you want to join us. So the big thing is, if you've got your badge, this is your food ticket, so don't lose it, right? So we're going to make sure folks who have badges go in line first, and so yeah, don't set it down somewhere if you can avoid that. So and then you should have a grab bag of some different items. You've got your pawpaw hat in there. You've got a program hopefully that you picked up, and some other items also. Pen, and I'm trying to remember what else was in there, but I think it was it. So there you go. So with no further ado, I think we're going to move into the first session, and that is about a registry for new varieties. So we'll bring up that beginning presentation. And basically, the whole goal of this conference, and that theme of cultivating excellence in the next chapter of pawpaw development, we really wanted to hit upon breeding, innovative breeding, the new cultivars that are out there, because a lot's been done and released since 2016. And then also talk about our registry. And this is something that really has been discussed by a number of people, especially with Neil and myself and some others, about what does this mean, And if we go to the next slide. I guess I have to do that. There we go. There we go. No, wrong way. And so today we're going to hear, I'm just going to talk for just a few minutes, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mark DeMart and then Neil Peterson, and then we may have a number of other people kind of join us in this discussion. But basically it comes down to this. There's a kind of a large number of named varieties that are out there right now. I'm just going to say that. There are many, many people naming cultivars, right? And so, I think some people, they go to a lot of work on trying to make sure that it's a good variety, and they go out and they propagate it, and they go out and make sure that it yields the same fruit, But some people kind of go into the woods, they have a pawpaw they think looks pretty good, and then all of a sudden it becomes the Johnson, no offense to Johnson cultivar, whatever it's going to be, right? Wildcat, whatever name folks choose. And does that really mean it's a superior cultivar, right, to what we have? And the answer might be no, right? It might be something that somebody considers really good, but it might be a very small fruit compared to what a lot of the folks are expecting compared to some of the current varieties that are out there. So just what does that mean, right, when you name a variety? And then, is that really this proliferation of naming varieties actually kind of hurting the development of the pawpaw industry? Because people may plant some of these varieties that are out there that have been named, and then they're not really very good varieties, and they haven't really been tested in different places. There's been a little bit of work already done on trying to at least categorize pawpaws and out there right now varieties, and actually just going back to the American Society for Horticultural Science and another organization, the American Pomological Society, they put together this basically registry of new fruit and nut cultivars. And so there's a number of pawpaw varieties of Neil's and K-State and a number of others that have been on that list. So that's at least one place where people usually report data, right, about how it performed, what was the yield, what was the size of the fruit, what was the fruit quality. And actually an extension of that is that then this is basically a web database, a fruit nut database, and it has many different varieties on it, or different fruit species. And you can go on and you can see up in the corner up there, this is the pawpaw list. And there's, I think, about 30 pawpaw varieties on this list. And then they basically are just reporting information about the varieties that's already out there, right? So we don't necessarily know where that came from. In our case, it came from our yield trials out here, but in other cases it may not. And then there's some other folks that have been kind of collecting some information. So I think, is Blake here already? Blake around? There he is, yep. So, Blake has been assembling a list of cultivars, and he's been putting information that he's been able to obtain about those varieties out there. So he's got a pretty long list now. But once again, we don't always know what the sourcing of that information is. And then of course K-State does have maybe kind of a dated database right now, also varieties. And I think some people reference this list with their lists, but that's basically, we collected what we thought was fruit weights and other information and the origins of where these different varieties were selected, and that's on our website. So, that is out there, at least, that information. But it really, when Neil and I were talking and others, there does need to be, I guess, there needs to be maybe some different systems put in place, I'll say. And so there can be one that's kind of like, these are the reported named varieties, right? but then we also kind of need to have a database of these are the named varieties people selected, and we actually know something about them, right? How much they yield and whether you should really plant them or not, right? And so that's kind of what got this discussion started. And it could go a lot of different directions, right? But I thought we'd have a discussion. That's just my opening preamble on this. So I know that Mark DeBard, who's our next up, is coming up. He's got some experience in some of these things, so he's going to tell us about some of his work that he's done before with another crop. And then Neil is going to come up and then talk about his thoughts on this, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So, Mark?
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait for the slides to come up. Almost back to the beginning. Thank you. All right. I'm kind of the ringer in this room. I'm a pawpaw enthusiast, but not an expert by any means. I do grow some pawpaws on my personal property. I know a little bit about them. I, as a hobby, keep track of all the cultivars. Blake and I have been talking lately, sharing our cultivar lists, and we're going to talk about how extensive these have become. I'm a retired emergency physician. If any of you have a problem while we're here, I'm happy to provide advice or whatever. But since I retired 9 years ago, I've been a master gardener in the Columbus, Ohio State area. I volunteer at Chadwick Arboretum there and Dawes Arboretum in Newark, Ohio. And I'm a lilac horticulturist and probably an expert in lilacs. I'm on the board of directors of the International Lilac Society, and most importantly for what we're talking about today, I'm the international registrar for the International Register of Cultivar Names in the genus Syringa, which is lilacs. So I've been doing that for some years, and I have some insight and expertise into it. And when I started my interest in pawpaws, I was a little taken aback wondering where the registry is for pawpaws. And I eventually learned there's really not a formal registry, and it tends to be more of an American one. It is a native American fruit after all, but pawpaws have gone international as well. And there are ways to have international registries where the countries of the world cooperate, and that's what I hope to show you today. So the way these registries internationally developed was some very old roots. The first roots were in North America. If you don't know Andrew Jackson Downing, he was probably the first major landscape architect in America, and he designed the gardens at the White House and the Capitol grounds. He also had the design made for Central Park, which after he died at the age of 36 in a major steamboat accident, the Henry Clay, if you don't know about that, is a pretty famous steamboat accident. He was killed in that, but it was his plan that Frederick Law Olmsted inherited for New York Central Park and also for the gardens surrounding the Smithsonian Museum. So he was a pretty important guy for landscape architecture and also pomology. He's actually one of the first labeled pomologists in the country as well. And he released some books about these subjects, including cultivars that the Cincinnati, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts pomological societies took up and began having a cultivar database for fruits. Over in Europe, in 1864, Alphonse de Candolle presented at the Brussels International Conference the same type of thing, which eventually led to an international horticultural naming convention in 1927. Those efforts all came together globally in 1953 and resulted in the establishment of the International Code of Nomenclature for Cultivated Plants, the ICNCP. So in 1953, the most recent edition of that, the 9th edition, came out in 2016. This is a voluntary registration system for cultivars throughout the entire world, and we're going to see how that works. So this will look busy to you, but I assure you it's important. So follow with me and I'll try and break it down for you so you know how this works in the world, not just in the United States. The ICNCP is controlled by the International Commission for the Nomenclature of Cultivated Plants, and you see where that is on the list up there. It's one of 3 divisions of the International Union for Biological Sciences, and that itself is one of 250 components of the International Council of Scientific Unions, which merged just a few years ago and was renamed the International Scientific Council. So you see that up at the top there. And the ISC eventually falls under UNESCO, under the United Nations Charter. So I kind of went from bottom to the top, and now let's go a little more from the top down to the bottom to get to where I want to get. The IUBS has a second division called the International Society for Horticultural Science, the ISHS. And the ISHS really controls the registries for the genera around the world. It establishes ICRAs, the International Cultivar Registration Authorities, for every genus. So every genus can have, and usually does have, an ICRA. And the ICRA is in charge of keeping track of and registering all of the cultivars in the world for a particular genus. All right? So Syringa, which is my expertise, is lilacs, and Asamina, of course, for pawpaws. So each ICRA then independently appoints a registrar to handle the details of maintaining that register, and importantly, not just a register, a checklist of the cultivars in the genus. So there are multiple levels of certification of names within the ICRA registers, and we'll talk about those. The registrar has to use the ICNCP, most recent edition, as their authority for naming, accepting, establishing names, and eventually registering names of cultivars. This is the way it's done throughout the world. The ISHS itself is a big, big organization. 70,000 individuals, universities, governments, institutions, libraries, commercial companies. It has 14 divisions, 2 commissions, 130 working groups. Importantly for us, 1 division is for temperate tree fruits. 1 of the commissions is for cultivar registration, which establishes the ICRAs. And then you can have working groups which actually can have free membership in the ISHS and can sponsor international meetings like this meeting under the authority of the ISHS if they want to. So the ICRAs themselves are basically guardians of cultivated plant names. Their status is hosted by ISHS on the website. You can go to the ISHS website and find who has been assigned the organizational authority for a particular ICRA. And then each ICRA lists who their registrar is for each genus. So they got to use the ICNCP. They establish an accurate, stable, uniform system for cultivated plant names. One of their big jobs is to prevent duplicate names in cultivars, and we already are having that problem with pawpaws with some duplicated names. They foster international communication and understanding. So this is a big deal, especially with lilacs, which are really native to Eastern Asia and Eastern Europe. There are no native lilacs in the United States. So we have to cooperate internationally. The registrar for lilacs is maintained in English, but we always list the original name in the original language as well as the transliterated name into English. So I've had to learn how to read and write Cyrillic and properly transliterate Cyrillic into English, because the greatest lilac cultivars in the world are from Russia right now in the last 25 years. And unfortunately, we can neither import nor export lilacs in the United States. So that's a big problem for us in that particular genus. Apparently, that is not true with pawpaws from what I'm hearing and understanding, but I don't know enough about that yet. So you have to be able to talk to people internationally and maintain a proper register with the proper information with international cooperation. The last thing to note is that the entire system is voluntary. All right, it's international but voluntary. It's sort of the horticultural world's attempt to self-regulate without the government telling them what to do. So the ICRA itself has to be international. Its job is to register new cultivar names using formal criteria, but it also has less formal systems. So you can establish a name without registering it by finding or publishing it in print, which also establishes priority for names. It has to have been published in print to establish a priority for that name. Most of the ICRAs will take on the task of publishing a name for you if you're unable to do that yourself. So you can submit an application to them. I know for lilacs, a lot of the ones come out of Japan, and I publish those through a cooperative arrangement with the Royal Botanical Garden in London to make sure once a year we get all those into print and establish the priority of those names. We can also accept new names that are in common use, that are not necessarily been printed, or sometimes not necessarily even sold. But there are various levels of putting it, and that becomes part of the checklist and not the register for cultivar names. We do note trademark and breeder names in the register. Again, they're sort of part of the checklist, but we keep complete information, all the synonyms that are out there, the original breeder names, we keep track of those and put those in there as well. If you have a patented name, that's usually the name that goes in there. The trademark name is not used as a registered name, but it is mentioned in the information for the actual cultivar name. And then you have two more obligations as a ICRA and registrar, and that's to maintain the information on a publicly accessible website. So if you go to the International Lilac Society, internationallilacssociety.org, you'll see our website, and on the front of the website is a link to the Lilac Register, and that is publicly available. We have some appendices and some private lists, Excel documents, talking about more details that we maintain for our members only, but the main list has to be accessible to the public, and it has to be accessible on a website. And then one of the requirements is to publish in book form, in print, a copy of the register every 5 or 10 years. They say 5, but they'll give you 10, and I've gone with 10. It's a lot of work to publish a book. The duties, so the ICRA sponsoring organization, whichever one you choose, has to do some things to be able to be an ICRA. So they have to provide for time and costs of a register. They have to nominate a volunteer registrar familiar with the ICNCP, with a knowledge of the genus and the genus community, and a registrar that has some previous experience with this entire process is preferable if there's some competition for the position. And they have to ensure that all the registered epithets comply with the ICNCP. They have to maintain records of the origin, characteristics, history of each cultivar in the genus in practical detail. And then if you want to do more things, you can use appendices to the register. One of my appendices lists biographical information on all the breeders of all the different lilac cultivars. So there's many appendices that you can add to the register in the end. They do not, and this is something I really want to emphasize, they do not conduct trials to compare cultivars. They don't decide if one cultivar is better than another. And they do not judge distinctiveness of a cultivar, unlike patents. Okay, so we're not into comparing cultivars. We're into keeping an orderly environment of naming of cultivars with details about them. This is not about judging quality of cultivars. If you want to do that, that is a separate project entirely. All right? And a lot of people want to do that, and I think you should, but that's not what this is about. So this is the current structure, the best I've been able to ascertain. So there really isn't one, but we'll get to that. There's over 1,000 unassigned woody plants genera, including Asamina. Now, just for your information, there's about 30,000 genera out there under most estimates. And so almost all of them have an assigned registry. There's just a few that don't, and 1,000 of them are the woody plants genera. The ornamental woody plants, like lilacs, which are unassigned, are assigned to the American Public Gardens Association as the ICRA for each genus, just to keep track of them. But there isn't an official register for each one of these. They're just given to the APGA to maintain some sort of information database on them. The APGA has assigned Stefan Lura at the USNA as the registrar for all of those orphaned ICRAs, and they have new registrations appear in Hort Science, which the ASHS will then publish. The non-ornamental woody plants, like Asamina, have no official registers or registrars, nothing under the ISHS authority, nothing official at this time. There is one exception to this that I was able to find, and that's the mango. So the mango does have an official registry, and the ICRA for it is an organization in India, which is one of the 2 areas where mangoes originated, and they do publish a register of mango cultivars. So it's the only non-woody plant, non-ornamental woody plant fruit that I was able to find that has an official register. So pawpaws would be pretty early in that process. So right now we have informal registers for them. The edible fruits and nuts are informally registered, as you heard earlier, with the American Pomological Society's Fruit and Nut Register, which was started in 1944. It's published biennially in Hort Science, covers North American origin pomological cultivars since 1920, and it's maintained on their website. You saw an example of it earlier. It's complemented by a fruit and nut cultivar database with similar information. So this, for example, is the information they have on Davis as a pawpaw cultivar, and you can see the type of stuff that they've kept in that. Dr. Pomper is the official registrar for that fruit and nut database. So right now, I have an informal spreadsheet of pawpaw cultivars that I've just played with on my own of 236 different cultivar names. All right, that's a lot, and it's certainly enough to need a formal registry to start keeping some order in this world. At the moment, they're all for Asamina triloba. There's 30 names in the APA's informal register versus my 236. And we may end up with cultivars for other Asamina species as well. May well be a market for smaller pawpaw fruit, smaller container type plants in different species. Who knows? I see that's coming in the future eventually too. And this register would keep track of those. Asamina cultivars are spread outside their native region, particularly to Europe, and they're likely going to spread to all temperate climates in the world eventually. Even New Zealand is going to be able to grow pawpaws, right? And parts of Australia, particularly down in Tasmania, there's no reason they can't grow them. China is going to have them. Japan for sure is going to have them. They're going to be all over. They're all over Europe right now. So it seems reasonable to me to establish a formal international register under the ICRA system and the authority of the ISHS, so we have an international cooperative effort in the dissemination of pawpaw cultivar names. How would you do that? You'd have to apply to the ISHS for an ICRA-sponsored register and checklist. That requires probably, in my opinion, appointing a study group to choose an appropriate organization to function as the ICRA with international connections. That organization has to agree to sponsor it for free, the Asamina ICRA, under the rules of the ISHS and the authority of the ICNCP. And that organization has to agree to appoint an appropriate volunteer registrar. We do this for free, by the way. Most of you who work will not want to put in the time that this requires. This either requires somebody with deep pockets that can have a registrar on their payroll, or someone who's retired. Most of us retirees, I mean, that's what we do in retirement. We volunteer, right? This is my life. I volunteer for everything. I'm just as busy as when I worked. I just don't get paid anymore, right? All right, so that's what we do, and they're probably the best registrars. And the register has to be accessible to the public for free, maintained on a website, and be published in print every 5 or 10 years, and you have to give yearly reports to the ISHS, who a gal at the Royal Botanical Garden in London is the one who handles those duties for them right now. That's it.
I think we'll hold for questions. We'll have Neil come up and talk next, and then we'll have a few questions. So this would be is this going to be the one?
No. I don't have a PowerPoint to go with these comments. I have a session coming up after this. These are not prepared remarks, which is probably good. These are spontaneous remarks. Pawpaw, is that not at the right level? Okay. Simona triloba being North American native and definitely temperate. It has to have some winter temperatures to come into leaf the next year. That was tested decades ago when Desmond Lane took Pawpaw down to St. Croix in the Caribbean islands, and it grew very well the first year, dropped its leaves as it should, and never grew again. Didn't have any winter. The range is about 20, they say 26 states in the U.S., and that's probably more than 1,500 counties. I'm very glad for the craze that has sprung up around pawpaws because we now have a huge cadre of people who are exploring the woods and finding things. When I was doing my exploring, I probably only explored about 5 or 6 counties and then only what I could do on foot. So that's a big improvement, and that's one of the reasons we have so many varieties being introduced. Now, when I was young, and this also agrees with your all's upbringing, I did not know the word cultivar. I only knew the word variety. But they mean in common use, it's basically synonymous, okay? Cultivar was a coined term many years ago for a cultivated variety, and the field of botany needed a term like cultivar because they already professionally had a meaning assigned to the word variety. I mean, you have family, then you have genus, then within genus you have species, but then the taxonomist who looks at morphology may distinguish levels, gradations on traits that are smaller than the species level. And they will call those either subspecies and sometimes varieties. So that's where the word cultivar was distinguished, that these are populations of plants that we usually grow in our garden. It's a variety, but it had a different meaning. So they coined the word cultivar for a cultivated variety. Now, I'm happy that there is such interest to going out and foraging in the wild because while I don't do that anymore, I don't think my body lets me do much of that. We have a whole cadre of people who are finding things in the wild. The problem that we begin to encounter is making sense of what's being found. And because the pawpaw can be grown in any humid temperate zone, which is a great deal, on many continents, not really favorable in the western U.S. unless you irrigate, but certainly east of Kansas and Iowa, you can basically grow pawpaw as long as you got good soil drainage and don't have alkaline soils. So the question confronting us, I think, is how to make sense of what's being found. And we also have to think along the lines similar to the apple industry, or peaches, is that a variety of apple that grows well in Georgia is probably not the variety that is going to grow well in New York State or in Oregon. And so we expect to see differences in terms of suitability for cultivation that are regional. So we may have something called, I'll pick a name out of the air, called Golden Moon, and is it going to grow well in Massachusetts where Timothy Lane lives? Or is it going to grow well in Quebec? We have a craze going on in Quebec for growing pawpaws up there. Or there's a lady in southern Sweden who wants to know if she can grow pawpaws over in Sweden. That's going to take testing. And one of the things you want to know about is, how many days from flowering to fruit ripening. And that'll differ among many of the varieties we already have. And this is one of the things that I know growers want to see in a register. They want to know, is this an early season pawpaw, mid, late season, and what do we mean by each of those terms? So it's not enough to know, say, the weights of the fruits in a tree. And to be fair, you mustn't present your tree, the fruit weight from the tree as like the very biggest fruit in that tree. You want something that's more representative of the average, or that will show the range for the fruits in the tree. And at this point, I'm going to take a few questions from the audience to see what we should be addressing about a register. Are there any people with specific questions they'd like to see addressed? There's one.
How does this registry associate with the germplasm repositories? I know we have the USDA germplasm repositories. Is this associated with that, or is that in parallel to that, or how do these things come together?
I mean, they're sort of separate and they're not, because USDA has some funding for germplasm repositories, which we don't actually get any, but anyways. But they do have some funding, and their mission is to curate and store that material. So they might store those different varieties, but their goal is not to be a curator of the names of those varieties. And so they're just going to accumulate what they can, and then they'll distribute out. So that would not be a function of them.
He's saying that it's very separate. The two are very separate, the naming and the keeping of the the germplasm. One thing okay, question?
With the rise of DNA testing, is there anybody who's curating and testing these new varieties with DNA?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. In fact, I've got some students working on that very thing right now, and there's actually, there's some misinformation about relatedness of some of the varieties out there, but DNA can really clear that up. So we are doing that, but as I said, there's a lot of varieties, and so to actually it takes money too. So to actually have DNA fingerprints for all the varieties is going to be quite a challenge.
One of the big problems we have in all genera is many of the cultivars are wrong that are out there. They're not actually the original one that was sold or designated, and we have no way of finding out. That's starting to change with various markers in DNA, but it's a problem throughout all genera, and it's going to be a problem with pawpaws as well.
And this is a good time to point to naming conventions. Do not attach a number to a name that you think should apply to the cultivar, the variety you found. Here's a historical example where that goes wrong. John Gordon, who in the 1950s and 60s lived near Niagara, New York, was an active member in the Northern Nut Growers Society, so his interests included pawpaw, but many nuts as well. In his interest for pawpaws, he went back to some of the germplasm that have been collected by Slate, Dr. Slate. I think Slate may have been in Cornell. But Slate got his stuff from Zimmerman in Pennsylvania. And this is now, when you're going to Zimmerman, you're going way back into the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Okay, so John had 4 seedlings that had that pedigree from Zimmerman to Slate to himself. And he called them Pennsylvania Golden, and he liked 4 of them, so he called them Pennsylvania Golden 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now we don't know which one is which, because everybody the number doesn't register the way that the name Pennsylvania Golden registers. And so if you buy Pennsylvania Golden, you don't know what you're getting, and they're not all equal in quality.
A very good point is that there are rules for naming cultivars in the ICNCP system, extremely detailed rules. It used to be you could use Latin names to name cultivars. That was outlawed, I don't know, maybe 40 years ago or so, 50 years ago now. So you do have to follow the international rules for naming. Unfortunately, those rules are fairly loose. And growers are taking advantage of that. If in the lilac world, you might name a cultivar SMN SDDTP, all right? And then the trademark name will be Bloomerang Dark Purple. Well, which one are you going to remember when you talk about? You're going to remember their trademark name, which they can keep for 100 years, versus the patent name or the cultivar name, which they can only keep for 20 years. So there's a lot of gaming of the system, but there are rules for naming them internationally.
And I'll add on to that business about patents and trademarks. I've been breeding pawpaws since I got in. My project started in '74, but my first orchard was planted in 1980, or was it 81? After a while, you lose track. But I did some patenting. It was very expensive when you added in the lawyer fees. It was something like, I think it was about more than $1,000 per patent.
Absolutely.
But when you're self-financed, it doesn't make sense to spend that sort of money. I never earned back what I put into the fees for the lawyer and the government fees. But the trademarks you can renew, and if you get in early, the trademark can be a memorable name in the growing industry. And it doesn't cost as much at all. Trademarks are relatively inexpensive. So that's the way I've gone. But the science behind naming doesn't allow for the trademark to be the name of the cultivar. But I just ignore that.
It works. There are a lot of ways around it.
Because there is if you like the original Wells, who knows where that is, and where's the original Mitchell, you know?
Yeah. I think we have a short example here what can go wrong. Mr. Downing in Ohio, he was an apple grower on the very western side of the state of Ohio. He and his father did some early exploration in the 20s and 30s for good pawpaws in their part of Ohio. And they found one which was near the radio station, WLW Mason, and the other one was near Middletown, Ohio. Well, by the time I came along and was trying to track things down, I talked to Mr. Downing. He was about 90 years old, like walking with a cane. Okay, I get that. And he said he would send me Cyanwood. He would send his nephew out, or his grandnephew, I think. So somebody who was in his teens or early 20s out to collect science. And he collected the Middletown sign and sent it to me, and I propagated it. It's one of the lousiest pawpaws I ever tasted or grew. And we kind of conclude that what happened is that the grandnephew didn't know where to go on the property to get this pawpaw, and he collected something else. This is the stuff that you'll find happens.
Yeah, Middletown's probably extinct, the original anyway. Other questions?
Well, we'll still have a few more questions. I was going to, maybe we hand the microphone to Blake for 1 second. If you want to just comment on your registry or list that you put together, and how you're doing that too.
Yeah, so when I wrote the book, Pawpaws, the Complete Growing and Marketing Guide, I included about 150 cultivars. And since then, that was around 10 years ago now, since then I've reevaluated the list, and there were just so many absolutely obscure pawpaws on there, like car wreck and pickle and just other things that just were just too obscure. And also some that were available at the time, which now appear not to be available for various reasons. And so I went through the entire list. I skimmed off probably half of it. I added some 30 or so brand new cultivars, including Tom Wall's new selections, a few selections I've made over the years, and whatever else is new and available. So I was focusing on varieties that are currently available, that are in circulation, not just ones that are in, an obscure planting somewhere that aren't really available. So, and I included also information on size and quality as best as I could based on research websites that are nursery websites, and also forums where people are talking about the varieties and everything. So I was just trying to focus on ones that are actually available in circulation.
You make a really good point, Blake. By the way, your grades are great. I love using those to choose which cultivars I'm going to grow. But of course, the international registers don't do that. They do, however, keep track of every cultivar that was ever promulgated out there. At least at the beginning, they'll do that. So for lilacs, there's about 3,000 names in the register, but only about 1,800 of them are extant in the world today. And many of those are extremely rare, and they do bring big prices on the auction market, and I've paid a few of those over the years. But the register keeps track of all those names and who originated them, when, where, and things like that. So it's not just what's available out there, it's everything, and they have appropriate notes going with each different
I think we
cultivar
have
as
some
well.
questions in the back there.
One of the things that I've been worried about as I think about tracking these cultivars and how they do in different regions is because the pawpaw has to be grafted to a seedling, how much can you attribute to this the rootstock being compatible with the region instead of just the genetics of the top graft?
I think it's for you.
Gosh, I don't think there's been any true experiments as in empirical knowledge about that. It's something we wonder about. What is the rootstock influence? And we're getting reports repeatedly over the years of grafted pawpaws, grafted to what we think are some better varieties. And up north, they're not coming through the winter. The top is dying down to the graft union. This requires trials and experiments. You don't know in advance. And I don't know if, is that enough of an answer?
I guess
That's what we kind of know. We don't know. Basically, we don't know.
Right, and we did some rootstock experiments out here with seedling rootstocks, but we, once again, didn't really see a lot of difference. The one thing we have noticed, and Greg Riegert and I talked about this when he had his plantings down at Clemson, is it does seem like grafted trees do not live as long as seedling trees. So that might be some evidence of graft incompatibility between the genetics of the rootstock and the genetics of the scion. But right now we don't see dwarfing. We've tried some, I think it was F2 reticulata semina crosses as rootstock, and then the top scion still grew as vigorously as the semina triloba. So didn't really see an imparting of lack of vigor or anything from that. So, but there's just a lot of work to be done out there.
Certainly in the lilac world, the rootstock doesn't make a difference. The only difference is with different species, you can tell the rootstock from what has been grafted onto it by the different leaf colors and shapes and things like that. Grafted rootstock in lilacs is a no-no because they don't live as long, they're not as vigorous, and we can root cuttings, we can layer them, we can micropropagate them. We can't do this with pawpaws at this point in time, so grafts are what we have.
And I'll say, as an add-on about rootstocks, here we are in the 21st century, and when we talk about apples, we just think like, oh, dwarfing, semi-dwarf, and all that. That all came out of Malling, England in the mid to late 19th century. Before that time, there was no talk about rootstocks. It was whatever you could get to graft onto. So this is not, the idea of special rootstocks is a new idea with horticulture. It's not one that goes back to the Roman days.
It's time for one more question. I do see a hand up. And, Yeah, the question was, if the grafted tree dies and the rootstock comes back, can you graft right back onto it? Yes. In fact, I'm really encouraging folks to, establish seedling rootstock and then graft later. I think there's one more question back there. We'll take that yet and then move.
Thanks. Yeah, my question was, would it be a good practice to use rootstock from seedlings from like as close to close to the area that you're planting as possible, like wild seedlings? As the rootstock instead of using, seedlings from just from what your cultivars produced?
Yeah, because that's what we usually kind of say. I think Neil said this too. Maybe locally obtain pawpaw seed, because then hopefully if you obtain seed for your rootstock, say in Michigan, if you're up in Michigan and you graft onto that, you can feel better about that, the potential of that rootstock surviving better than if you got that rootstock from Georgia seed, right? Which may not be as winter hardy. So just some, that's how little we know. We just only, basically know we want to do maybe like with like and things like that.
We're at the ground floor of research.
Yeah, ground floor. Yeah. I think we'll probably should move on and go to Neil's presentation. Let's thank our speakers. Okay. Oh, hold on. They're waving at me. Do we have one more?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit, but then the bamboo.
Okay.
I did have one, it's more of a comment, but you might talk with Bill Nash, who's not raising his hand, because they're working with chestnut rootstocks doing tissue culture.
Yeah.
Because that way they can evaluate effectively the scion material, and he's doing a lot of work with that.
Yeah. And that's a good point. It'd be nice to have pawpaw on its own roots, and that's another discussion we can have later about that, because some pawpaw has been able to be produced in tissue culture, but it's not been commercially real viable. But we can talk about that. But that's a good point. Yeah. Okay. So Neil Peterson is going to talk about a new cultivar. Neil.
Yeah, I'm back. Okay. I'm going to try, the tried and true old technology, which is, and I guess I'll use this thing here. I'll use this, okay. Because I like this over a laser pointer. It's just that new technology seems so alluring. Okay, so this I feel is ready to be released. I don't think it's been I know it hasn't been thoroughly tested, but I don't think I want to wait any longer. Okay. So this is another of our Rod's and my model of assigning river names to our pawpaws, which recognizes them as being Native North American, and also very closely tied to the culture of Native Americans. So I realize this is not a major river like the Mississippi, but is this a familiar river name? To some, but to many not, right? Okay, well, let's see, this is supposed to advance it, right? There we go. This is kind of, I'll show you geographically. Okay, this is West Virginia. I combined two slides together to make this slide. This yellow area is the watershed of the Kanawha River. And this portion, which starts where its headwaters are in North Carolina, and it crosses the Blue Ridge Mountains to go to the Mississippi River. But this portion is the new river The Gauley River comes down here, meets them, and then we assign a new name to it. But I think it's the same river. And this is the dark blue is the Kanawha River. But this follows an ancient river that was here before the ice ages arrived. So we're going back about 2 million years. This river is the Taze River. It's located there on the map, but it's extinct because when the glaciers came down from the north, they obliterated the river. They came all the way down to here, down to almost Cincinnati and so forth, and they overwhelmed it, and the river found a new course, which is now the Ohio River. And it used to run, that's where I grew up in the town of St. Albans, right at that point. And before the ice ages, the Taze River ran through there, and it ran up to Chillicothe and almost to Columbus and across. Interesting. Enough geography, right? Okay. So years ago, I got started in my work. I was going to breed for fruit, and we know that made good progress on fruit breeding. And I'm not going to read that, what you can read for yourself there. Had to do this on my own, but it was invaluable help I received from universities, first from the University of Maryland and now from West Virginia University, by the provision of land and some maintenance resources and such. And that's why I put a heart there. Let's see if that's going to go ahead. There we go. So that was my first interest, was in the fruit to select for improved fruit qualities. Some fruit, if you are a forager or just widely experienced, you know that there can be bitter aftertaste in pawpaw. Some of them are so bad, they're just something you spit out when you taste them. There can be a kerosene taste in some of the wild fruit. Probably that's not very common, but I've experienced it. Okay, so Rod and I have released over the years, starting in 2004, we've released 7 varieties. But from the beginning, as I do my library research, hang on a second. My pants are falling down. I knew about other species which are referred to as dwarf pawpaws, well, because they're much shorter than triloba. And with the exception of probably parviflora, which grows along the Atlantic coast, coastal plain, the Gulf coastal plain, they're all growing in Florida. The flowers can be beautiful, as you see here in the picture. They have these interesting traits of being small, so it might be possible through generations of breeding to have a smaller stature pawpaw. The pawpaw is not a big tree anyways, but it will grow up to 20 or more feet tall, which can be difficult for picking and orchard management. The problem is, as I pointed out, the major problem is those southern species are tender. They're just not hardy north of southern Georgia. Oh, I hit the wrong, well, why not? That's the slide again, now advancing. Dr. Norman, I made the acquaintance of Dr. Norman. She sent me pollen of she's in Florida. She sent me pollen from reticulata and some other species. The pollen crossed very easily onto triloba. This is kind of a wonderful thing about the genus, is it has very few barriers in cross-pollination. And the first generation of hybrids were all hardy in Maryland and West Virginia, that latitude. Subsequent, as the genes reassort in subsequent generations, the tenderness genes start to show. So like in the second generation, 25% of the seedlings couldn't survive our winters. Now here I'm embarrassed. Where among my records in the basement are the notes about what trees I chose in orchard number 1 to put the reticulata pollen on. I do remember one detail I did. I'd already pretty much identified about 10 or so, maybe a dozen specimens that were looking really good. But when I pollinated, I thought, well, just in the interest of maintaining a little more genetic variety, and I don't think I would do it today, what I did then, but I took the sister tree next to the really good-looking one. Okay, so it had good genes and it looked pretty favorable, but I didn't actually use like Wabash or Rappahannock as a mother tree. Okay. But so this was out at the Y, which is orchard number 1, and I can't lean against that. It has on wheels. I'll move over here. So there were 12 F1 hybrids that were grown. They were all hardy. They were intermediate in size and in leaf size. The flowers were all dark maroon, just like triloba, whereas the pollen is from white-flowered species. So you begin to get a sense of what genes are dominant and which are recessive. And then I crossed number 1. I just numbered these specimens. So the specimen number 1 was crossed with specimen number 4, which gave me a total of 200 and some F2 seedlings, which I grew in Northern Virginia. And then I evaluated those for about 7 years, I think, and maybe 5. And there were some, so I took out of about the 200 and some, there were about 10 that struck me as exceptional. And I made those crosses. There was A136 and A2, 2 different specimens. And I crossed them. And then those are growing on the property of West Virginia University at Experiment Station. Rod and I have about 400 specimens out there. There's not many good. This is the nature of breeding. You grow hundreds, possibly thousands if you can, specimens to evaluate and find something of excellence. This is the most interesting specimen we have out of 400. What's striking about it, one, is the stature is not as tall. It's a single trunk. Many of the specimens in the 3rd generation still are showing tenderness problems. Some die back in the winter, a lot of resprouting. This one did none of that. You can see that the leaves are a little smaller. The flowers are very much bigger. That is standard Asimina triloba there. And in the vase of, oops, that was an accident. I'm trying to get it to go back. It's not going back? Well, I'm doing it at the top. There, oops, it did it twice. Okay, I'll just set this down. Okay. So that's the flower of the specimen, which we're calling Kanawha. Okay. There is above in a vase, and this is a standard triloba flower and in the vase. So you can see the difference there. And I do not claim that the fruit quality is superior to anything else we've ever done, but I'll show you the pictures. But it's acceptable. It's pretty good. Okay, so that's pretty standard fruit size. Here on the scale, it's 314 grams. They seldom get much bigger than what you see in my hands there. So it's a medium size, which many times is a good size for eating. This is a table that shows basically what you're seeing with the red circles is the seed weight to fruit weight ratio, which I think in my work I'm putting kind of 8% as a cutoff. The very best may go down to 4% or even 3% sometimes. Wild fruit, for comparison, is often 15% seed, even up to 25% seed. So it's good to get a whole lot more flesh into the fruit, which the ratio represents. The seed size is very typical of triloba, by the way. And then Brix is a laboratory measurement of the percentage of soluble solids in the juice. And most of the soluble solids in fruit juice is sugar. So they use this as a repeatable measurement of sugar content in fruits. And 24%, 23% is high, getting comparable to grapes, for wine grapes. And then the year later, it was down to 20%. This also illustrates the fact that due to weather conditions, usually it's weather, there will be some variation from year to year. When you're taking your measurements, a single year's measurements are not representative of whatever tree you're examining. But that's good. And we thought the texture was good, the aftertaste was good. That's my talk. I grew up in St. Albans on the Canal River. And that's the end of my talk. I can stay here for questions if there are some. Bob?
Hello.
Say what? Yeah, they're going to pronounce it all sorts of ways. It's canola. Yeah, and so some people down in the hills, right where I grew up, it's like 2 syllables, canal. But it's more technically 3 syllables, canola. And people who don't know a thing about it see that word and canola. Well, people are going to pronounce it the way they want to pronounce it. People are going to pronounce this the way they want to pronounce it. People have never seen the word before, say canola. Well, people will do what they want to do. I'm not going to complain about it.
Oh, I have the microphone over here, sorry. Way over here. Oh.
Will it keep lower than the standard triloba?
Will it keep lower? We don't have the answer yet. We have propagated on other rootstock, and of course that's our hope. But that's a mature size in that picture, because that was planted in 2014 and grew to that size.
Over here. How big was the original fruit from that reticulata?
What I received was pollen.
Oh, so you don't know how large?
But those Florida pawpaws, the fruits are about much smaller than a plum. Mm-hmm. They're just about 3 inches long.
Okay.
And the percentage of, first of all, the flavor of those is barely edible. It's edible, insipid. It doesn't make you want to go taste another one. It's mostly seed in those.
I know. I've eaten a lot of them.
Okay.
So you have no information about that plant that it came from?
No, it was in Levy County, Florida, but the species reticulata grows from Miami north to Gainesville and maybe even a little further north. So it's most of Florida. We don't know. I mean, if we had an explorer down in Florida who was motivated and passionate, they'd go out in the woods and well, it's not so much in the woods as in the pastures and the undergrowth, and maybe we could find some better mother material.
Yeah, thanks.
We probably have to go on with the talk. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we'll do this one, and then we'll move on to this talk, and then we'll open it up for questions for both of us again. Oh, is there one more question? Yeah.
I had a quick question, Neil. Yeah. Super quick. Thank you for the talk. Can you talk, if you have the information, do you have any guidance on production potential, susceptibility to diseases, and hardiness, please?
It's not highly productive. It's would be, I would say, medium. The fruit is medium size, as you saw. And what else was the question? Diseases? I don't see any. It doesn't seem more susceptible. It just seems typical in all regards. It's like the Phyllis Sticta and those diseases. Hardiness. It's perfectly hardy where we are at the latitude of Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, which is just like Baltimore. But Baltimore is more near the ocean. It's a little warmer than we are. It's.
Real quick, with the reticulata genes, I'm in northern Louisiana. It's very difficult to find a cultivar that doesn't get sun scalded. Very tough environment to grow in.
Oh.
Would you say this would be an ideal with the reticulata?
That has to be tested.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe it's a little more.
A little more hardy for that environment, I would imagine.
Maybe it takes the sun better.
Okay. Be interesting. Thanks.
Great. Well, let's thank Neil. So I just wanted to have just going to talk about a few of the current KSU releases and then some of the efforts we're going through for breeding, and then I will tell you about the 2 new ones we're going to release, although I can't tell you the name until the press conference at 4:40. But the numbers are out there. So, just a little bit about, the reason we're doing this. Why do we want to breed for better varieties? And, when it comes down to it, seedling trees, as Neil said, they're hit and miss, right? You can go out in the woods and you can have a pawpaw that is just euphoric in flavor. And then you can go out and get a turpentine one or a really bitter tasting one, right? And I get really worried about folks releasing material where they haven't experienced a lot of pawpaws, and then they release something that's got a really, bitter aftertaste. So I worry about that. But basically, when you're breeding, if you take seeds from a Susquehanna or an Atwood and you plant those seeds, it's just like your children, right? You don't know if they're going to be exactly like you or if they're going to be really different from you because they go through sexual recombination, right? And so, seedlings, seed from a variety may or may not be close to that variety. Now, a lot of times it does seem like seed that comes from better varieties does seem to do better, right? And you'll get better selections, but it doesn't always have to be that way. So, of course, the best thing to do if you really want to get great fruit quality is to spend the money and go out there and buy the cultivars, these grafted varieties onto seedling rootstocks. And of course, we've got kind of a little list of varieties that are kind of good right now. I'll show you some pictures in a minute. Of course, we've got KSU Atwood, KSU Benson, KSU Chappelle right now. And, they're really good all-around pawpaws. We'll talk about them. And there's some good ones out there. Now, I wanted to say this earlier. Sometimes folks talk about how great heirloom tomatoes are, and there's kind of a mystique about heirloom being better sometimes. Wasn't necessarily the case with pawpaw, right? Sometimes these older pawpaws are just not as good, and I know that, they're not necessarily terrible, but, and I don't even know if I should name one or not, but some of the ones that you used to be able to buy, Taylor, anyways, things like that, that, you hear about, and they're not terrible, but they're just, like if you can eat a Susquehanna or a Shenandoah, why would you want to plant a Taylor, right? So we've come a long ways in pawpaw varieties. So kind of thinking about that, I stole Neil's table from a while back. I don't know if you can read it real well, but I'll try. In fact, I'm going to have a hard time reading it from here, but I will try. So these are some things that he put together as kind of the variables included in the selection for Neil's selections. That's pretty much what we use too. He and I might differ just a little bit about our agreement on vigor. Now, I know you were looking for maybe something that's not extremely vigorous, not maybe low vigor, because that's hard to grow then in a nursery situation. I think everybody's heard of our KSU pina colada, and there's kind of a mystique about that because it does taste really coconut and pina colada, and nobody can get the thing to grow, right? They graft it and it dies. And so, I'm gonna blame Sherry on that. No, she found it. It's really interesting, but it just isn't got enough vigor to really be propagated. And then you've got, some that are kind of are less vigorous. Hopefully they're putting more energy into fruit production. I think that was Neil's thought, not to speak for Neil, but basically maybe you're not looking for overly vigorous, because the idea would be if you have high vigor, you might get more vegetative growth and less fruit production. But kind of what we're saying, that's a fine line, because you really do want to have some vigor, and I think medium to high is kind of what we're shooting for. Chappelle is a good example of almost high vigor, and yet it produces a lot of fruit. And so I think you can have both, and that's actually the best, especially for the grower and the nurseryman trying to grow them. So vigor is important with the tree. Yield, total yield, and that's kind of, where are we shooting for? And it kind of varies a little bit. But it'd be nice to have 50 pounds of fruit per tree when it's mature, right? That would be something we might aspire for. Fruit set, we'd want to have good fruit set. Now, Pawpaw is notorious for producing all kinds of flowers, and then maybe 10% of them set fruit, right? And then a lot of folks, the first couple of years after they plant a grafted tree, they'll get fruit set, and the little clusters fall off, right? And that's a real common thing. People go, I don't understand it, my clusters are falling off. And that's kind of, I think, a canopy volume issue, because Pawpaw really needs to get to a certain height, maybe about 8 to 10 feet tall, 7 to 8 to 10 feet tall, and a certain volume of canopy to support the fruit that it sets to fruition. So that's something to kind of look at, is yield, and fruit set. And cluster size is another thing, and that's something Neil really watched for. We don't want 13 fruit per cluster, right? That's too much competition within a cluster. If we could have single fruit, that'd be better. And that's what Neil used to talk about, trying to cut the peduncle, right? Yeah. Right, yep, so you're picking off the same cluster, because one fruit will not be ripe for 4 or 5 days later, it's crazy. So you really would like to have one fruit, but at least less fruit per cluster is better, maybe 1 or 2 or 3. And then fruit size, and now we usually talk about 120 grams as kind of the minimum, and that's why the reason we talk about that is because that's what we don't really want to process anything smaller than that. There's just not enough pulp there, and so that's fairly mid-sized fruit, which quite a few cultivars hit. But the better size would be in the upper hundreds and 200 range average. And Neil is exactly right. We can go out and hand pick some nice big fruit away, but there's lots of little fruit in those little clusters, so you need to do the average weight if you're selecting for a variety. And fruit, so grams. I think fruit quality, is seed ratio to pulp is really important. So I know a lot of Neil's are about 4 to 5% seed. Some of ours are in that same range too. Some are just outside of it, kind of like up to about 7. When you get over 7, it's getting pretty seedy. It really is. And if you're starting to get up into the wild seedlings of 10% seed, which is more seed. And if you're out there looking for, maybe something to propagate, if you see these really long pawpaws, right? They have a lot of seeds, but usually very little pulp. It's more the egg shape or round pawpaws that have more pulp per seed, and that's kind of just a observational thing that you can use. Basically maybe number of seeds per fruit. You don't really want maybe over about 15 to 18 seeds. And an appearance is important, right? I would rather have something that doesn't get phyllosticta on the fruit, and that's kind of, some are more susceptible than others getting the black spot on the fruit. And that can lead to cracking too. Just some other things, aroma, sweetness. I think you got to be a little careful about sweetness. Maybe if you get up to like 27, 28 bricks, it's so sweet, it's too sweet, right? And so maybe you want to hit around 24 or 23 would be really good. And texture, we're always kind of looking for the firmness. In fact, Susquehanna is probably the firmest pawpaw I know of. And that's better for shipping, right? That's what we think. And Neil and I have shipped fruit to each other many times using every type of packaging you can think of. and nothing works very well, because they're soft, and so it'd be nice if we had something firmer that didn't bruise. But that's something we're looking for. I'm not sure it's on here, but color break is a really important thing. So right now, I tell a fruit if it's softened, then I know that it's ripe, right? And I can over-ripen it after picking it. But that's the only way I can tell if it's really ripening. It doesn't turn yellow. Some turn a little yellow, like PA Golden, maybe that's 1 or 4, whichever one. But PA Golden, and there are a few others that turn just a little yellow. I'd love to find one that turns quite yellow when it's ripe and ready to harvest. What a labor saving that would be. And then just kind of overall flavor. And aftertaste, don't want to underestimate aftertaste. Sometimes they can have a great beginning and a bitter end, right? And Pawpaw can have that, so you want to select for those that don't have it. So that's kind of in a nutshell. If you start being a private breeder and you start looking, that's kind of what we're looking for. And I actually just added this because I realized it was something I wanted to tell you about. But I've got a student in the bin who's probably out there in the hallway right now, but he's trying to kind of look at some of the crosses we've made. So we've made a lot of crosses between different parents. A lot of times that's with sunflower in the background, and I'll tell you why about that later another day. But sunflower is very productive, has a okay fruit, but it's very productive. And then Susquehanna's been another parent sometimes. Atwood's been another parent. But this is a female flower on the left side. You've got that kind of glistening stigmatic surface. That means it's receptive to pollination. And then this is the male stage of the same flower, right? Pawpaws have male and female parts in the same flower. And so that's the anthers just beginning to shed on that side. So you can take a paintbrush, and I think Neil's got some good information about that on the web yet too. You can take a paintbrush and you can take some of that pollen and go to another tree, right? Because we think they do need to cross-pollinate, and take and find a female staged flower and put pollen on it, and you'll get fruit set. And so that way you get a direct cross. Now, kind of the problem we had in all this was that we are not protecting the flowers before or after we pollinate. And we have tried a number of different things. I worked in the hazelnut breeding world for a while. We would literally build tie-vac, like it looks like fish houses if you come from Minnesota where I came from. They had their tie-vac houses around the hazelnut trees to keep them from cross-pollinating. And we tried using tie-vac wrap around pawpaw limbs, and it just destroyed the flowers. There was too much wind action. I know that Neil has used like little capsules, empty capsules sometimes to kind of put over the after he's pollinated a stigmatic surface. But the flowers are just very fragile. And here's another problem. This is some work that my student Subis, who's around here somewhere, also did. He looked at all the different pollinators of pawpaw. And Sherry and I were looking at some of the crosses that we had made. One time we actually bagged with netting some flowers before they opened, right? The flower buds, they opened up, and we went and did a squash and stained them, and we found pollen grains in the flower already. It's like, how did that happen? Well, Subis has found that ants are likely pollinators. So ants get in there. It's hard to keep ants out, right? Mainly it's lady beetles and flies that are the main pollinators, but there are ants apparently that get in too. So difficult to protect them. So it's kind of a numbers game. What we'll do is, here we actually had a student use a Q-tip, which actually did work too, to make cross-pollinations. And so this can be really quick. So he really wanted to know, do we have a valid method of actually making crosses between these? And we had some of these from 2016. So, what are the offspring? So he just asked that question. We'll kind of skip through it. It was a number of different crosses. So, and this is just some mystery. So collected the leaves, extracted DNA from the leaves. He prepares the DNA. Magic happens. Right? And we use some primers, right? You can use different DNA primers to amplify little bits of DNA in humans or plants or animals. And these are called SSRs. They're simple sequence repeats. Anyways, So, and there's a sequence for those who are interested. So anyways, then we take that plant DNA, we put it in something called a thermocycler that heats up and runs a reaction, and then we separate them on a high pressure electrophoresis system. And then, that's why I'm not going to get into this too much. There's certain size products we would expect if it's parents or crosses. And so then we can look at the DNA fingerprint of what we have. And we can go across and say, okay, we had a sunflower by Susquehanna. Does it match up with what we think it should be? Here are the two parents, right? Here's the progeny. Is that what we expected? And you can already see a lot of yeses and nos right there, right? So to sum all that up in a little table, he found that only about the expected crosses, maybe only 54% were actually what we thought they were, sunflower by Susquehanna, and 45% were not. And so what happened? Right? Probably had a fly visit the flower before, maybe a fly visited after, or a beetle and brought some other pollen in. So it's really pollen that was from another tree, not the ones we thought, that made the pollination. Now, I say that because if you're some folks who want to start doing your own crosses, you have to be a little careful about assuming that you've really got the cross you think, right? The only thing you can say for certain is if you, and it's always ladies first, so if it's sunflower by Susquehanna, sunflower is the female, right, male. So that means if it came from a sunflower tree, all you really know is for sure is that sunflower is one of the parents, right? And then unless you do this DNA testing, you don't know whether you really have the right pollen parent for that cross. So that's kind of the joys of doing, breeding and genetic research, is trying to make sure that you haven't then falsely advertised that this is a cross between those two, and it wasn't. So, just kind of looking at, I just show you like 1 year of data early on. We collect a lot of weight and seed and brick data first, right? And then we go out there and Sherry and Jeremy and I and others go out and just kind of taste those selections and see if we think they're good. And of course, that means that we're kind of making a lot of determinations for everybody else, but that's what we try and do. But if we don't see something that's over about 120 grams on average, it's getting tossed, right? And it's really got to be much bigger to really stay in the game. And so, so the first one we released, that was back in, 2009, I guess it was Atwood, and we wanted to name it after what KSU, we wanted to have that on there, and we decided to name it after folks who were intimately either graduates or worked at KSU. And so Rufus B. Atwood was a long-term president there and kind of started the ag program. So anyways, really nice fruit weight. Now that fruit weight is based on, right, many fruit, right, many years. So it's not a huge fruit, although this is the funny thing about Atwood. Some years the fruit's much bigger. It does have a little more travel in the size of the fruit that you will get on it. And so it will venture upwards more. And it is a mid to late season ripening, and it's kind of very much a mango, and has no real color break at all, right? It's all about softness. And then we had KSU Benson that we released next, and so it has a bigger fruit, 180 on average, really round, right, like little cannonballs, and it's really early. It's a really early one, and it has good flavor. But that round shape. But it's an early one, so you could think about that for planting. And then we have Chappelle, which is a really productive, vigorous tree. It probably does have the best yields and the best overall fruit size. And it has a little more of a kind of a banana pineapple flavor. And it's very low in seed, about 5% seed. So it's a really good pawpaw. And so that's, and all of these we kind of know the female parent for, but we didn't know the male parent. These were the result of some selfing that happened. And so just now are we finally getting to the ones we did the crosses on. That's kind of where we're getting to. But just to stop for a second, so we continue to do a lot of crosses, and Sherry and I did a lot of crosses this spring. And so we're gonna grow those out down in the greenhouse. We have a lot of crosses also growing out right now in pots. And we also have a lot of selfs. And actually, that's something else we want to do, just open, well, not selfs necessarily, open pollinated fruit, right? So we've just collected fruit, because here's the question is, how self-fertile are these? And I guess I'll present that in the next talk on Thursday, but pawpaw is not very self-fertile. It might only be like 5 or 10% of the fruit at best are going to be selfs, the result of self-crossing, not crossing, but selfing instead of crossing. And so, it'd be nice if we weren't dependent on other pawpaw varieties to cross with each other, but that's kind of the way it is right now. So anyways, we're growing those out, and we are going to see how many of the open pollinated ones are really selfs. We're using DNA technology for that. So that's kind of an interesting question too on a lot of these different varieties. Now, I can't tell you the name of this one yet. So this is just right now 7-1 or high 7-1. And actually, I think some of the nurseries already have it out there. And so it's a little seedy, but it's really got outstanding flavor, and that's why we're releasing it, and the fruit size is large. So it is a really good selection, and it's early to mid-season, which I want to have something else that's a little earlier, so that's a good one. And then this is 1-4, which has a large fruit also, and a fairly low seed content. So it's got a really much more of a mango banana flavor, pineapple banana, and it's mid-season. So these are 2 more editions that we'll have released now. And the university really wanted to go the patent route for these. The other ones we had were just trademarked, so they wanted to patent and trademark these 2, so they will be patented varieties that we're going to be releasing. But they're really pretty good, and so they're going to be nice additions. We'll have those 5 for you to choose from. I really like these as parents, and that's why I don't think we can say enough about some of Neil's releases, because Shenandoah, it is kind of a beginner's pawpaw because it's not a strong flavored fruit, but it's a wonderful tasting fruit. And so we're using it in a lot of, also in crosses, right? We're going to be using it in crosses, and I think it's got a really good, it's also got like that overlease background, if I remember right, and that's, I think overlease once a long time ago was kind of considered the industry standard years ago, and it is has that heritage. It's a really good pawpaw. And of course, Susquehanna, everybody loves Susquehanna. We want to use it with sunflower crosses because we'd like to bring up the yield even more with some of the progeny. And so that's a really good one that we like to work with at K-State. Some of the others, as I said, sunflower is very productive. It originally was selected in Kansas, and there's some other reasons I'll talk about for acetogenin levels and things later on that we'll talk about Thursday. But it's a pretty good parent and not a bad one to plant also. And then, as I said, overlease really does have a nice round fruit you can see. It does die for us pretty quickly, though. That's one problem. Some of the trees do not live as long, we've noticed. And so I'm not quite sure what that's about. But even at home, I've had the same problem. So I think that moved up a little bit, but that's okay. So basically, we've got quite a few of those seedlings planted out here. I would hope that we will have some new releases in the next few years, maybe 5 years. The big thing is, and this is why I wanted to show you kind of what goes into this, is that and I encourage folks to watch, and if you see a wild pawpaw that's really good, you might want to consider trying to propagate it or talk to us or talk to others. But we want to find germplasm, especially it's got color breaks, right? And some of these other good traits, firmness, that would be more shelf stable. And we need that material because it's probably out there somewhere, but it's gosh knows where it is out in the forest, right? So keep an eye out for that. And if you're interested in doing some crosses, think about some of the things we just talked about today. But that's what we're doing at K-State right now. What time we got? It's time. So I think we really, I'll answer one question, but that's it. Any questions? Okay. Okay, good. We're going to close before anybody raises their hand. So thank you. Thank you. So we're going to have a break. Now, I think that maybe Blake and maybe, I don't know if Timothy Lane is out here. Where is he at? Maybe he's out here somewhere. I think, yeah, hopefully he brought some fruit too. I don't know if he brought any fruit, but we got one fruit anyway. We have a little bit of fruit out here, and I think a little bit from the orchards too that the graduate students got. And so if you want to try a fruit or two, they're in the hallway. Can't say that there's many out there though. What do you think, Sherry? Yeah, there's not going to be enough for all of you, but we will have a fruit tasting Thursday, right? That's the structured one that you'll have more fruit for. Some people were asked if they wanted to bring some fruit to share. It's out there. So if you don't get any fruit, don't worry. But there are other snacks out there. So we're going to reconvene at, I want to say, what time, Sherry? At 11. All right, we'll break till 11. Thank you. So if I can have everybody sit down, we're going to start up the next session in about 1 minute. Slides be available later on? Yeah, we'll try to put an archive of them out. Yes. Yep. Yep. All right, well, we're going to start up now. And just a couple of announcements, too. We've actually got a little charging station on one of the back tables back here. So if you need to plug in a cell phone or something or your laptop, feel free to use that little charging station. And you'll be able to charge up your various personal electronic devices. And we're going to get started, and we're going to talk about kind of new pawpaw cultivars and breeding efforts now. And I'll ask everybody to sit down in the back, and we're going to get started. Yeah. All right, well, I think we're going to get started now. Everybody hears me clap once. Clap once. Clap twice. Clap 3 times. Just applaud yourself. All right, that's the old extension technique to use. Anyway, so we're going to get started. We're going to talk about pawpaw cultivars and breeding efforts. And these are new pawpaw cultivars, and it's the breeding efforts too. So we're going to have 3 very interesting talks. And one is a really interesting venture, Project Pawpaw. And I think Adam is out there. I saw him roll up earlier. Adam, are you? There he is. He's over on the other side. So we're going to have Adam come up and talk about Project Pawpaw. And I'm not sure if he has slides or not. Do you have slides? Yep. So we're going to load those up. Yep. We're good. And so please help him welcome Adam.
Hello, everyone. I got the slot right after the walking outside and eating fruit break, so you're all energetic and enthused. So my name's Adam. I run Project Pawpaw. We'll talk about what that is, some of the stuff we've been up to over the past couple of years, and what we're going to be up to in the next few years. And let's get started. So, who is this guy? I'm Adam. I'm a plant breeder. That's my training and profession. I started Project Pawpaw in 2020, and we'll talk more about what that is, but my full-time job is I'm the breeding operations manager for the Savannah Institute. That's a nonprofit doing agroforestry research. I'm an Appalachian Trail thru hiker. I'm a lifelong fruit and nut enthusiast, which is why, in addition to my full-time job as the breeding operations manager, I have a second unpaid full-time job as a pawpaw breeder. So at the Savannah Institute, I work in breeding programs, breeding hazelnuts, chestnuts, black currants, elderberries, American persimmon, mulberry, and a host of other ancillary breeding programs and germplasm collection programs. I have a degree in agriculture from Rutgers University. I have a master's in plant breeding from UW-Madison. At Rutgers, I worked in the hazelnut breeding program. And so actually you can see, like Kirk was talking about, we've got on the far side there, those are some pollination bags we use in hazelnut breeding, and those are Tyvek bags that go over the whole branch. We've got seedlings, and there's actually some trees a few years ago from crosses that I made in hazelnuts, which is one of the cool parts about plant breeding, is you can see it's always growing and it's always in action, especially with woody perennials. At UW, I actually worked in beet breeding operations, so carrots, onions, and beets, breeding them for flavor and eating quality. These are just some of the beautiful beets that came out of that program. My advisor always said, people eat with their eyes. And so that was a really great way to learn about breeding for people and for consumer quality. And so it's been really great to bring that all back home to be breeding tree crops, which I love, fruit and nut crops, but breeding them for people and a host of other traits. And there's some of the chemistry stuff. While I was in grad school, I started Project Pawpaw. That's the initial sketch that kicked it all off, and that became the logo, and that became something that's really hard to talk about every facet of. There's my Appalachian Trail thru hike, which was a nice little interim. I had started all this in grad school. I went on my hike, and as soon as I finished the hike, it was the official public launch of our crowdfunding campaign. And so beautiful, pristine trees, really big trees, really small trees, but big for pawpaw. And so when I got back, it was the official launch of Project Pawpaw. So Project Pawpaw is a crowd-funded research and breeding program dedicated. These are our main three facets of our work. We do research, breeding, and market development with a heavy emphasis on the breeding at this point. So it's crowd-funded. You hear me throw around that term quite a bit. And what is crowdfunding? Well, you may be familiar with Kickstarter or GoFundMe. Now, it's kind of like those. Those are platforms where people can pitch in a certain amount of money, and that supports some sort of project or organization. It's like that, but without the fees. So through our website, and it's ongoing, is all of this work that you're going to see has been funded exclusively through the sale of t-shirts, seedlings, Hawaiian shirts, which you may have seen on a rack out there, pawpaw merchandise. There's not a single dollar of grant funding in any of this work that you're about to see. Try as we did. Like Neil said, it's very difficult to get grant funding for this sort of work because you don't get deliverables in 3 years, and they don't want to pay for infrastructure, and breeding inherently needs orchards to be planted out. It's a game of numbers, and so I tried to get grants, I could not, and so now I sell t-shirts and sort of this deranged bake sale model of plant breeding. So here's some of the stuff. It's our online store. If you feel like you like the work that's going on here and you want to see more of it, you can go to the store, you can visit me out at the table under the tent in the vendor fair, and you'll see more of this stuff too. We also do a lot of festivals. We do the festival circuit and sell all of our wares and raise awareness. And we've done it all. Honk if you love pawpaws. So I got to go around and see a lot of really great people. I mean, the Kentucky State crew was super welcoming early on when I came around. Cliff England, all these major people, Neil, Tom Wall, they really welcomed me in and shared some of their knowledge. And there's, if you guys remember the cool shade trial that was out at Cliffs, that's that a few years ago. And so some of the things we're focusing on. Fruit quality is really important to us. That's one of the main things we're working on. On the far side there, you see some images of fruit. And one of the things we're really working to implement in this program is high throughput phenotyping. So we want to find cheaper ways to gather data. And this was some initial prototyping efforts into using digital imagery to collect measurements on this. So it's been refined now, and it's in the process of being refined. But you can we can take pictures of the fruit, we can classify shape and parameters. We can look at flesh color and skin color. If you hold the fruit for different periods of time, you can quantify how it starts to brown over time. It's very easy. It's a quantifiable technology. I've also done consumer taste testing, things like that. Along the way, I got so many email questions that I had to make online guides because I could not explain to people the nuances of grafting every time. So if you go to projectpawpaw.com, under growing guides, there's pretty comprehensive guides for grafting and plant propagation, seed germination, things like that. So another side quest that happened as I was trying to raise awareness and get the crowdfunding campaign going is that I became a TikTok micro-influencer, which was strange. So I had over 2 million people watch videos about plant breeding and tree crop breeding in pawpaws, and that was a cool thing. The amount of people that actually got converted into buying a t-shirt, quite low. But I think a lot of young people learned something from it, I hope. And so yeah, the breeding program. It's traditional plant breeding, just like Kirk was describing. It's a flower with pollen from a male flower onto a female flower. I bag them immediately before and after making the crosses. These are organza bags, so they exclude a lot of the other pollinators. Ants definitely pollinate them. I've seen them crawling around. There's also flying ants, at least in my neck of the woods, that do a lot of the pollination. Here's how I like to store the pollen. You can put your individual paintbrush in that cup there. That way, when you close it up, there's no pollen blowing around. It's not getting contaminated. And you're always using that brush for that source of pollen. Make sure you bag your flowers and make sure you label them. That's the most important part of any plant breeding operation is good record keeping. So after you make the pollination, you grow the fruit. One of the nice things about those mesh bags is if you get a big enough bag, you can actually tie it to the branch so that when the fruit matures into a fruit, it'll fall in the bag, you don't lose it. So then you go collect those bags at the end of the season, process them into seeds, grow them out into seedlings, and then you start to plant them out in your orchards and assess them. Plant breeding is a numbers game. It's all about having enough numbers. The apple people will tell you that for every trait they want to select for, it takes about 1,000 trees. Now, the apple people have money and resources and established grower groups, which hopefully we can get there someday. We can make a growers group and start to have revenue and check off dollars, things like that. But for now, it's a numbers game and there's not a whole lot of money for it. So you're going to see some of the thrifty ways that we've been working to get our numbers up. Here's an example of a very cherry-picked example of some wild fruit versus domesticated fruit. You can really see that just a few cycles of domestication can make a huge difference in fruit size and quality, and it really makes you excited for what's going to happen in the generations to come. There's huge variation in shape, flavor, all the things we've been talking about, skin thickness, flavor obviously, polyphenol oxidase. So as the fruit gets older, the same thing that makes your apple turn brown, polyphenol oxidase, after you cut it, is in the skin of the pawpaws, and that's what's causing the pawpaw to turn brown. And American consumers do not like brown fruit. So what we've luckily found is that there is variation in polyphenol oxidase activity, and we have to work to find ways to quantify that cost effectively. But that's definitely something to be interested in terms of how long can your fruit sit on a shelf and still be sellable. Here's some of that color break stuff that Kirk was talking about. These are 3 different trees. These are 3 perfectly ripe fruit, same stage of ripeness, completely different hues and colors. And the one with the yellowish skin, that's more of the color break. The challenge I found is that it has not been consistent. It's only on where the sun is hitting the fruit you'll get the color break. I still can't find the one that turns yellow inside the tree. So if you have that, let us know and we'll work it in. Here's some of the trees actually at Kentucky State. So this is what you can grow your seedlings into and eventually evaluate. You're still looking at things like vigor, and I think the term that I like to use is actually yield partitioning. So it's not just vigor. Of course, you want something vigorous and healthy that is not going to get disease, it's not stressed and sick all the time, but you want it to make fruit as well, and you want it to put a lot of its energy into fruit, not just vigorous growth, because if you're doing an orchard system where you have to prune, eventually growth equals cost. So traditional phenotypic selection, traditional plant breeding, that's what we're doing right now, is you are collecting data on the plants and you're using that to make selections. So you're growing the seedlings into trees, looking at the fruit, finding the traits you like, and then using that to make decisions about what you cross in the future. It works really well with shorter cycle crops, vegetables, fruits, like strawberries, corn, things that are quick, where you can get 1 generation or 2 generations per year. It's really tough with perennial crops that take 5 to 7 years to mature. It's not, you guys ready for your plant breeding lesson? So this is the breeder's equation. It's a very famous plant breeding equation, and essentially that distills down to the amount of gain you can make is a function of how many plants you have, how stringently you're picking the best ones, and how good you are at evaluating which ones are the best, and then you look at that over time. And so there's all these different factors, but one of the biggest things you can do to increase the rate of genetic gain is to reduce the years per cycle. And there's a few ways you can do that. One of the ways, if you look at chestnuts, that they've been able to do that is take a tree that normally takes 5 years or 3 years to flower and get it down to 10 months through super high intensity LED light growing. So if we can figure things out like that with Pawpaw, and then when you have your selections you'd like to make crosses between, you can dramatically accelerate the rate with which they flower. You can also try and skip seed stratification and buy yourself 3 months there if you can find a chemical treatment to make the seeds germinate without stratifying in the winter. Of course, those are high-tech solutions. The lower-tech solution is the top-work graft. So here you can see that is a scion that I top-work grafted onto some mature trees, and what I'm pointing to is that scion the next year, and that's a tremendous amount of growth, and that's what happens when you have established root systems with which you can graft onto. Incidentally, those are actually the trees from the seeds out of the very first pawpaw fruit I ever ate when I was 11, and that's when all of this started. And obviously, this is my second unpaid full-time job, so this happens at night a lot of the time. You can also improve your selection intensity, and I really don't have time to talk about genomic selection right now, but if you guys wanted to learn all about genomic selection and GWAS, we can do the whole primer course on genetics later. What I'm really here to talk about is the Research Orchard Network, and that's what I've really been spending a lot of time on the past few years, is to develop a network of research orchards all around the country. You'll notice I didn't say where I'm based because I live in Madison, Wisconsin, and that's where I'm based, but this organization is based all over the country, and it's constantly expanding. So we've been planting research orchards exclusively for research and plant breeding with fruit as an added benefit. Here's the orchard network as it currently is or will be. The first one was planted last year, in 2024, in southern New Jersey. It's a rootstock orchard, and we'll do pictures of that later. The next one, so that was 750 trees in New Jersey. The next one was planted this spring in Wisconsin. That's a cold hardiness breeding trial. And the next one will be in eastern Georgia at a location to be announced, and maybe the people may or may not be in this room with us right now. The New Jersey orchard is, that's a farmer collaborator model. So the farmer there is a good friend of mine now, and he has a vegetable farm, family vegetable farm. It's been row cropped for 100 years, 75 at least. And so he is a young farmer interested in sustainable agriculture, and he is giving us land to grow this orchard on. And in exchange, as we grow it, he'll be able to sell fruit out of the breeding orchard, Project Pawpaw. We've paid for the orchard and have established it. In exchange, we get to trial things there. We get to graft onto that orchard. We get to use that for data collection and research. These are 750 trees to be used as rootstocks. They're actually, those trees I showed you are all from the same fruit, the very first fruit I ever ate. There were 5 trees from the same fruit. And these are bulked open pollinated seeds from those trees. So they're actually quite inbred, which means they're relatively consistent for rootstock. And so it's designed for research and plant breeding. These are really tight planted orchards. There's 12 foot between rows, 5 foot in row, because we're looking to trial a lot of things quickly. And if it's not good, it gets cut down and something good gets put in its place, or well, depending on the context. Here's some soil data. It's sandy loam. It's been in vegetables for a long time. The first orchard we did with 30-inch paperboard tubes and fiberglass tomato stakes. We use black woven ground cover and irrigation, and that is just to help with weed control. You'll see pictures in a moment. So they'll all be top worked eventually, just like what I showed you, in the years to come after they're established. And then we'll do the named varieties, the biggest, the most commercially available named varieties we can find, which I had estimated at about 100, but it keep being more. So when we decide on a subset, we'll graft them in triplicate. We'll also do unreplicated accessions from controlled crosses that I've been making, and we'll also have a geographically diverse group. And this is the experimental design. It's called a partially replicated design. That way we can assess field gradients. But the goal here is to have a very diverse population in New Jersey that we can then use to do some genetic studies and improve the rate of breeding. Here's David Lubick, the collaborator with the great truck. Here we are together. We were actually college roommates. And here's some of the prep. So we use the plastic mulch layer to lay the black woven ground fabric. There it is right after it's been laid. We measured that with a very high-tech piece of technology. That is a sponge on a wheel with a 5-foot circumference. Great way to lay out an orchard, actually. We burned holes in it with a modified weed burner torch. That hole was the exact size that an auger fits down into, so we augered holes. I had I bulked these seedlings and grown them in crates. They were bare roots. So we put them in buckets with a mycorrhizal inoculant and put them in. We used paperboard tree protectors. So this is the same material that a milk carton is made out of. It's 95% paper, 5% plastic, very thin plastic film. They're very affordable. They're quick to install. And we actually, in the previous year, we did a little trial and see what worked. We tried the paperboard ones. We tried the clear Tree Pro tubes, and we tried these cages with fabric. Well, that's just not possible to do any more than like 10. So we went with the paperboard because they worked well and they were cheap and they didn't make a bunch of plastic waste. The issue was they didn't hold up very well, and by the end of the season, they were starting to melt, and we actually had to replace a few of them. So for that reason, we don't recommend them in wet climates, and if you have a drier climate, it helps. Also, if you're able to keep the weed growth around it to a minimum, the weeds trap moisture against it. Here we are planting this big planting party. It's a lot of fun. That's my girlfriend. She puts up with all of this, and now has some sort of Stockholm syndrome thing going on where she likes it. So, got her. Here's David with the plants, and that's what some of the plants look like now. That's the orchard, 750 trees, and here I am with it. The Wisconsin one was planted this spring. I'm moving quick. We're almost out of time. This land was actually rented by Project Pawpaw, not a farmer-collaborator arrangement. 750 seedling trees from the famous Jerry Lehman orchard to be evaluated for cold hardiness. 250 trees that are in a tree tube trial to make informed recommendations for northern establishment, and it's designed for plant breeding. This is a challenging place. It's a cold place. These are some of the temperatures from this winter, and just 7 miles down the road is Lone Rock, Wisconsin, which you may not be familiar with, but in 1951, it was the coldest temperature ever recorded in the continental US at negative 55 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is where you breed for cold hardiness. Same tight spacing on a nice silt loam. We ended up using the Tree Pro, the clear plastic tubes, because we knew they were going to be on over the winter to help with survival. Black woven ground cover. There's some fertility and cover crop information. Had a GPS to lay this one out. So nice, good, prepared. There's the plastic mulch layer. There's the woven ground cover fabric. Here's our rows, laid nice and straight. Here's our planting party. That's the real key to all of this, is you have to make it fun. For the cost of a few pizzas, you can get an orchard planted and all the materials. So there it is, right after planting on a beautiful sunset. Here's what the plant material was. It was 12 to 16-inch tree-tubed seedlings from the Lehman orchard that I grew. And here's where they are now. The tallest one is 53 inches. This was planted at the end of May, by the way. So the tallest one is 53 inches. 56% of them are poking out of the top of the 30-inch tubes. So I was very surprised. They really loved Wisconsin and this soil context and everything. There's some overhead pictures, and there's some more pictures. So the tree tubing trial, going quickly, I did the paperboard tree protectors along with 30-inch, 48-inch, 60-inch tubes and no tubes. That's the big thing. When you guys do trials, you have to include controls, things that will die. And it's very difficult for orchardists to know that 50 of your trees are going to die, but this is research. So we put in ones that will probably die over the winter because they don't have tubes. There's paperboard, there's the Tree Pros. That's no tube. These were bare root seedlings planted. If you're going to put any number of Tree Pro tubes on, this is the way to do it. You cut the bottom out of a bucket, and that allows you to pre-bend them. Then you can put the reusable zip ties right through them. And since we're in the dairy state, we got a heavy milk theme. So these are actually made of recycled milk jugs, milk cartons and milk jugs. And then I timed how long it takes to install them. It's actually quite linear. The taller the tube, the more time it takes, and I'll have an economic analysis, including the time it takes to do weed management, pull the tube up, and all of that, to be disclosed at a future date. There it is. Okay, and the last one will be in eastern Georgia. More information to come. 750 trees, just like the New Jersey one. Farmer collaborator agreement to be used as rootstock. And there's the same stuff. We're using white woven ground cover in this one. And we're still deciding if we're going to do tree protection at all, because I think it gets really hot in those tubes. So I'm interested in learning from some of you southern folks about what you recommend. And so what are the benefits of the orchard network? It gives you multi-environment trialing of existing cultivars. Like we talked about, what does well where, and how can we actually make benchmark comparisons of them? And the important thing, as with the rootstock question, you have to have more than one replicate in these places. And if you average out with a large enough number, you can ignore the rootstock effect. This gives us a chance to preserve germplasm in different parts of the country that's more resilient. What if a flood takes out one of these orchards that has all, the one place that has all this material? It's really important to have this in multiple sites and to be able to distribute disease-free scion. And when you have a new release, that's amazing. You need a lot more scion quickly. This is going to be a source of mature trees that we can graft onto quickly and multiply scion, which is one of the major bottlenecks in this. And eventually we can partner and make this into a training population to develop some genetic tools to make things faster. So you can learn more about that at projectpawpaw.com/orchards. Pawpaws are cool. There's great images. That's the rate of increase of pawpaw festivals. They're all over. I'm on the news. They're in Croatia. And you're going to hear about that later. And I met some great people, including all of you. And send me good trees or buy a t-shirt. Thanks, everyone.
All right. So we have time for one question as we set up for Rodney. Rodney, if you want to start coming up to the front. Any questions for Tom? Or Al, sorry. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you had a question back there. Great. Well, thank you. We're going to move on to the next speaker, and if we have time at the end, we'll take some more questions. So Ronnie's going to talk a little bit about the background noise. No, the Ketter cultivar. All right.
Oh, hold on just a minute. Back. There we go.
Now you need to find the microphone. Raise it up.
Okay. My name is Rodney Deaver. I'm Neil Peterson's business partner. and a botanist. So I'm really into plants. So today I'm going to be talking to you about Mrs. Ketter, and she was the prize winner of the 1916 contest. Now the purpose of this talk is I've got some new information about Mrs. Ketter, and I also have information about her fruit. New breaking news. Isn't that a great picture? Yes. Unfortunately, that's not Miss Ketter. We don't know much of anything about Miss Ketter. In fact, when she won that great contest back in 1916, she was mentioned as being Mrs. Frank Ketter. Now, that's not very respectful, I don't think, for the winner of the 1916 contest. So I've teamed up to find out more about her. I've teamed up with the Lawrence County, Ohio Genealogical Society. We are, at the beginning of every month, they do a talk. And I will be giving their talk on November the 1st. It's going to be about Estella Ketter. And the day before that, we're going to be meeting in one of the largest cemeteries in Ohio, the Woodland Cemetery, on Halloween. The day when the veil between the living and the dead is closest. So we may make contact after all. We now know that her maiden name is Jameson, Estella Jameson Ketter, and she was a young thing. When she won that contest, she was just 23. She just turned 23. And this was a national contest that I'm going to talk about here in a minute. She married an older man, Frank Ketter, who was probably more financially stable. So we can go to her house today, which is on 6th Avenue in Ironton, Ohio. And I'm told this is in the better part of town, just a few blocks from the library. So now a little bit of information about the 1916 contest. It was given by the American Genetics Association, was the sponsor, and it was a $100 prize for the best fruit. Now in 1916 currency, that was $2,600. A nice chunk of change. Okay, the purpose was to gather superior wild pawpaws, lay the foundation for scientific breeding, because pawpaws, as you know, they're perishable, and there was issues with shipping ability. All these pawpaws were going to be mailed to the main office in Washington, D.C., but that's a feat in itself. Because as you know, a pawpaw picked too early, it's not going to ripen, and one picked too late is going to be a mushy mess. So the entries came from throughout Pawpaw's range. The contest brought together pawpaw folk knowledge and scientists for the first time. Now this red star, the red star marks the winner in Ironton, Ohio, and the yellow star marks the Virginia Arboretum, Blandy Arboretum, which figures later on in the story. Oh, yeah, we live about 20 minutes from the Virginia Arboretum, from the Blandy Experimental Station, yes. So one person who figures in this story is David Fairchild. He was a renowned plant explorer for the USDA. He was one of the major proponents behind the 1916 contest. He grew pawpaw trees from the Ketter fruit. There was the Fairchild number 1 and the Fairchild number 2. And these ended up at the Blandy Experimental Farm. They were collected by Orland White, so he adds Fairchild number 2 to the Blandy collection. And then along a few years later comes Neil Peterson. Neil Peterson decided to make Pawpaw his life's work while he was a WV student, and this started him on the path to breeding pawpaws. He had an eye to establish pawpaw as a new crop. So here's a picture of Neil in the backwoods at Blandy, where he discovered 2 rows of 55 trees. The BEF 30, the BEF 53, and the BEF 54. These are mothers of some of his varieties. The plant accession records, however, at that time were a mess because Blandy had kind of went downhill. So even though Neil got some germplasm, some cuttings from there, he really couldn't tell what it was from. He couldn't connect with that. So in the following years, at Neil's breeding program, we now have 8 varieties to date. Some of all of these names are an homage to Native American place names. The Tallahatchie and the Kanawha are not included in this lineup here because they're so new. Okay, the breaking news. The curator at the Virginia Arboretum, Blandy, in 2023, he decides to get a metal detector, and he goes out there and he discovers some tags that we were then able to link up with the information, the accession records. So now we know that Susquehanna and Potomac are descendants of the prize-winning Ketter fruit. So the lineage goes from Ketter to Fairchild number 2 to Neil Peterson. So BEF 53 resulted in Susquehanna, and the BEF 54 results in the Potomac. Now the story is, yeah. Well, Neil's becoming quite a celebrity now, and at the Arboretum, they've taken note of this, so they've created the Pawpaw Trail, and it's in the backwoods, right where Neil discovered those original pawpaws. Now, as a lot of pawpaws have become extinct in the previous century, from the mid-century. So the moral of the story, this underscores the importance of a germplasm repository and institutional oversight when it comes to preserving these cultivars. Thank you, KSU. All right, who has questions? Questions? Okay, I'm just going to bow out because I know we're short on time right now.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. So next up is Timothy Lane. He's going to talk to us about a number of things.
You got my slideshow ready? I do have a slideshow, if it's somewhere in there. There it is. All right. All right, let me use the microphone. That would be a good idea.
There should be a handheld mic if you like to.
Oh, if I like to wander? All right.
Get away somewhere. If you like.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, that is my voice. All right, cool. So yeah, I chose this picture because it is a pretty good gestalt of the species, right? It's AI generated, but you know, let me throw this around. Don't trust the robots. So I grow in Massachusetts. I'm in USDA Zone 6B now, I believe. Everyone knows this map, right? We've all seen it. It's the minimum lows of a given region. The seasonality is reflected generally in the climate and ecology, but there's a bunch of other variables that aren't often talked about. Climate is a conglomeration of things, right? Including cloud cover, rainfall, water, sunlight. These are some other variables that I encourage people to think about. Altitude, things like solar radiation, season length, the length of season by latitude, the solar intensity by latitude, right? So these are all things that affect growing pawpaws in the north, which is where I grow. So rootstock is as we know, it's not really standardized in pawpaws. It's a wild card. And I will put out there that we should be looking at higher latitude, colder climate roots for northern climate growing, such as New York, Ontario, perhaps northern Michigan for sourcing. And I anticipate these to be earlier waking up, earlier flowering, longer seasonal window from flowering to ripe fruit, and they may be naturally accustomed to the soil and light conditions. We don't exactly know what rootstock influence is, but these are things that I have been thinking about. Vigor in rootstock is important. I tend to choose vigorous individuals for my understock where I grow. Some cultivars are slow and they require that extra boost. And vigor is something that is expressed not only in height, but also in leaf node distance, leaf density, and how fast a tree gains its caliper, right? So these three things together kind of constitute vigor. Now, winter resistance, for me at my latitude, I'm just shy of the 42nd latitude, it's not really an issue for me. The dormancy of pawpaws is very deep. They go into zone 4. I know Buzz Fervor was growing them in zone 4B, I believe, for years, and he's overwintered successfully for like a decade now. So they're very hardy. Another thing to consider is the roots uninsulated by the soil and the warmth of the earth. They tend to die below a certain temperature, and I'm guessing that it's between 20 and 24 degrees Fahrenheit, based on the fact that that's when my own ones freeze out if I accidentally leave them outside, right? We've all done that at some point. Rootstock can affect things like fruit size, and I mention this because there was a study out of KSU that I was reading, and it said that when they used the seedlings of individuals with larger fruit, the fruits produced by that understock were larger themselves, and they measured the weights of those fruit. So that's something that rootstock can affect. It will affect when the trees wake up in spring, like the soil temperature response. When they flower, it could affect the wood ripening habits or the vigor of grafts overall. We don't know. These are things to think about. I tell people use the best roots that you have. Offspring of big fruit and vigorous character are probably the most ideal. And I will add, I'll go out on a limb and probably say that mycorrhizae are of significant importance. We don't know how much importance, but I do know that looking laterally at other more tropical anonas, these are species that are very dependent on their mycorrhizae, and so for the Asimina, I would presume to be as well. Sorry if I'm going a little fast or a little pressed for time, but so latitude is a limiting factor in summer heat hours, but it's not just the latitude that you're at. The intensity of sunlight changes depending on how far up the globe you are, right? So we have less solar irradiance as well. I know people are talking about summer heat hours, but we also have to consider solar irradiance. I believe it's mostly in marine biology. They use something called the PI curve, a light response curve, which is an empirical relationship between solar irradiance and photosynthesis. I won't go into detail about that, but higher latitude, shorter summers, less solar intensity, less energy entering the system overall in the north. This means shorter season cultivars. All of it points to growing shorter season cultivars. Now, something about the trees, that they naturally attenuate to solar conditions. This is something they do biologically. Light intensity fluctuates naturally due to canopy cover, geography, seasonality, time of day. They've evolved complex mechanisms to perceive and respond to changes in light intensity, enabling them to maximize photosynthesis while minimizing damage from any excess. So plants have certain fixed genetic capacities, and within that, there is a morphological plasticity. Trees can adjust their leaf area, stem elongation, other features to optimize light capture. And this is most famously known in sun leaves versus shade leaves. And I see this a lot in the tropics, actually. You'll see a single species can have vastly different canopy in the overstory than in the understory. So bigger leaves in the understory, usually. Photosynthetic plasticity, they can adjust their photosynthetic pigment content to adapt to lower or higher irradiance environments. This is pretty cool. In pawpaws, I was at James Dingus's place the other day, and I saw that his NC1s were indeed deep dark green. That's characteristic of that cultivar. However, my trees are the same color as all of my other trees, and I presume that this is because of attenuation to the climate that I'm at. These are just assumptions, anecdotes, but these are informed in to some degree. As understory low-light seedlings, pawpaws appear to utilize sunflex to their advantage. So that's that diffused, dappled light that comes through the forest canopies and changes throughout the day. Pawpaws are very good at exploiting that. And an interesting tidbit, as I was reading, the photosynthetic activity is directly proportional to light intensity when the temperature is below 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So I would posture that around 86 degrees Fahrenheit is an ideal growing temperature for pawpaws. You go above that and things get a little more complicated. So let's get into the northerly cultivars. Now, I've been growing since 2012. I moved into my new place in 2011. 2012, I put in a Shenandoah and an Allegheny, and little did I know that my entire front yard would eventually be all pawpaws. I have 70 trees now. 2 of every cultivar that I do to try and observe differences between individual trees. But bear in mind that I'm just a single data point, one person in one part of the world. These are the cultivars that do well for me. Maria's Joy, that's one of Lehman's. It is an early cultivar, very early actually, right alongside Allegheny. It has not a creamy light flavor like some people describe, not at my latitude. At my latitude, it gets a punchier, almost more bubblegum-like flavor, and that's an interesting thing. My flavor descriptions are different from people who grow it down south. Allegheny, that one's early as well. I get those around early to mid-September every year. Rappahannock, that one has not fruited for me yet, but I'll know very shortly. Benson, I definitely recommend for northern growers. Benson does very well for me. It's a big, beautiful fruit, deep orange flesh, absolutely delicious. Shenandoah, that's an early bloomer and a late bloomer. I recommend it for people who like to pollinate all of their trees with a single individual. Shenandoah is good for that. Kentucky Champion, early mid. Tallahatchie is early to mid. Some people say it's earlier. I kind of characterize it as more mid-season. VE21, that one has a nice banana musk flavor going on. That's early to mid. Naomi's Delicious, there were some samples out there earlier. That one is early to mid, and it's a nice big puffy fruit. It's mild. It's very good. Benny's Favorite, that one's mid. KSU Atwood is mid, with a little bit of fruit coming in early season for me as well. And I do recommend KSU Atwood for flavor alone. It is wonderfully flavored. There are some cultivars coming out of Iowa. You can see I've colored in areas that are near my latitude as the curve of the earth goes. These ones ripen up for me. Halvin is a wild selection. It makes 10 to 12 ounce fruits. It's remarkably like Tallahatchie in flavor profile. When I compare Tallahatchie to other cultivars, I group it in with Halvin, Green River Bell, and one other that I can't recall at the moment, but they're all very similar in flavor. It's early to mid-season, and unlike Tallahatchie, which bears in these big wagon wheel hands, Halvin tends to bear singly or in 2s and 3s. Now, northern-derived wild cultivars make ideal climate-compatible selections for the north and for rootstock, in my opinion. And I put the word wild in quotes because I'm a strong believer that, like the tropical Annonas, pawpaws are indigenous heritage that we are picking up the pieces of years later. Potomac is hit or miss in my climate. Every year I get a few good Potomacs and a few not good Potomacs. I'm a big fan of this cultivar. I love it. It's huge, fleshy, wonderful melony flavor. It bears fruit of uneven or non-uniform size, but you get a few really big fruits on it. It's a sister of Susquehanna. Its flavor is more subdued than Susquehanna. If you're in an area where you can grow this, and that would be just south of me, I don't recommend it for where I am, but in the more southerly locations, it is fantastic. Personal favorites. Benny's Favorite. This one, I understand why it was picked. It has a lot of that banana musk, but also some of the high-end, lighter, fruitier flavors as well. KSU Benson, I obviously love that one. Allegheny, this is I call it the connoisseur's pawpaw because it has a very fine flavor. It's citrusy almost. I like to eat it with goat Gouda cheese. It's very good with that. And Tallahatchie, of course. It's a smaller fruit, but it's very, very delicious. Light and fruity end of the flavor spectrum, not a lot of banana musk. So this is some of the iffy cultivars in my region. And I like to use Prima as an example. It makes a big, beautiful fruit. You look at my trees and you see these big softball-sized fruits, right? These are all pictures of my trees, by the way. It's lackluster where I'm at. And bad fruit I characterize as having almost no flavor, aroma, sugar, and the flesh color is often pale, and these are all things that are dictated by solar intensity and seasonal duration. But I also find that the seeds will mature regardless of the fruit quality, and so I use them as rootstock mostly. These are untested. I have been acquiring them to test. I've been testing about 35 different cultivars so far. About half of them are fruiting age right now. I'm very much looking forward to Tom Wall's newer cultivars, Corner Pocket, Jim's Nebula, Nebulous, Cider Patch, Jennifer's Twin, and others. Pawpaws will ripen their wood fairly quickly at my latitude, so even growth that begins in early August seems to ripen up well enough to make it through winter. North of me, however, I've heard reports of wood failing to ripen for dormancy, right? So that can be an issue in the Zone 4 climates higher up on the earth. Wood ripening is something that is constantly on my mind in terms of growing farther north. Overfeeding can be an issue. I use nitrogen only in spring. And it's important to know that a tree is easy for a tree to lose its dormancy in spring. So when you have those quote-unquote Indian summers, that can bring them out of dormancy. And then to get back into dormancy, they can take 24 hours to gain 1 degree of temperature back. So it's important to think about these things. Yeah, so the late winter, early spring fluctuations may pose the most problems in northern climates. I consider painting the trunks white to be a half measure. The other half of that would be selecting seed stock that is attenuated to the soil conditions of your area. So these are, and the last one, heavy wet snow. I know a grower in New Hampshire doesn't plant his trees out until they're a certain height, and that's because he has heavy wet snow breaking his branches. That's not something that I think about where I'm at, but where he is, it's a problem. Planting in the north. All right, so I've got a YouTube channel, obviously, and this is how I plant. I do full sun. Shade is unnecessary after the second or first year even. They'll take full sun after they've hardened off their first round of growth. I like to break up any hard soils. They don't like that. Water, water, water. If you got drip irrigation, that's always beneficial. I like to encourage the fine, fleshy feeder roots to colonize the soil under the canopy and beyond. And that includes mulching, weeding, feeding. I feed my trees a lot of quail manure compost. They love that, especially mixed with sand and wood chips. They seem to really thrive on that. NPK, I use 12-5-7 as a guideline, just as a concept for pawpaws. Other people, you may use 10-10-10 or whatever. That's just the one that I use as a concept. Micronutrients, the riparian soils to which they're native are heavy in things like calcium, manganese, sulfur, iron, all of these micronutrients that they need. You'll find that fruiting heavily, pawpaws will tax many soils, and I found this true in the north. Fruiting heavily, they seem to tax soils eventually after about 3 years. So I make compost donuts around the feeder root area as the trees mature. Not like big tall ones, but I keep replenishing the soil as much as I can for them. So, like I said, I'm just one grower in a sea of growing experiences, and I'm here to share some of them with you. One data point, bear that in mind, assimilate what I've said into your grow practices, and thank you for having me.
So do we have any questions for our speakers? We got a question in the back.
My YouTube channel is Aku Farm, and it's more of an outlet than an inlet. So if you know me, Aku Farm is my website as well, aku.farm. You can find me there too. The YouTube channel's linked. OCKOO. It's short for Akukengansett, which is the hill that I live on and plant on. So Native American names.
Other questions? Yes.
You're looking towards sort of early breaking of these to get long season. Are you having any issues then with freeze out on blossoms?
That's a good question. I've only had that issue 1 year. It was a very late freeze. It's not an issue where I am because I'm closer to the seashore. I get a little bit of that maritime climate that protects me. So no, I have not had that issue, but that would be an issue for northern growers to be concerned about for sure.
If you grow from seed, when do you place them in the ground? Do you give them a year to grow in pots first to a certain size?
Yeah, so I start all of my trees in bins. You know, I throw like 100 seeds in a bin, let them grow for a year, and then I start potting them out individually to grow another year. And when they're about 2 or 3 feet tall and showing some vigor, I'll plant the vigorous ones out, and that's how I do that. Any more questions? Bill?
Okay, I hear a lot of people tell the difference between wild seed, select seed, and premium seed. Could you sort of explain the difference between?
All right, so premium seed is cultivar crosses. So anything that I plant in my orchard, I would consider a premium seed, and that's because it crossed with another cultivar of note. Right, so I don't actually have any junk trees in my orchard at all. No, nothing wild. It's all premium cultivars, more modern ones, and that is where the premium seeds come from. Wild seeds could be anything that you find in the woods, pretty much, and those are still good for rootstock, although you won't know the qualities of the rootstock influence on the fruit. So. More questions? Yeah, sure.
Just as an anecdote from my own breeding, orchard number 1. There was a tree which was in the first row. It had a number 154. And it was I loved the flavor best of everything in the orchard. But it was my method to then everything I liked to propagate, to graft onto other rootstocks in the orchard. And the 154 never tasted the same once I grafted it, and it didn't even make it into the final cut for what I've released. You cannot assume that grafting is going to give you the same thing as the original tree.
Very important. Thank you, Neil. All right. Thank you, everyone. It's good to be among friends.
Thank you, Tim. And I think Dr. Rome mentioned this at the beginning, but we're going to be inviting all the speakers to, if they want to submit to be in the proceedings, and actually be published in Hort Science or Hort Technology, one or the other. And so I know we did that after the last conference. So we're hoping maybe Ketter and a number of the other speakers will publish this information so it gets out there and gets archived, because it's really critical that we get these observations out there. And so that said, we are at lunch, and so I've been told the lunch is out there. There are already some posters that are set up out there, so if you want to go look at the posters, but there's going to be a poster session with the authors requested to be present at the posters later on and this afternoon. But have lunch, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Okay?
Baby, there's no need to rush. You
can take your time. You can take your time. Take your time, so it's right. I guess the shadow of your smile lingers on like a song, and my mind stays there too long. Yeah. Some days my will can't feel so strong. It could change like the wind, so don't let me be too hasty. Don't give in to a feeling. I want to take some time before you know you're done with me.
All right, if everyone could have a seat, we're going to start with the grower roundtable discussion. Do I have to do the clap thing that Dr. Pumper said? Okay, clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Okay, I think we've got everyone's attention now. So our first thing after lunch is a grower roundtable, which is just going to be kind of an informal discussion instead of a presentation. We've got 7 people up here who are pawpaw growers from all around the country and various types of businesses and operation and various locations. So we'll get to hear kind of firsthand from people who are currently growing pawpaws, kind of what they're doing, and we'll open it up. It's just going to be kind of a naturally flowing discussion. So they'll introduce themselves, tell a little bit about themselves, then we'll open it up to questions, and it'll be just kind of like a question and answer session between the audience and the growers. So, and this is the grower roundtable, so these are more fruit production oriented. There will be a nursery industry roundtable at 3. So if you have more nursery oriented questions, you might want to save it for that roundtable. This is more kind of focused on fruit production. So I guess I'll ask our growers to kind of start introducing themselves and a little bit about their operations. So go ahead.
Can you hear me okay? I won't make you clap. Okay. My name's Roger Ort Family Farm, up in the Finger Lakes area of New York State. My wife's with me, and we have 4 kids at home holding down the fort. My operation is a mixed operation. We do pawpaws, persimmon, medlar, quince, apple, pear, plum, cherry, and about 3 acres of small fruits. Initially, the business was based upon our jam and jelly business that my wife does, and then I will be in the nursery talk later. I graft fruit trees also. I think 2,000 for fall sales, unknown for spring sales. So yeah, we just do a little bit of everything on it there.
My name's Chris Schmiel. I'm from Integration Acres in Albany, Ohio, and got started after I graduated from Ohio University in the 90s and started the Pawpaw Festival. And we have a small orchard, but recently we've lost a lot of trees with the ambrosia beetle, so I wanted to talk about that. But we do buy fruit from a lot of other growers, and we get a lot of wild fruit, and we mush a lot of pawpaws and turn them into products.
I'm Bob Johnson from Nectar Flow Farms in Peru, Indiana. We got about 450 pawpaw trees. I don't know. I focus on fruit. Yeah.
Dan Matisik, president of North American Pawpaw Growers. I write for Backyard Fruit Growers from Lancaster County, PA. Just as Chris said, I had 125 trees that I pushed out last year, pawpaws. They were in a trellising system that I was running, and there was quite a few of us involved in a grant that didn't go through that we were going to go further on that. my main work, I have every kind of fruit there basically is. And I have a nursery. And a lot of my work is working with pawpaw seedlings, looking for premium ones, and also manipulating the rootstock. My last venture was manipulating the seed and the rootstock to create suckers on their exposure to the ground. This year it worked out real good. That is going to it's a pre for what I'm looking for of rooting pawpaws in the future. Thank you.
Matt Menegado with Hang Loose Pawpaw Patch. We're located in Wilmore, Kentucky, which is about 35 minutes from here. We've got about 160 trees, I think, maybe 15 to 20 different varieties. Definitely the newbie up here. I've only been doing this for about 4 years. We planted two-year-old grafted trees. So we had our first fruit this year, which was pretty cool. Got to try my first fruit from our orchard this year, which me and my wife were pretty pumped about. Yeah. We did have 70 trees flower this year, but a late frost killed off most of those flowers. So we're pretty excited about next year. So.
I'm Mark Sadler. Our orchard is Valley View Woodlands in central Ohio. We got ours started in 2011. We were lucky enough to be part of Kentucky State University's variety trial. So I got an inside seat with some of the emerging varieties that they were developing. And it was very clear to us that Chappelle was one of the early winners. So we got an early row of those, which was lucky. We have Kentucky State University trees and Peterson pawpaws in our 1 acre, 300 tree orchard. Most of those I grafted myself, so we sell fresh fruit, mostly wholesale, and we also have a nursery license, so we graft Peterson pawpaws and Kentucky State varieties as well. Our business model sort of developed on the fly. If you're thinking about expanding your backyard or your field, you have to decide what your market is and how much energy you have, and whether you're going to be a grower to sell fruit or the trees, maybe both. So good luck.
My name is Justin Husher. I own a farm called Old Husher's Indigenous Orchards. Does anybody know what that acronym is? All right, that's what I want to hear. That got started in 2020. It's about 1,200 trees right now. Back in 2015, I started 2 other urban orchards that are 45 and 45 trees. Those are, very big, very producing trees at this point, whereas the big farm is still coming up. I sell off my front porch. I sell out every day. I sell fresh fruit all the time. I differ from a lot of my colleagues here that, and I don't mean to diss anybody, but I feel any type of value adding is a failure of my sales and marketing. So I really put a major emphasis on selling fresh fruit. And we all got to do what we got to do to move our pulp. But again, I'm all about moving it on a daily basis. And that's all I got to introduce.
You can keep back and talk.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so we've got a few mics that will be going around the room. Jeremy has one. I think some of our students should have another one, hopefully. So we've got this whole group of experienced pawpaw growers ready to answer your questions. So who has some questions about pawpaw growing you'd like to ask our panel? I see one down here.
So for those of you who are value adding, I know that the biggest kind of holdup in doing that is the seeds and separating the pulp from the seeds. I've heard of a couple techniques that people use, like the robot coop C80 and things of that sort. But do any of you know of anything that's a bit more of a automated system instead of just going through and running them through a sieve by hand?
Yeah, I mean, we have that small version, but then we have a bigger version. But we still take all the skins off by hand, unfortunately. So we were hoping to get a grant to help make some progress on that. but the grant environment right now is a little disruptive. So unfortunately, even though our proposal scored high, it did not get funded at this time. But hopefully one day someone can figure that out, because it's hard on people, carpal tunnel, and it's really hard to do thousands and thousands of pounds like that. So
I did an experiment with the C80, and I ran, cut it in half, skinned it. So at that point, it's pulp. It's the fruit and the seeds together. And run that through, and you get puree. And I portioned that up and froze it like that. And then after I was done with that, I cut them in half, and I chucked whole halves in, skin and all. And when it came out, it oxidized a lot faster. It was slightly orange, but then it would rust super fast. So there's that.
So that's maybe taking a step back. Let me see by show of hands, how many of you all sell, process pawpaws, to freeze or make value-added products? So just the two of you. The rest of you are just selling fresh fruit. You will. So Matt will be processing. So yeah, Chris and Bob are processing. So the rest are just fresh market sales. So can you tell us where some of your main markets are? Where are you selling most of your fruit? All of you?
So I live in a town right next to Cleveland called Lakewood, Ohio, and I pick and post availability every single day on Facebook, take orders every single day on Facebook, and people pick up every single day on Facebook. And I've sold out every day since 2018, and that's anywhere from like 2 pounds, which my stuff is slow right now, to like 50 pounds, for the whole 4 or 5 weeks that I grow. Every once in a while I'll hit a farmer's market, and if I ever have a glut, I have an ice cream place that saves my day. But in general, it always sells off out on the front porch. Yeah, they just leave the money in the mailbox, and so far everybody's been honest. The worst thing that's ever happened, and actually it was a friend of yours, Neil. So, so you connected me with a woman from West Virginia. And again, I take orders every day. So it's not just come to my porch and pick up pawpaws. I'm buying 2 pounds of pawpaws. And one of your friends from West Virginia came up to buy pawpaws, and someone was greedy, and they agreed to like 2 or 4 pounds or something, and ended up buying like 8 and wiped it out. And I wasn't there, and my wife was there. She knocked on the door. My wife took her to the orchard. She got pawpaws. But that's like literally the worst thing that's ever happened on my porch, is someone took more than what they bought more than what they said they were going to take. What's that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they bought it, but again, that left this other customer that was a friend of yours high and dry, and my wife set her up. That being said, I've been a Luddite most of my life, but as of last week, I started taking Venmo. Woo. Yeah, that's all I got.
Neil Peterson gave me some good advice once. He said, know your market. You've probably heard him say that, but if you live near a big city, you have more options than living near a small town like I do. So I'm fortunate that I've developed some wholesale relationships with even people out of state, and they're retailers at their own markets. As a farmer, I have a hard time standing at a farmer's market all day. I've got a lot of work to do on the farm, so if someone can come in and buy a couple 100 pounds, boom, I'm willing to give up that margin that I would get at being a retailer. So my job is to grow and get it out of there.
We currently haven't started selling yet. We plan to start selling next year. With that said, we already have a verbal contract from a brewery to start making a beer with our fruit in it. So.
You guys want to buy some fruit? I'll sell it to you. I'll sell it to anybody. I don't actually. It's a bad year. We've had some cold weather, and this time last year I think I had 1,000 pounds. Right now I got about 80. So yeah, it's not good. But yeah, I sell to retails. I wholesale to retail markets like independent health food stores, small grocery stores, chefs, things like that.
So I have a website, and we ship our jarred products and frozen pulp. And I've kind of gotten away from fresh fruit just because it's just too much to handle with all the other stuff that's going on. And the Ohio Pawpaw Festival, that's the place I sell a lot of stuff. And we sell to a lot of breweries. And we have bulk packages. We have like buckets, and then we have the small packages. And yeah, we got wholesale accounts for jars of jam and salsa and all that kind of stuff. So our bulk buckets are 5-gallon buckets, which weigh 35 pounds. So, and in a good year, our best year, like we have the capacity to freeze about 15,000 pounds. So.
For us, if there is any pawpaw harvest, it all goes to the farmer's market. Maria does small batch jam production of whatever we have a crop of. I think she peaked at about 7,000 jars by herself, so I don't press her that to make her do more. But yeah, fresh sales at the farmer's market. I think for us, the farmer's markets have actually increased. We do 2. We actually just gave up 1 because they grew to the point where we couldn't supply enough fruit for both of them. But at least double, if not triple, for market sales for us.
I think I did see a question down here.
Comment on processing equipment small scale. KitchenAid made a colander for their tabletop K5A mixer, the ordinary large size mixer. I don't think it's available anymore, but I did see them on eBay. They have a drop into the mixing bowl with a flat screen on stainless screen on the bottom, and then it had a planetary spring-loaded wooden paddle that turned around in there, and that would be good for relatively small scale, but not hand done for processing. And I did see that they found them available on eBay. I've not actually used it because only got thinking about it that my mother had one of these from 40 years ago. So I'm not sure, how available they are anymore. One other question, I don't think any of you growers maybe have this experience yet, how to renovate trees that are too tall, growing on, particularly along wood's edge, and they're like 30 feet high. Is anybody had any experience with that?
Top it. Just pick a spot and top it. I keep my trees about 8 foot tall, and I'll let them grow up to about 12 foot to 15 foot before I cut them back down to 8 feet. I've been in the woods. I've started foraging. I've been through woods a lot, and you'll see a summer storm come along and drop a tree out of the canopy and land in the middle of a wild patch, and it just breaks everything off, just randomly and jagged. And then next thing you know, there's a very vigorous growth surrounding those breaks because the pawpaw can take it, Clean your instruments before you do stuff. Don't carry disease from tree to tree, That's about it. But yeah, you can top it. There's people that say don't cut more than a third of a tree at a time, but I do.
Well, I wanted to add on to what Dan said about a planetary mixer. I saw something on the web, and this is not for large batches, but perhaps you could find something like it in a chef's equipment area. I use a Ninja processor with a plastic blade, and it will not cut those seeds. You can run it on low for a minute, and it sounds like it's It sounds like it's dying. It sounds like it's breaking seeds. But when you get them out, they were pristine. Now they're still in there, but you can easily dump them out and with a wooden paddle scrape them around a salad spinner and push the pulp out. So for people doing small batches like myself, that works. I think that I talked to some chefs, and I know they have plastic paddle or wooden paddle type machines, and that's all you need to beat up those pawpaws to get the seeds out. I just wanted to add that to what was said because it sounded so hopeless, but for people doing relatively small batches, that's a possibility.
On that, what she was talking about, when you use these different ones like Ninja and that, you got to be real careful. You are getting your pulp, cleaning your seed, but by smacking those seeds, there's an air sac in it, and you can damage it. And if you damage that air sac, you won't get no growth on that seed.
I had a follow-up question to the topping the trees. I know typically people only prune during winter. I'm right here. So I'm just curious if any of you do any topping or pruning during the growing season at all.
The only time I do anything, dormancy is best. During the growth season, like if a raccoon climbs a tree and breaks a branch, I'll cut it clean so it's not a jagged edge. That's about, I just do wound care during the season. Or if a branch is real low, I might get mad that I'm having to get down on my hands and knees to get into the tree because I can't see it, and I'll just, probably shouldn't do it then either, but I do.
I'm right here. Can you comment on how many of you grow cultivar types and what percentage at your orchard that you're growing the cultivar types?
For me, I got about 450 trees, something like that. About 130 of them are cultivars. That's 30 different cultivars on 130 trees, so it's about, I don't know, the percentage. Anybody else say? What's that?
All my trees are grafted cultivars, all 160.
Mine are all grafted, split equally between Peterson and Kentucky State. I've resisted the urge of some people to just try wild ones, maybe find an improved one, but I'm getting up there in age. I don't have time to roll the dice and wait another 10 years to find out what it might be. Go for that grafted one. You know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I second and third. Pretty much all my trees are grafted or will be grafted in the future. So my small orchards that are with the big trees are all grafts. The big farm has about 1,200 trees, and those are like 450, 500 of them are grafted, and the rest are going to get grafted next year. And yeah, big fan of Peterson's, Lehman's, and the KSU stuff.
On the wild versus grafted, there's a couple trees. I have some, three-quarters of my orchard is wild. A lot of them do well. A lot of them are large. There are some that are tiny, and I flag them. Last year, I flagged a few that were tiny for removal. And mid-harvest season, I got frustrated with picking up all these because I clean my orchard floor at all times. I don't want trash on the ground drawing everything in. And so if it's this big and trash, I pick it up and throw it away outside the orchard. And last year I cut down 3 trees in the middle of harvest with a chainsaw because I was just tired of picking up all the fruit that they were dropping. It's easier to drag one trunk down the row than it is spinning on your hands and knees picking up everything they're dropping.
Is there a market for separating pulp based on cultivar? That's for the people that pulp. And then for the trees or the fruit, do you charge differently based on cultivar?
I think as far as separating varieties for pulp, yes, some people would like to have, single variety this, single variety that.
we don't do any pulp yet because my trees are fairly young, but when we do have some fruit, it just goes to market, and we don't differentiate. We might have it marked by variety, but I don't charge differently per variety.
I don't charge more for a cultivar versus another cultivar. All my cultivars are the same price, but I do charge more for cultivars than I do for wild because it is a logistical nightmare tracking the names of everything under growing conditions in the field and refrigeration conditions in the walk-in cooler. You know, you got to keep that all straight in the sort, and that's time.
Okay, so we have one question over here, then we'll get you next.
For those of you who sell trees, have you noticed more market or interest for seedling trees that are from, I guess, from your orchard, from their premium seedlings, or for actual grafted trees? I know sometimes people want to buy trees that are a little cheaper, even if they're just the seedlings of cultivars. So I was just curious about that.
On seedling trees, I probably in the neighborhood of 1,500 to 1,700 a year that I sell them. The grafted ones, they're all going into my new orchards and that, and I will get rid of some grafted ones, but very seldomly. And also, you know, coming around with just travels and that, you come across non-name varieties that have really look nice, so I'll graft them to see what really comes out of them.
We graft about, I think it was about 500 this year, all named varieties. I graft for KSU and Neil. We grow out the seedlings to graft onto, but once in a while there's some folks that want a seedling that they can really only swing one grafted tree for cost, and they'll have a seedling for pollination. I usually let it up to the customer, try to get them two nicer varieties of grafted, but you know, sometimes they want to save a little money and put a seedling in with it. Totally up to them on there. But I grow my seedlings just to graft on too.
Anybody else? Okay. So I think we have a question here, then we'll have another one over here. So go ahead.
Okay. My wife and I have an orchard of over 100 trees in western New York. And this year we had our first experience with ambrosia beetles. So I think it was Chris had mentioned you were having some issues. So I have a multi-phase question. I'd like to know how many of you had issues with ambrosia beetles and what do you do for mitigation? And also if you've used ambrosia beetle traps, or do you feel that that just calls more of them in?
Well, I can't say I know any answers to this ambrosia beetle, but I've just, we've had a lot of these intense rain events where we live, where, you know, it rains for like 10 days straight. And this kind of started, I don't know, maybe like 7 or 8 years ago. And then I just was sort of communing with my pawpaw trees, and I was like, ooh, they're not looking real happy right now. And then, you know, I had heard in a county south of us that people's trees were dying. And I was like, So then it started in our area, and it's not just like our orchard or anything, it's like in people's yards, in the forest, you know, so it seems to be, you know, there was a lot of tree mortality. And I've only been doing basically like cut them down and burn them, which I think is what they tell us to do. And I haven't used the traps yet. I think I talked to Cliff about this, and he said he uses the traps. So I don't know how you do that in a big regional way, but it does seem like it's slowed down a little bit now for me in my orchard. But when I replant some trees, I'm really thinking strongly about putting in some drainage underneath my trees. Like a friend of mine who grows grapes, he says grapes don't like wet feet, and so I'm kind of thinking that's what I'm going to do. Because where I live, I'm on a hilltop, and there's some sandy soil, but then there's clay. And you know, like this spring, there was days where, you know, I was walking around and it was like a sponge full of water. So it seems like that's the trend with these rain events.
but I don't know the answer. I just know it kind of stinks, frankly. But
On the ambrose beetle, from what after my problem arrived, I looked deeply into it. I talked to Cliff, and if you live have a forest boundary around your orchards, the ambrose beetle is always there, and any stress on the trees, or if you're cutting a limb off or whatever, it's going to create ethylene gas, which draws them in. My problem arose. I bring in wood chips. I brought them in, I didn't use them. I stacked them, and with me bringing that in, what really drew it in on my orchard, I didn't know if it would bother my other trees, because I have trees in my orchard that there's probably only a couple in the country that I cherish, and I didn't want to lose any of them. But one of the ways you can protect your trees is using latex paint, hydrated lime, and mixing cold-pressed Neem's oil in it. And then there's another product that you can mix that with it. You can ask Cliff, and that's a big deterrent.
I think so. Cliff England's going to be on the Nursery roundtable, and he said that he'll probably have some things to say about ambrosia beetle on that. So we'll probably get to touch on ambrosia beetle again during the Nursery roundtable, since he's had a lot of experience with that, unfortunately.
And I'll mention here at the university, we've had a little bit of experience with it. The only time that we've seen it that I know that's what it was in 2020, and we had a really bad spring freeze then. It was like 80 degrees here in early April, and then like a week later it was like 22 or something. And we actually had like persimmon trees and stuff just flat out die from it. And we had some ambrosia beetles, not in the pawpaws, but we had some in our American persimmons, and those actually were painted white with latex paint, and they still bored through them. But I remember Sherry fields a lot of the emails, and she said she had gotten more ambrosia beetle calls that year than like she had in emails than she had ever gotten. And I think it was because the trees got so stressed from that cold snap. Even the ones that didn't get killed were stressed, and the beetles were picking up on that distress signals from the trees, and that was lead them to attack the trees.
I think I saw a question, over here.
So I'm interested to kind of hear about y'all's site prep that you use prior to your orchard planting. I'm not sure if some of you have probably different soils than others, some better soils than others. Primarily for us, we have very sandy, more acidic soils, and so kind of looking at things like adding organic matter, adding compost or not, amending soil to varying degrees. So just kind of wanted to hear y'all's experiences on any of that.
Actually, on my talk tomorrow, I'm going pretty in-depth into what I did. So, I can talk about that now or talk about it tomorrow. So,
You can touch on it briefly. He's giving a presentation tomorrow, too.
Yeah.
So.
What I did was kind of a layer system. Started out tilling the soil, added aged manure. We made a deal, not a deal, but I became buddies with the guy that runs equine program at my local university down the street. So he just gives me as much manure as I can handle, and then I age it properly, and then I put that out. And then on top of that, we put some cardboard on top of it, and then as much mulch as I could get. And then I let that sit for a year. And if you have the opportunity to do that for 2 years, I would do that too, but we did it for a year before we planted, so that's what we did.
My orchard is on the top of a clay hill in Ohio, and a lot of people would say, it's got to be down near the creek and the loamy soil, but I found that they're quite adaptive to clay. I did spend the first couple of years spreading some wood chips, which were available free from the local electric co-op. So there's a good source of mulch, compost. Bringing in that organic material, I'm sure did help. But clay, seemed to be okay for me.
Yeah, I second the clay as well. My big farm used to be a corn bean field, and I did a bunch of soil tests, and I did a crazy thing. I put all the results in an Excel spreadsheet, which, if you know me, doesn't make any sense. And I found that like every single mineral that you could possibly ever want was low to very low after being corn bean for like 80 years. And yeah, the first thing I did was basically bought 19,000 pounds of minerals and put them down on 4 acres. So that was, just classic lime, rock phosphate, azomite, and I believe there was something else I used for mineralization. But yeah, that was a big add, and plants seem to be doing pretty good with that.
I'm just going to add in there that I used basically a compost mix with my pretty poor soil. It was just pasture land, so it was pretty poor. I know when Timothy was just out there, we looked at the planting that was just in the old pasture with the compost, and they have really a little bit more struggled. Lack of water is one of the big things. I don't have irrigation out there. But the other second planting that was up near my heart nuts, actually planted on both sides of a row of heart nuts, have thrived. So that symbiotic relationship with the juglone has really worked really well, and that planting was really taking off. So just from my experience.
In the spring, is there anything that could be done to prevent frost damage to the flowers?
There's a lot that can be done to varying degrees of success. There's two different types of so one thing I've done before is I've set up a sprinkler and ran water. So that was small scale experiment. I had impact sprinkler on a tripod, and I elevated it up about this high up off the ground, so the sprinkler head was about this high up off the ground, and I hit 14 trees with it. And it was 25 degrees for 2 hours and below freezing for 6 hours, and all 14 trees lived through it. When I went to the local irrigation place and inquired about what the needs are for the whole orchard, it takes about 5,000 gallons per hour per acre. So that's, if you're going to run, that's going to be in an 8-hour frost event, that's 40,000 gallons of water. And so there's issues there. And then from there, I went to looking up smudge pots, which are, you can throw used motor oil, diesel, kerosene, anything that'll burn in them, and it'll make your valley look like the Industrial Revolution. Black smoke, thick. And then I went to cleaner natural gas. I found these orchard pot heaters that were cast iron, little shaped like ziggurats that were about 3 foot tall. They put a little candle flame in each one. You got a black pipe, your orchard for gas line. Just the gas line would have ran about $8,000 before I bought any of the little cast iron pots, and then you'd have to store all those. What I ended up settling on eventually was a machine called the AgriFrost Frost Guard Revolution S20. It's a mouthful. It's out of Europe. I think they make them in Japan, but the company's out of Belgium. And I've got 4 100-pound propane tanks on the side of this machine, and it'll burn. Burns 23 pounds an hour, which is like your barbecue gas grill. It'll suck that dry in less than an hour. And so it'll run through 400 pounds of propane in about 17 hours, which is about $20 an hour to keep your flowers. But I've had it run through 22-degree hoarfrost. That was 6 hours of 22 degrees.
Bob, what does that cover? How big was space?
It's 0.7. It's in Europe, so it's 0.7 to 1 hectare, which translates to 1.47 to 2.5 acres. And they make a larger one that you trailer on a tractor and got to stay up all night driving around the place, and I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's other low tech. I've not tried this, but I've heard you can mow your grass real low, and that way the the radiation from the earth is not, the sun hits the ground evenly and it's not shaded by the tall weeds. So you mow real low and then you saturate the orchard to like 6 to 9 inches in water, like to where it's moist to 6 inches to 9 inches, and that, basically you fill up the water holding capacity without flooding it. And then you do that before the frost, like the night before.
Any other comments? That is a good question. I think there's a question over here, and then we'll have another one over here.
As growers of all different ages and different stages, be interested in hearing your opinions about the use of and what you might actually use for herbicides in your orchards, and if you have any concerns about any specific herbicide usage that you might see or have seen so far.
I mow and manually pull weeds. I spray nothing other than certified organic fish emulsion.
I spray no herbicides on my property. I'm organic. There's no reason why to be spraying any kind of herbicides, especially in a pawpaw orchard.
Same. Don't spray anything.
For my first couple of years, when my trees were young, I did use glyphosate Roundup to clear the grass and weeds. I've gotten away from that using more mulch and mowing and unfortunately some hand weeding. But that does raise the question of what Kentucky State is doing now, because when I started my orchard, you were using glyphosate. I'm curious if you're still using that.
Yeah, and we still are. And I was going to chime in that, so right now the glyphosate is like the only herbicide that's labeled for use with pawpaw. So commercially, that's the only one we can really recommend right now. So, that means go out and testing and getting something approved for labeling on a small crop, so it's a lot more work. But right now, glyphosate Roundup is the only thing we can use for herbicide. And that's exactly what we do, because it's too much. We would spread wood chip mulch, we would use landscape fabric, but none of that really works for more than about a year or maybe 2, and then you're replacing it. And so with 12 acres of pawpaws, we've had to resort to glyphosate.
And then we'll talk about this more tomorrow, but if you're going to apply a herbicide, you need to make sure that you take any root suckers out before you spray, because if you spray those root suckers, it will transport it into the parent root system. And we were seeing like our trees would have herbicide damage 5 foot up the trees on the big trees, and it was an overspray. So we go through and take the root suckers out a day or 2 beforehand, and then let that cut stem callus off, so then you're not spraying on a freshly cut stem, which you don't want to do also, and then do it that way. Because if you've got root suckers there and spray, it will take it up and you will damage your parent tree.
Problems with glyphosate, and any concerns about glyphosate and the soil microbiome and microbiome in terms of its relation to the tree health ultimately and the soil health?
Yeah, so I'm herbicide free too, and yeah, I'm concerned about all the biomes, my gut biome, the soil biome, my brain biome. I don't like any of that stuff, so that's my concern. We do what we do.
Any other comments on weed control, herbicide use?
I guess I'll add, that orchard out there has been sprayed for 20 years with glyphosate, and the trees are still, they're starting to decline just because they're so old, but we haven't seen any issues like it looks like it's damaged the soil or anything. So.
Okay, I see we have a question back here, and then we'll...
Yeah, since we're talking about soil amendments, I was wondering if any of you practice the use of biochar, and if you see any results, and how long it takes to see results, if you see any.
Could you repeat that or get a mic to him?
Yeah, since we're on soil amendments, I was wondering if any of you practice the use of biochar, and have you seen any kind of success using it, and how long does it take to see any results, if any?
Well, I don't use biochar, but I brain farted a couple minutes ago, and I was like, there was something else. The other thing I ended up using was humates, which is kind of like, from what I understand, a really simple form of coal. So it's there to put a bunch of carbon into the soil, which it's pretty analogous to the biochar. So that was my fourth amendment that went in the soil. And again, it's mostly, we're trying to add carbon at that point. So it's not biochar, but it is the Fourth Amendment, and just want to throw that out there.
Is it already pre-charged, or
What's
do you
that?
charge it yourself? Is it?
No, you don't charge the humates. It's not exactly like biochar, but it's mostly for a carbon source, and you use it very, very minimally. You don't go as big as so many other things. So I'm sorry, I'm just throwing that out there after you mentioned biochar, and I remembered the Fourth Amendment.
Humates are a form of geological stable carbon that lasts for 1,000 years. It drives mycorrhizal production really well.
He has a better explanation.
So, and I've got a quick, someone left their phone in the men's room, so if you are missing your phone, it's up here.
I suppose on biochar I have more questions than answers. It is a product of sludge, is it not? Is biochar? Burned anything?
I didn't mean to do that.
I've used biochar for years. I also make my own. Yes, charging is great, but what I have found out when you're planting or whatever, organic fertilizers or whatever, you put the biochar down, and on top of that biochar, your roots are not into that area yet, and you put your fertilizer on top of it. In a given time, the biochar will suck your nutrients up, and it's charged. Working with charged biochar, it all depends what you're using. If you're using compost teas and some really smelly stuff, it's no fun to do that. It's easier to just pour that in a hole on top of the biochar, and I can do it much faster.
Okay, yeah. For those of you who do use glyphosate, like KSU or the gentleman over there, if you're just starting a new orchard and you have small trees, how big do they need to be before you start spraying with glyphosate?
I can answer it on our behalf. So we will start spraying pretty young. We have started putting like short, those like Tree Pro tree tubes, like the 12 inches around the tree, just to prevent overspray. But we start spraying basically after we've planted the trees out. Now usually they're 2-3 foot tall when we put them in. We do not spray when they're flowering, when they start flowering, because we worry about maybe a little bit of drift damage in the stigmatic surfaces, so we don't spray right during when they're flowering, and of course we don't spray right like now when they're harvesting fruit. At that time we're going through a string trimmer, but yeah, we start spraying right away. You just want to make sure you're not spraying the stems or the foliage on them.
Back to frost protection, good micronutrition, and with the addition of urea sometimes to get it into the plant, has shown for many years for a lot of people to give 6 to 10 degrees freeze protection. and that, lots of other fruits, so I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. With pawpaws, the simplest and easiest thing to use is solubilized seaweed, and T.L. Sen did work in Clemson back in the 1960s to show for frost protection just with soluble seaweed. An observation from a friend just 2 days ago, was talking to him about whether he had much pawpaws set this year, because a lot of mine had really bad freeze damage, which I didn't spray them because I'm just picking somebody else's property. But on his, he noticed that he had some sort of small larval damage in the flowers and had a lot of loss. And he thinks it looked more like a beetle larvae than a Lepidopterus larvae. Has anybody observed that? And could it be that those beetles that are actually pollinating are then laying eggs in there to damage the fruit and flower?
So that is Pawpaw peduncle borer, which we'll talk about tomorrow in our talks first thing in the morning. But basically, it's a little small moth, and it lays its eggs in the flowers, and then the larvae feed on that peduncle. So we've also found out that they get in other parts of the tree that we've looked at, and I'll talk about more about tomorrow. But what you're seeing of those little larvae in the flowers in the spring is pawpaw peduncle borer.
Well, it's actually 2:00, so Bob has a comment you'd like to make.
When you mentioned the kelp for frost prevention, I tried that. Or the seaweed, I had no success with it. And I also tried a saline spray, and I had no success with that. I'm not saying that it doesn't work, because I read that it did work, but for me it didn't.
Kelp is not going to give you a whole lot of degrees.
Right.
It will, the longer you get it on ahead of time, the more you get filled up with micronutrients and sugar in the cells, so it lowers the freezing temperature. And it also knocks out the Pseudomonas syringae bacteria, which are the nucleizing agents for the frost crystal.
Let's go, guys.
I think I saw there's one more question in the back. Thank you. Or no, I thought you raised his hand. I know I saw it in the
This is different topic, about pawpaw. I'd like to know whose grower also have pawpaw more than 15 years old, 20. How do you renew the tree? Can I using the same apply to apple and pear? So I cut some of the older part of the tree. Will they regenerate it again and have a good production? And what's the way to do it? And I'm in zone 4B. So most of the time, kill those trees by cold weather. Anyone have older tree here?
Yeah, I guess if you guys, any of you guys want to weigh in before I do.
How old is she talking about? Rejuvenating older trees, basically.
I think she's talking about 15 plus year old trees.
15, 20 plus year old trees that kind of start to slow down. How do you?
The tree is right now 30 feet tall.
Okay. Does anybody want to comment? I think Chris has a comment.
Yeah, I just noticed as they aged, they just weren't being productive. They were starting to die. So I've just been cutting those down and starting over. So I don't have a great example for you. Sorry. Besides that.
And another comment here. The younger tree more productive. I have few selected tree producing 2-pound size pawpaw. When they're younger, under 10 years old. When over that age, they don't produce same size. You don't get more pawpaw, but less pawpaw, but they're smaller. So do you think I didn't fertilizer or something I can do? Or cut it back? And the problem we are in zone 4B, I cannot put any fertilizer. Otherwise, they were not going to be hardy enough go through the winter.
So I guess, we've got trees that old here. We've got a decent amount of trees. So, the normal lifespan of a pawpaw tree is about 20 years. They're about like peaches. So when they get to 20 years, they're getting towards the end of their natural life expectancy. You can prune them back to try to reinvigorate them. We've done that here. I joke with Dr. Pomper, we've got a block of Atwood trees we used to get budwood, and they're getting pretty old, and so I pruned them way back, and I told him, I was like, they're either going to reinvigorate or they're going to die, one of the two. And 4 of them reinvigorated and 1 of them died. So you can prune them back to try to reinvigorate them. You know, when they get 20 plus though, yeah, they're going to start declining, the fruit's smaller, and they're just getting towards the end of their lifespan. So you've not done anything wrong, they're just getting towards the end of their lifespan.
Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. They were talking earlier about freeze damage to the flowers, and for some of you, this is biology you've not seen on the pawpaw, but it does what peaches and apples won't do. They have secondary little flower buds under the main primary flower bud, and typically that flower bud doesn't expand and grow, right? Because there's a primary. But I've seen and even done experiments where if the primary flower, so here's the anecdote. I went through and I stripped off all the flowers on a row of pawpaws, which was easy to do, just running my hands down the branch and strip off all the flowers. And I went back a week later and those trees were all in full bloom again because the secondary flower buds now grew and bloomed. So this is it's not quite the answer to when you get freeze damage, but it's not something that you'll see happening in apples, you know. So you can still have some fruit crop after a freeze.
I'll add in, 2020 we had basically what you call 100% crop loss. There was still fruit out there. There was still probably a 5% crop. One of our students that did the study on pollinators, same thing, we stripped the flower buds for some of his treatments, and when he went to collect his cages, some of them, those had flowers in them, because they will, either secondary buds or they will grow out new flower buds, which is a unique pawpaw thing.
So it's a little after 2, so let's thank all of our grower panel. Y'all are very interesting. Good job, everyone. Lots of good questions. So, one small announcement. I found there's a little yellow print notebook that somebody left. I found it sitting up here on this podium. So if this belongs to you, we'll have it at the table up front. Oh, is it yours? There you go. Yeah, I don't want to steal the trade secrets. So our next presentation, we're going to move into kind of the next session of cultivars, pawpaw cultivars and breeding efforts, part 3. And Tom Wall is our first presenter, who will be talking with us about pawpaw breeding at Red Fern Farm. This mic, or you can use the handheld mic if you prefer to walk around.
I might switch around.
Yeah, so they'll turn it on. You don't have to turn it on. You can just pick it up.
Okay. I am Tom Wall, owner and operator of Red Fern Farm in Wapello, Iowa, about 2 miles west of the Mississippi River in southeast Iowa. I started planting pawpaws back in the early 1990s. Started with sunflower, T2, Pennsylvania Golden, NC1, Overlease, Prolific, maybe some, Wells and Mitchell, which turned out to be no better than the average wild tree. And I started planting the seeds from those and growing them out. And long story short, there's really absolutely nothing remarkable came out of that effort. But once Shenandoah and Susquehanna became available, I started hand pollinating those and planting out seeds. And between an 8-year drought and other problems, the seedlings from that cross grew slowly. But fairly recently, they finally made it up to fruiting size, and the results from that was dramatically different from the previous efforts. And I've got some varieties that I named from that cross. I call the family Shensus for Shenandoah Susquehanna. And I want to straighten something up here right now. One of my selections from that cross is called Canopus, not Canopus, which I've been hearing over and over again. Canopus sounds a lot like something that's still illegal in Iowa. And I don't want anybody calling my tree by that name. Once again, it's Canopus. Canopus. Okay. And then there are a few others, Asterion, Atria, Betria, and Gatria. Neil Peterson chose a river theme. I chose a celestial theme for my naming. Neil's running short of rivers, and I'm not anywhere near running short of star names so far. And then a new generation of Shensa seedlings have just started fruiting. And Jim Dingus, who I don't think is here yet, he'll be here tomorrow. He saw one of them, and he said, you should name this Nebulous, because Nebulous is a big group of stars, and this is better than all your other star-themed ones. And maybe it is, but it's only got 1 year of data on it. Just it's only fruited for 1 year. I actually have 3 separate parallel pawpaw breeding projects going on right now. The smallest and most recent one is I am crossing known or suspected self-fruitful pawpaws with each other to see what portion, if any, of the progeny of the offspring will be self-fruitful. And it's going to take a bunch of years before I have any data to release on that one. Then I have another pawpaw breeding project where I'm breeding pawpaws for zone 4, even for zone 4A. And so I have a pawpaw from Northfield, Minnesota. The original tree was growing in Northfield, Minnesota. I have 2 more where the original trees are from Plymouth, Minnesota, which is like another hour north of Northfield. It's a northwest suburb of Minneapolis, so the winds howling out of the northwest don't have time to get warmed up by a big city before they hit Plymouth, so it's almost like being out in the country northwest of Minneapolis. Let's see. And then I'm also crossing 2 selections from the northwest margin of the pawpaw's native range, the 2 of the Halvin selections. And then one more. Dr. Pomper made some disparaging remarks about the cultivar Taylor this morning, and he asked the question, why would anybody plant it? Well, for me, and maybe down here close to the equator, Taylor doesn't perform well, but up close to the North Pole, where I grow pawpaws, Taylor is not bad. It's not large fruit, but the fruit's good, tastes good, it grows well. And I found out recently that Taylor is being grown in central Quebec in zone 4A, where it's the only variety they tried that ripens fruit. So that's another good reason to grow it if you're trying to breed polar pawpaws, which is what I'm doing. But my biggest project is just a general large fruit, productive, and good tasting pawpaw breeding. And I should be screening for additional characteristics like cracking, but I'm also breeding chestnuts and heartnuts and persimmons and Cornelian cherries and maybe some other things. And I have reached the limits of my ability to manage complexity. So I have to limit what I'm screening for in pawpaw breeding. So I rate my seedlings. Once they come into production, I rate them on 3 factors on a scale of 1 to 5. And I write out a little tag on the pawpaws with 3 numbers on it on a scale of 1 to 5. So 5 is the best, 1 is the worst. So the first number is for fruit size. So a tree that puts out fruit the size of Susquehanna and Potomac gets a 5. And if it puts out fruit the size of a Shenandoah, it gets a 4. Or if it's Pennsylvania Golden or Overlease, it gets a 3. And then if it's Tay2 or Taylor size, it gets a 2. And if it's wild type, it gets a 1. And then for productivity, a really heavy bearing tree gets a 5. And then a tree with hardly any fruit gets a 1, and so on. And then for flavor, again, it's a scale of 1 to 5. Almost nobody gets a 5. But I give a lot of 4s. But if you're crossing Susquehanna and Shenandoah, the seedlings of those are going to get lots of 4s. And I think out of a couple of hundred trees, I found 3 that got a 5. One of them I gave a 5 plus, and that's a one of a kind. Is anybody here familiar with Samuel Thayer? Well, a few of you are. Okay. Samuel Thayer is hosting a wild edible get-together, and I guess somebody brought one of my seedling selections to him to taste, and he was very impressed by it. He wasn't impressed by the name. I call it Chateau Rouge. It's growing right next to a red shed. I know from experience that if you call something red shed, nobody will want it. But if you call it Chateau Rouge, the name sells itself. I had a similar experience with a chestnut tree that had such a huge crop one year, it broke the whole top out from the weight of the nuts, and it crashed to the ground. I named it Broke Tree and tried to sell seedlings from it. Nobody wanted it till I changed the name to Arbor Lady, which is Latin for broke tree, and then it became popular. Jim's Nebulous, let's see, Jennifer's Twin, and let's see, there's a couple of others that are escaping my memory right now. But and Adam's Wowie are my 2 most recent trees that I'm selecting for experimentation. They're not varieties I'm ready to release yet because they've only produced fruit for 1 year. And one thing I found out is a lot of trees don't necessarily do the same thing when they're grown-ups as they did when they're teenagers. So I'm going to have to wait and see on these varieties. What's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, for chestnuts, I want a minimum of 10 years of observation before I decide they're a good tree. And it probably would be a good idea to do that for pawpaws too, I'm guessing. But all that said, the most impressive one I have so far of the new selections is the one I call Adam's Wowie. And I'm calling it that because last fall, Adam D'Angelo, who was here talking this morning, was walking along the tree rows, and he looked up at that tree and said, "Wowie!" and with good reason. That tree had a fruit on it right about this high, just above eye level for me, that was really big. And I was really looking forward to weighing it and seeing how big it was, and I did get to weigh it. But up above it, out of my reach, it was about 10 inches above my highest reach, was a noticeably larger fruit. And I really wanted to weigh that one. But a customer picked it and brought it home. And so I'll never know how big it was unless that customer comes back this year and tells me about it. But the one down here weighed 28 ounces. That's a pound and 3/4. And the one up there was noticeably bigger than that. And it has excellent flavor. Not quite 5+, but plenty good enough. So anyway, that's my breeding efforts. Oh, one more thing. Dr. Pomper mentioned this morning he was looking for a pawpaw with a strong color break, and I've got one of those from my, it turns almost lemon yellow when it's ripe, and the first year it ripened, every single fruit ripened on the same day. And since then, it's like pawpaws do. They don't always do the same thing every year. And now the fruit ripening on that tree ranges over 2 to 4 days. But that's still a lot less time than what's typical for pawpaws. But I'm almost out of time, so I'll entertain any questions, if any. Yeah. Virtually everything I sell off the farm is pick your own. Yeah.
So you'll have to explain what I said because not everybody heard.
Neil asked, or he commented that my marketing is different from most people's. In that I sell pawpaws and everything else, pick your own. And you might think I can't work with pawpaws because customers won't know how to pick ripe fruit. And yes, we do have to teach every new customer how to judge ripeness on fruit. Every year we have a batch of new customers that need to be taught. But it works most of the time for the most part. It's not perfect. In fact, just a couple days ago we had a woman come by who had picked pawpaws before, and she wanted to refresh her on how to judge ripeness, and I showed her how to tell when they're ripe or not. And then I left her, and she ignored all the ripe fruit and picked rock hard but great big huge fruit. And I think she picked 40 pounds of it. And she paid for it. But yeah, pick your own works, and it's great. I'll never go back. Not just for pawpaw, but for chestnut and everything else. It eliminates harvesting cost, sorting cost, sanitation cost, packaging cost, refrigeration cost, and advertising costs. And when you eliminate all those costs, there's nothing left but profit.
On the topic of dealing with weeds and establishing trees, and there's been some discussion on that a few minutes ago. How do you handle that in your orchard? Like when you're planting a new tree out, how do you handle weeds and grass? And
I use a herbicide, sulfalmeteron methyl, the trade name Oust, to get trees established. I usually have to use it for about 3, on pawpaws that grow slower, even 4 or 5 years in a row, and then I don't need it after that. After that, I run a flock of sheep under the trees, and they will not touch pawpaws. They might rub on them, but they don't browse pawpaws, and I know that from 8 years of experience. They absolutely will not touch a pawpaw leaf, and they are excellent at mowing. They are excellent at producing tremendous quantities of high quality fertilizer, and they spread it, and they do it all for free.
I think one time I heard you in a talk say that you thought that herbicide was less toxic or less impactful than using glyphosate.
Yeah. Glyphosate is known to damage the soil. In fact, pecan growers in Texas and Oklahoma who really like to harvest pecans from bare soil would use like 6 applications of glyphosate a year under their trees. And they found out after about 20 years that it was killing their trees. the sulfametron methyl doesn't seem to cause soil damage. It's also used at an extremely low rate. It's a granular. The amount I use on an acre of tree planting is a little bit less than what you could pinch between your thumb and forefinger. On a tree planting with 20 by 20 spacing, it would be 1/57th of 1 ounce per acre. So, well, the chemical name is sulfometron methyl, and the trade name is Oust. That would be Oust XP, and there's also an Oust Extra that has an additional chemical that can kill trees. So don't use Oust Extra, but Oust XP. And the cost is about 5 cents per acre for the chemical. And it gives a whole year of weed control for 5 cents an acre. So that's what I do, and I'm not ashamed of it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So our next speaker will be Mike Smith, talking about Asimina hybrid breeding in North Florida. I have a short announcement. Somebody let me know. I can't tell what this is. It's some kind of gray or silver Honda SUV or truck that looks like it's parked back here that's blocking where the vendors need to come in and set up. So if that's anybody that's in here, if you could move your vehicle, it's a silver Honda with, it looks like Missouri plates. So anyway, so next will be Mike Smith with Asimina hybrid breeding in North Florida. There you go. And you can either talk in this mic, or if you like to walk around, you can use that one. And then that's, yeah, that big button goes forward. And this little button goes. You don't have to do it all day.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Smith. I live in Gainesville, Florida. I've been there for 10 years working as an environmental professional. And I met the pawpaw in my 30s at a landfill. Measuring groundwater, and I started noticing all these great native plants, which the pawpaw was one of them. And that looks about like the first pawpaw I ever saw in my life, right there. And then I went backwards and went all the way back to triloba, but these are the first pawpaws I really got to know, and there are 12 of them in Florida. And so I have to, before I get to what I'm doing with my hybrids right now, I gotta introduce all 12 of them, so I gotta go really fast. All right. So here's a list of 12. Angustifolia, Incana, Minnesota, Obovata, Parviflora, Pulchella, Pygmea, Reticulata, Rugelli, Spatulata, Tetramera, and Triloba, of course. And down at the bottom is a bunch of hybrids that people have named because they've found them a lot in the wild. This is the best website for learning about all the pawpaw species, the University of South Florida Plant Atlas, the genus Asimina. And it'll show you county by county where these occur. And if it's not endangered, they will actually show you where they found their specimens, and you can go back to that exact spot and find them there still. And hopefully you don't do anything bad to them. But the endangered ones are redacted, their location data. All right, and here is a kind of outdated map, but you see up there is all of Asimina. Down here is Triloba, which everybody knows, and Parviflora only goes along the coastal plain. And then everything else is pretty much in Florida and into Georgia, too. And there are 2 missing from here because they are reclassified from a different genus, Durangothamnus. And Asimina Minnesota was just recently discovered, so it didn't make this map. So here are the 12 species again, Triloba parviflora, the 4 that go to Georgia, Alabama, and then half of all pawpaw species are only in Florida. And why Florida? Oh boy, that's a long story. So the whole Ananaceae family spread around the world when the Arctic was tropical. And then they got to America, and then the Ice Ages happened 18,000 years ago and seemed to trap all of the common ancestors of pawpaws in that little scrub area of Florida. And see, it's cut off by dry steppe, a bunch of taiga. So that's probably why pawpaws are stuck where they are and why a lot of the Florida ones are like they are, because Florida is still a lot of scrub. And the Triloba is the one that seemed to adapt to the cold weather and moved back up as the glaciers retreated. So there's a lot of papers you can go into with that, and they're really fun to read, but they're very long. So you could do a whole presentation about that. And so current Florida looks like this. That pale green in the middle is very deep sand. It's old dunes from a whole lot of marine deposition. It's not nice, silty river sediment. It is just pure beach sand. So you'll see pictures about the growing conditions there. It is pretty rough. And then down in the corner there is what the coastal plain looks like up north, where it's a pine savanna. It's not really a forest, it's a savanna. And pawpaws love that open understory. Here are our USDA growing zones, mostly 9 is where pawpaws live, 10 is too hot. They go dormant and then they never wake up because they don't get enough hours. I have friends in St. Pete and they've tried and failed every time. But they seem to do just fine in zone 9 as long as they get watered. Whoops, skipped one. Whoops, there we go. A big factor that Florida pawpaws have that Triloba does not is they are fire dependent. That is the fire interval of the United States. Down in Florida, it's 2-year intervals between wildfires. And that's not now, of course, but in geological history, that's how it was. And so that comes up a lot, that 2-year interval. And you see up in a lot of the coastal plain, and even in Kentucky, intervals around 8 years, 6 years, which kind of coincides with when Triloba flowers. And here we go, the scrub pawpaw. It's a typical one right there. Terry Peterburgo bred all the pawpaw species in Leesburg, Florida. That's where my first Triloba ever came from, was all the way down by the villages. And it's still growing right now to this day. It's made fruit for 4 years in a row. Tastes great, but it's kind of small. So that one she's holding right there is a typical dwarf or pygmy pawpaw. And that's its maximum height, 1 foot tall, and its roots just keep on going. I'm sure she didn't even get all of them. And you notice how thick those roots are. They're like starchy potatoes. Okay, here we all know about a Triloba. So that's just its range up there, Apalachicola River. They probably floated down there from the mountains, and they still exist there now. I saw one a couple weeks ago near Florida Caverns State Park in Mariana County. And that's what they look like in Florida. There's one planted by University of Florida, not looking too great. Hasn't been taken care of very well. This is my friend Mac Tyner's yard, front yard right there. It's hard to see the pawpaw on the front because there's a gigantic avocado behind it. But he reliably gets pawpaws every year, shares them with me, and he is my source of pollen for breeding with hybrids usually, because I don't have that many Triloba trees of my own. Here are some of my Triloba trees of my own. On my left, that's my one I got from Petro's Pawpaws in Leesburg. And here's one I planted in the open field. They were doing pretty great. They were growing well, as long as they had water, but the well broke, so we know how that goes. And then Parviflora, small flower pawpaw. A lot of people have seen these, and they are restricted to the coastal plain. And they're a lot like Triloba, just smaller in most ways. And here they are in Florida. They grow very low, definitely pollinated by ants. I don't know what else can get in there. I tried hand pollinating with these, and I just couldn't get a paintbrush in there. And all right, now we get to the good stuff. My favorite, the slim leaf pawpaw, Asamina angustifolia. There's a lot to read there. They usually get 6 feet tall. The one big thing about Florida pawpaws, they bloom on new growth. After the leaves start coming out, then they develop flowers and start blooming on that new growth. And I've seen this one the most. I've worked in that area, and I've encountered flowers, 3 or 4 petals as usual. It goes all the way to 27. They have a really, really variable morphology. Here's what they look like, their environments. A lot of sand. They seem to coexist pretty well in pastures because pasture ranchers, they can't seem to get rid of them. There are papers about how to get rid of these, and people just keep failing because their root system is so robust, herbicides can't get to all of them. So that's a good thing for them. They survive. They like the understory too, between pine trees, harkening back to their pasture, their open longleaf pine pasture days. And they will cohabitate with modern timber planting practices, which is also a good way for them to survive. Here's a close-up of those flowers. I think they have some of the biggest flowers alongside big flower pawpaw, and they are very variable. They have a lot of maroons, like the Triloba, but they always have a lot of white going on. And I think that one in the middle might be the first one I ever saw in my life. And here they're pollinators. A lot of pollinators in Florida. We do not have a problem with that because we have more bugs, but also the flowers are just way bigger and smellier and attractive. I see the one on the left is the bee-like beetle. That is actually its butt right there. Its head is in the flower eating something. And they are covered in hairs like bees, and they do a pretty good job. I do not see any shortage of fruit set in these wild pawpaws. And I don't know what that bumblebee was doing there, but I've seen that twice. And up close to those petals, that maroon part seems to have a lot of the fermented smells, and the white part has more of a magnolia aromatic smell. And a lot of zebra swallowtails in Florida. They are pretty common. And here are the weird flowers I've seen. That one on the right is 27 petals. The one on the left was in the same area. I'm not sure if it was stress or what. I have seeds from this. I'm growing them out to see if it happens again. And here are their fruit, pretty small, enjoyed by tortoises. I'm not sure what else eats them because a lot of times under these bushes I just see a pile of dried out old fruit that has not gone anywhere. And those are some of the plumper fruits of slim leaf. They don't get that much bigger. And I've collected a lot of them. I've probably eaten more scrub pawpaws than anybody. Some of them taste pretty good, actually, but there's just not much meat to them. Look at that seed to flesh ratio. So later on, that is my major goal, is to get those fruits bigger and, decent. Their flavor can be really good. I've had pina colada. I've had some that taste like a sugar apple, other anonas. But some of them are very bad, taste like a potato, all over the place. They're just bitter. And there's that fire adaptation. These are after some burns by Florida Wildlife, and they come back really quickly and then flower after a burn. Spatulata, as far as I can tell, is a lot like Angustifolia, except they have a wider margin to the end of their leaves. Here's some that I've grown. Flower looks similar. They have more white flowers than purple, but I've seen purple on their flowers too. And that's in my backyard. I actually transplanted that one successfully. Very, very surprising that it lived, and it's still at that house. Incana is a fun one. It buds on old growth, like triloba, and it's small, but it's called the woolly pawpaw. Look how fuzzy it is. And that sticks around for a long time until it gets really hot, and then the leaf turns into a more leathery texture. Or sometimes they stay fuzzy all year round, and they hybridize with all the other pawpaws, and so you can get a fuzzy obovata, a fuzzy slim leaf. They all mingle, and I can't tell them apart a lot of times. But if it's woolly, it's an incana. And they like really sandy environments. I think that wooliness helps them survive the heat and the UV. And that's a gopher tortoise burrow. They like to eat those too. And they flower very heavily. They bloom in old growth, but they bloom a lot. And they usually just have white flowers, and they have a more magnolia-like aromatic. They don't have much fermentation smells. Yep, and bugs love them too. Here's their fruit. They're usually on the starchy side. These are the worst tasting ones, I think. A lot of taste like feet, cheese, bitter. But I have had a few good ones, so you just have to keep eating them to find out, really. And I'm always looking for volunteers every harvest season. Come eat all these pawpaws with me because I can only eat so many. Then actually, I'm going to go back to that one, that cross section of the fruit. The peel on all these Florida pawpaws is actually pretty thick. You cut it in half, and you can scoop it out like a pretty sturdy pudding cup. And I think that skin really helps them from desiccating and lets those seeds survive. And the seeds have a very thick seed sac. I forget the real name, botanical name for it. But it's a really thick layer that you have to really, it's a thick membrane you have to really hard to get off of. A pressure washer will do it. But yeah, doing it by hand is pretty hard because especially the woolly pawpaws have a really huge, I think it's a helium that holds that membrane to the seed, and it holds it really tight. It's hard to get off of there. So cleaning these seeds. A-O-I-R-L? Oh, aril. Oh, okay. Well, and then I really like this one because it's so small and impossible to kill. Flowers on new growth as well, and its flowers are really cool. That's as big as they get. That's their maximum size, a foot tall. They grow, in terrible conditions as well, pure sand. And their flowers are great. They're fully purple sometimes. And I think they smell the best out of any of them. They smell like a jelly donut. Usually very fruity, very, a lot of fermentation, baked goods smells. I could smell them all day. And they smell very strong. I could smell that little plant over there from, 50 feet away sometimes. And because it's very hot and there's a breeze, and it can carry that smell pretty far. And these flowers get really weird too. Only 2 petals. One of these flowers is over on the Gulf Coast, and one of them is in Central Florida. So I've seen this expressed really far apart. Yeah, you see that irrigation tube on my farm, which was it was an old citrus grove that got left to go feral. It was pure camphor and water oak that I had cleared and scraped up with a rake by a front-end loader. And the pygmy pawpaws survived all that, came back and flowered. So they are some tough little plants. And here's some more of their flowers. These are probably hybrids with slim leaf. This pygmy pawpaw somehow was 6 feet tall, but it had that typical pygmy pawpaw flower. So it's just variation is all over the place in the Florida pawpaws. Oh, that one snuck in there. This is the big flower pawpaw up next. This is another one of my favorites. It's one of the largest ones. It can be a small tree. And it has maybe the biggest flowers up there with slim leaf pawpaws. And it's pretty easy to find because of those flowers, and its range is, a lot of good roads run through it. This is their habitat. It's very, very sandy. I think they like the most sand. Very deep old sand dunes next to bodies of water like Lake George, Lake Popka. And here they are in the woods, like long, spindly branching patterns. Yep, and here are some in my backyard over on the left. Here's another one at that one was purposely planted in a parking lot. And here they are. See how sandy it is? That's their fruit fall. And sometimes they have a nice orange color on their fruit. I'm not sure if that's actual color break or if it's just from getting blasted by the sun. But they won't dry out. For a week maybe they can sit there and wait for me to pick them up. Then that one on the right is in a nice botanical garden. Here's their fruit. You see how thick that skin looks up there. And very starchy. I've had some of these taste like plantains, pumpkin pie. I'm sure the texture helps with that, but sometimes like a canistel or egg fruit, some very kind of cheesy, eggy textures and flavors. They're more savory. Some of them have like a little lime tint, like a pumpkin pie with lime. They have very interesting flavors. Reticulata, this is the one Neil was talking about, that I have seen the least of, actually. There's a couple that I've encountered repeatedly, but I wouldn't have picked them out to breed with because they're kind of small and they bloom on old growth. They don't have that many unique qualities compared to those other pawpaws I just looked. And here are their flowers, nice little white things. I haven't seen them get as big as obovata or slim leaf, but I haven't seen very many of them. Now we're getting the endangered stuff. 4-petal pawpaw, only in one little sand dune area in West Palm Beach. Which is a shame because they are one of the bigger ones. Supposedly, these are some old records. They've been actually researched the most out of all the scrub pawpaws because they're so close to a population center and conservation efforts have been so intense. And the obovata blooms on new growth on the ends of the branches. These bloom on the sides of their branches. And that's what they look like. I haven't actually seen these, except I did grow them in my backyard from seed once. And then as soon as I planted them, they died. So I haven't seen them since. So unless it says otherwise, all these pictures are ones that I've taken. But these are from some literature. All right, now another endangered one. I've seen this one, Asamina rugeli. It's a really small one. It only occurs in another coastal sand dune area. And it has very strange flowers. It did not used to be in the Asamina genus because it looks so different. But some genetic testing found that it should be with the other Asaminas, and they will hybridize as well. They have these weird little fleshy flowers like a lot of other anonas. And another one that used to be another Dierangothamnus, the pulchella, is also endangered. Most of it's down by Naples, but there's also some by Orlando for some reason. And they have these flowers that do not look like pawpaw flowers either. They're nice, symmetrical. That's why it's called the pretty false pawpaw, because they have pretty flowers. And then this is the newest one, only described in 2010. It looks a lot like a slim leaf pawpaw, but if you remember where the slim leaf pawpaws, they were way up north. And this one is way down south, a couple hundred miles away. And they are not classified as endangered yet because there hasn't been another study on endangered species. So they will make it there if there ever is another one. And they bud on new growth as well. They see those very slim leaves, but they have a lot more curve to them. And their flowers are smaller and pointier. And I have seen these guys. These are my pictures. I just looked them up and drove over there, and they were there. And their fruit are very small as well, but there's so few of them, it's hard to get a good idea of their potential. And that is a big problem with Florida pawpaws right now, is they need to have a lot of conservation efforts, because where pawpaws grow, they only grow in upland habitats, which can be a rare commodity in Florida, where you have a lot of lakes and wetlands. So a lot of the pawpaw habitats get turned into housing developments or timber, which pawpaws can survive in the timber to a degree, but it's not their native habitat. All right, so I'm gonna get to a nice summary of my observations here. Propagation by seed, their roots are really brittle, even compared to triloba. If you try to dig one up, you're just gonna snap the roots and it'll die. Hardiness, they don't survive hard freezes. The incana and angustifolia, I see them grow up north, but they still die back in the winters and come back, kind of like their fire response. They are prone to just dying back and starting over from those big roots. Their growth is usually very slow, because I don't know if that's because of their poor soils, or that's just how they go. But after a fire or a clear cut, they can grow 6 feet in a couple of weeks. They can grow really, really fast when they want to. Their blooms, much larger and more fragrant than triloba. I'll go over those in particular in a bit, but yeah, they smell good. I've never smelled a bad smelling one except for parviflora. And we'll see why in a little bit. And they bloom in only 2 years from seed. When you remember back to the 2-year fire interval, they have to get a nice bloom out and fruit out before the fire comes and resets all their progress. So they have to somehow get that seed to take root before the next fire. So that is why they bloom really fast and on new growth. And the pollination, it's pretty rampant with all the bugs and smells going on. So we're looking at the fruit now. The taste is just all over the place. I really can't make any definitive comments just because there's so many of them. Just the texture I know is mostly starchy. And their size, mostly small, sometimes as small as a peanut. But obovata I've seen 3 inches long, as big as a small triloba, so there is some possibility there. You're not starting from absolutely nothing. Fruit development period, they develop very fast, 4 months, 5 months. They usually flower in February or March, and then some fruit starts to drop in June, but then some obovata are still dropping late August. So there's a wide range there as well. Seeds, lots and lots of seeds. I have thousands of seeds without even trying very hard. Perishability, I think their skin is thicker. I think they could last a little longer, but I haven't tested it much. All right, here are the smells. This is a really, really cool article in the Florida Native Plant Society, very great resource. And I just totaled them up at the bottom. The pygmy pawpaw has the most different smell chemicals of any of the pawpaws, and that's why I liked it so much all along. Woolly pawpaw was a surprise on this one, because I always just only got kind of waxy magnolia notes. But you can see it's missing fermentation products up there. So that's why. And the pygmy has fermentation, and it has all the different kinds of compounds. So that's why I probably like the smell the most. Obovata is up there too, and so obovata has big flowers, good smelling flowers, good size. I think I want to work with that one the most. And angustifolia actually has not very many smell compounds, but I always think it smells like Fruit Loops. So I was surprised, because I always think it smells great. So maybe those aliphatics and terpenoids are doing a lot of the work there. And you look at triloba, and it's pretty much mostly the fermentation, which is what people say. It smells like fermenting something. And so yeah, here's my choices here. Angustifolia or spatulata, since I think they're kind of the same. Obovata, pygmea, because those flowers are great. And that would have some really good dwarfing of triloba, because they're so small. And I really like the wooliness of incana, and it has those strong smells. And I'm not sure if blooming on new growth would be a good or a bad thing. I think it'd be a good thing, especially like your flowers wouldn't get hurt by freezes, but you'd have to have them be cold hardy in the first place. So there's a whole lot of traits here that I'm not sure how many of them are useful. Yeah, primary desired trait are those flowers. That's the biggest improvement they can have over triloba. Yeah, they bloom sooner and bigger. You could maybe use that fire response to force blooms, have a kind of a semi-annual crop, just cut them back every time and make them come back. I'm not sure how big of fruit you could get that way, but it could be an option. And yeah, the pygmy pawpaw I have seen bloom 3 times in a year, actually. So it was on a roadside, and it just kept on getting mangled and coming back, and it fruited twice, actually, in that year. And that was my original setup when I started all this, how many years ago? 7 years ago? And that's when I discovered that those fruited in only 2 years from their sad little existence in milk cartons. And so here's a little chronology of that. My original plantings that I just got from all sorts of other fruit explorers. And yeah, first year, second year, and then flowers. And as part of this series, Tetramira was in there and fruited after 2 years. Slim leaf pawpaws were in there, and obovata was in there. So they all had that capability. And yep, yeah, just another summary. Bigger flowers, better pollination. And oh, I didn't talk about drought tolerance. Look at that leaf over there. They are very leathery, very hardy. They can take a lot. I never see any sun damage on them. Well, I've grown a lot of triloba now, and they can get cooked pretty fast. I think they should be grown in a lot of shade in Florida. But the Florida pawpaws, they can take as much sun as you can throw at them. New flavors might be good, might be bad. We'll see. Yeah, here's the difficulties. The seedy fruits, the wild adaptations might make any graft failures happen a lot because they choose to die back under stress, back to their little tuber. Reduced vigor, if you're not doing that, could be seen. They prefer sand. If you try to plant them anywhere with richer soil, more moisture, they will get root rot and die. I think that's what happened to my Tetramira, is it died of wet roots. Even though I had a very sandy backyard, it wasn't as sandy as they wanted. Very delicate roots. Not much research on these things, except for Native Plant Society, and some people grow them for the flowers, but even that is very rare. And another thing that's not on here is when you're growing these for breeding in an orchard, or even if you're trying to grow triloba in Florida, you're going to have these wild pawpaws present everywhere, and the pollinators are flying everywhere, so there's going to be a serious cross-contamination problem in Florida growing any pawpaws, because like that pygmy that popped up on my future farm, it was there and it was just waiting there, so if I planted some really nice triloba there for breeding, it would get some of that pygmy pawpaw seed in there. And here I am so far. I got some nice tall trees already after I started lightening my soil heavily with perlite and sand. On the left is some nice Louisiana pawpaw seed from Blaze Pizzled, and that does really great in my climate. In the middle is triloba and obovata, and it seems to be keeping up with pure triloba. And triloba angustifolia is doing great too, so it definitely, the triloba vigor transferred, and the leaves are definitely thicker, more firm, and thicker surface to resist drying out. My hybrid program, I think, I'm just getting started, but I can keep it going forever because I have an unlimited source of Florida pawpaws, and I can keep on getting good cultivars from up north, and I can plant them in the ground, and I don't have to worry about freezes. So I got that going for me at least. And another advantage I have here is that the shorter bloom time, if I can get these hybrids going and I can get those shorter blooms, that's a huge advantage of shortening my breeding intervals. So here I am so far. It's really just the beginning. I don't have any flowers to show yet. Those are just 1 year old, so expect more to come. I just got this nursery space last year, so there's still a lot more space for it. And then I have 3 acres I can plant on if I can get the, yeah? What? Okay, yeah, that was it. Big thank you to, University of South Florida, Florida Native Plant Society, and there's a lot of people that have helped me out over the years. Blaze set me up from New Orleans, Maru Foundation, my new nursery spot at the Nightjar. It's actually a church. So that's where I am right now. Thank you for listening.
thank you very much. That was really interesting. I think we don't have time for questions, but I'm sure he'll be around throughout the day if anybody wants to chat about your research. Yeah, it was interesting, but thank you. All right, so next we have Matt Soltis with Canada's first participatory breeding program for a seminar.
Yes, forwards and backwards.
Yes, and you can use
Okay.
that mic or this mic.
Okay, hello everyone, thank you. So my name is Matt Soltis. I come from Guelph, Ontario, and I'm going to talk a bit about this participatory pawpaw breeding program up in the Great White North. And I think after a lot of conversations with people here already, I'm also going to take on being a bit of like an ambassador for Canada and teach you a little bit about pawpaws range north of the border. I'm not really into Canadian nationalism, but there's a lot you don't know about what's going on just north of the border. So I'm going to get started. This is this classic range map of, I'll back up 1 second. Who am I anyways? In the region, in my own region, I've become a bit of a fruit tree professional. I run my own business called the Urban Orchardist. I have a consulting and pruning business, a little nursery, mixed fruit and nut trees, organize what was for a while Canada's only Pawpaw Fest. It's happening October 11th. Our 4th annual is coming up. And pawpaws up in Canada are kind of like, what I've heard from some people here, they're still a little bit elusive, kind of mythical. A lot of people have heard about them, far fewer have actually tasted them. Anyways, and so, can I use that pointer of yours? Or never mind, actually, it wouldn't reach. No, it's okay. Well, sure. I don't think it's going to reach. I'm not that tall. Anyways, yeah, I'm not going to reach. But you can see where southwestern Ontario is, just across Lake Erie. Like, to get here, I drove 3 hours east to Detroit and about 5 hours south to here. So it's really not that far. And then, again, I'm kind of like an hour and a half north of Buffalo. Just in case you don't know, that section, north of Lake Erie, east of Lake Huron, west of Lake Ontario, it's a major population center with Toronto, Guelph, Kitchener, Hamilton, a lot of small cities and towns. And then east out of Ontario flows down St. Lawrence River towards Quebec, whereas Neil or someone mentioned there's a bit of a pawpaw craze there as well. Okay, so I'm actually in zone 6A, which is the same as I understand as England's orchard too. And I don't know, I kind of like to tell people from the States that my latitude is, even if I'm further, I'm like 43.5 degrees, whereas like Portland, Oregon, for example, is 45.5. The USDA's pear and quince gene bank is like 44.5, I think. Anyway, so I'm not really that far north. And the growing zone is quite nice. Even if you look out to the far west, that reddish area of zone 7 and 8, that's Vancouver Island. They have their own like olive production out there, actually. There's like 100% Canadian grown olive oil, which I didn't know about till recently, but it is pretty cool. So there is a lot of pawpaw potential north of the border in Canada. Except we kind of have the genetic bottleneck due to the border. Someone was mentioned earlier too, like some Kentucky-derived or other southern states-derived or Midwestern-derived varieties kind of die back to the ground. So we are at the north edge of the range, and we do have to rely a lot on seedlings and kind of limited genetics. And just for comparison, this is the USDA's plant hardiness map for Canada. I'm in that little circle B. And I think this, as far as I understand, the USDA bases it on extreme winter minimums, whereas Canada bases it on 7 different variables, including maximum temperatures, rainfall, and so on, but they mostly match. I'm still zone 6A here. So this is just like some Canadian government publication. Just again, back to pawpaws range. There are like extant populations that are, and it's not really clear how they got there. There's nothing really certain, but possibly a combination of indigenous peoples and their orchard horticulture. There's even like a plaque or a sign somewhere in southwestern Ontario saying that these pawpaws in this area came from a soldier from Kentucky in 1813. So I don't know how they all got there, whether it's truly through animals, river flows, and whatnot, but there are pawpaws up there too. And my project is kind of working on really diversifying the genome and getting over this genetic bottleneck. I'll talk about that in a little bit. just another little bit about pawpaws range in Canada. Again, this is just southwestern Ontario, not representative of the whole country. But again, this is just kind of fun. It's not really accurate because pawpaws are being grown in many people's yards and orchards, and these are just random findings on iNaturalist, but I think it's kind of cool to see. Yeah, and so just a bit more about pawpaw culture in Canada too. Like on Facebook, for example, which I don't really use myself, but there's like 3,000 or so in this, what is it now, Canada Pawpaw fans. Ontario Pawpaw Growers has almost 4,000 members. There's some small commercial orchards. Our friend Sean Spender on Peely Island is starting up a pawpaw orchard too. But you can really only find them like at kind of niche wild food store in Toronto, the occasional market, or some direct farm pickings, or your own yard, really. And that's kind of why, yeah, the Pawpaw Fest I've been organizing has been fun because it's a chance for some people to taste their first pawpaw. That's cool. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, okay, fine. I don't need to go in. You guys know what a Pawpaw Fest is all about. We also have an apple tasting contest and fun fruit tasting like medlar and quince and whatnot, but that's not the focus here. Most of the trees I come across I come across a lot of clients of mine who have, not a lot, but some mature pawpaw trees. They're kind of I'm not sure where the original seedlings came from the nurseries they bought them from, but they're kind of a bit more of a niche in the native plant nursery business. And generally the ones I find that are 15 or years older or more are kind of like this. They're just tall and they have mixed fruit quality. And they probably were planted by kind of like native plant or naturalist kind of weirdos like us. And nowadays you can kind of find, the only real licensed supplier of Peterson's varieties are from Whiffletree Nursery, Canada's largest fruit tree nursery. So there are some nurseries carrying the licensed varieties, but mostly it's all seedlings. This is a sampling of that one tree's fruit I just showed you. I don't have anything to scale, but the top right, or the top left and the bottom right are kind of like a nice palm-sized fruit or so. Anyways, and these tasted pretty good. You know, it's kind of in its infancy in Canada, and as far as named varieties, you guys have all these lists of 100 or more cultivars, and I don't know anyone actually growing any of them pretty much, except like Sean and a couple of their friends. Like mostly they're just seedlings, and we're really happy with what we can get because they taste pretty darn good still. Okay, so back to this pawpaw breeding project. It's being developed with two key organizations. I have this slide up here from an event I organized last August, Scion Exchange, and an invitation to participate in this project. This is the Ecological Farmers Association of Ontario. They've been around since '79 or so. It's a farmer-led organization. They do trainings and workshops, farm tours, networking, skill sharing, and funding research projects. And then other key partner in the project is Seeds of Diversity, another amazing project. Has been around also for 40 years. They've been supporting Seed Saturday seed exchanges for decades all across the country. And what they're most known for is this kind of diffuse gene bank across the country where people are basically keeping varieties alive in their own gardens or farms, and there's a whole directory that anyone can use. It's a free membership, and this is kind of the infrastructure we'll be using for our participatory pawpaw breeding project. So anyone who wants to sign up becomes a member, and you can submit your information into a database or a directory. And so basically, I have the apple here as a proxy for what the infrastructure kind of looks like. There's not many trees being shared on Seeds of Diversity yet, but as an example, I think this is a really cool program that I can kind of partly inherit. It's basically just a way you can log in, submit what you're sharing, and how to contact a person. And so basically, the purpose of the goal of the project is to basically develop a bit of a Canadian directory. So survey existing germplasm, and basically ask growers to submit data, if they're so willing, on how the trees are growing. Start actually getting fleshing out a directory in Canada for whose trees are not dying back to the ground, if it's a named variety, which ones are surviving just fine, and then other criteria like size, flesh to seed ratio, And then maybe that slide, I think it was Kirk or someone else, the much more detailed slide of the table of different variables we could look for, that would come later. First of all, we just need to get more diversity that's worth growing. Next would be to identify breeding candidates from that selection, or from that data we're collecting. And then in my orchard and another orchard I'm starting, and anyone else who wants to participate, establish genetic repositories, simply for a home base for genetic diversity to breed from into the future. Eventually some crossbreeding trials, and then selecting top performers. And because it's a participatory project, it's mainly or primarily about sharing. Sharing germplasm, sharing results, and sharing skills. Because even something simple like grafting is still not a lot of folks know how to do that, especially those who want to grow pawpaws. I guess people in commercial fruit growing industries obviously can graft, but those people into pawpaw growing, there's still a lack of skills and also just a lack of information sharing. So we're basically getting a bit of a regional skill sharing and germplasm exploration project going on. And that's it. I'm pretty much humbled to be here because it's a new project. And I'm happy to be in your presence. And I'm here mostly to share what I'm up to, let you know a bit about what's happening that side of the border, and to make connections. So if you have any suggestions, questions, or ideas from other northern growers, I'm all ears. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is this mic on? Oh, now I'm on. Okay. Thank you. And I think, so we'll save questions. You'll be around, so during kind of the networking time tonight, if you have any questions for anyone. And why don't we, so we can kind of catch up a little bit on time, instead of taking a full break, just kind of stand up where you are and stretch if you want to stretch. Obviously, if you need to go to the restroom or get a drink of water, go do so. But just, stand up and stretch. And then in 5 minutes, we will start with the nursery roundtable. So at 10 after 3, we'll start with that. And any of the nursery roundtable participants, if you could please go ahead and come up here in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Alrighty, Pawpaw people, if we want to go ahead and start making our way back in, we will go ahead and start with the nursery roundtable here in just a second. So go ahead and start making your way back in to the room, please. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with our nursery roundtable. So we'll start off, I'll have everybody introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their nursery and operation, and then kind of like the last roundtable, we'll have questions and we'll have people with mics to come around and let you ask questions and they can answer them for you. So we'll go ahead and get started with introductions.
Well, here we go again. Roger Ort again. I went over the trees in the grower edition. So for the nursery, we are an edible plant nursery. So besides this stuff I went over with you guys earlier, we do figs, pomegranates, sea berries, oh boy, any kind of berry, honeyberry, anything you can imagine. Cornelian cherries, which I think Tom talked about. We try to do a lot with those. So yeah, just an edible plant nursery, everything potted, sell out the door and plant sales and events like that.
My name's Charles West. I'm from Central New Jersey. We have a farm called West Farm, very appropriate. I have basically what you might call a retiree's commercial operation. It kind of evolved from a hobby into retirees' commercial operation. So we do fruit production. I've got about 100 trees planted, and some of them are up to 15 years old. So we get pretty good fruit production. And we also sell grafted trees and some scion wood.
I'm Blake Cothran, and I own and operate Peaceful Heritage Nursery, which is in Stanford, Kentucky. It's about less than an hour from here. And we specialize in resilient fruits, such as pawpaw, mulberries, cold hardy figs, things that grow with low maintenance, and for people that are wanting to grow things organically. In our nursery, we were formerly certified organic, and we're not certified anymore, but we still grow everything organically under the same standards. So we're trying to understand and develop ways to operate a commercial nursery sustainably and organically without any synthetic chemicals. And the nursery's mail order, so we ship all over the country. We do pawpaw trees, seed, scions, as well as all the other species that we grow.
Hi everyone, my name is James Briggs. I'm a pawpaw grower and propagator here in Bourbon County, Kentucky, not too far away. And my nursery is called Green Mammoth. And they've been very generous to let me participate in this, and I kept trying to think of what's something valuable that I could share with all of you. And this year, through Kentucky State University, we were able to connect with the Kentucky Nut Growers Association, the KNGA. And that's something that has been a tremendous resource. Both the other growers from Kentucky that are up here right now, they've also been active members of the KNGA. And if you're looking to learn more about grafting and plant propagation and growing native Kentucky fruit and nut trees, I can't encourage you enough to look into the Kentucky Nut Growers Association. There is an incredible amount of material and knowledge and people with experience that are there that can help us. And our next meeting is this October on the 25th, and it's at the Caldwell Extension Office in Princeton, Kentucky. And usually the meetings start at 9 a.m. So if any of that sounds interesting, we'd love to see you there, and hope to talk to you soon.
And I'll add real quick, the membership for the nut growers is just like $5 a year, so it's a very affordable membership if you want to join.
I'm Clifford England, and basically, we grow trees. Different trees, lots of trees, trees of all kinds. We use the word exotic, and they are in another land because we ship internationally and all over the world. just about any plant material that you can think of. All right? Name of the company? England's Orchard and Nursery.
Hi, my name is Bill Nash. My son and I, John, and he's here today, operate in a nursery farm up in Michigan, sort of in the south center of Michigan around Lansing. It's a family farm. It's been in the family since 1860. We grow a great deal of diverse material there at the nursery. A lot of landscape material, and we wholesale a lot out to landscapers. We also have retail there, greenhouses, and grow pawpaws, of course. Started growing, probably planted my first pawpaw back about 40 years ago. Corwin Davis. Some of you may know that name. I knew him very well, and for whatever reason, he took a liking to me and became my mentor for a number of years. So we grow a lot of seedling pawpaws that we use for rootstock and also graft, all containerized in greenhouses, and we'll start in generally January, February under lights, heating mats, and be able to control everything.
Okay, so we had, at our last roundtable, we had several people mention ambrosia beetle, and several of us referred back to Cliff. So why don't we have Cliff talk a little bit about what he does for his ambrosia beetle first. Could you talk a little bit about your ambrosia beetle, Cliff?
The ambrosia beetle is probably the #1 problem other than the Seminole webworm. Ambrosia beetle, basically, as someone said before, keys in on the ethylene gas that trees release when they're stressed, and it can be drought, frozen, frosted, and sun-baked. But anything that releases that ethylene gas, ambrosia beetles draws in on it. What we do, and I've discovered, if you mask the scent, and we use neem oil, but a specific type of neem oil that is emulsified. It's cold pressed and then emulsified, and we spray it 150 gallon at a time. No, just water. We use 1.5 gallons per 150 gallon, and we spray it starting in March. Spray it up to about the 1st of May, every 2 weeks. Also with the neem oil, we use Telstar, which is a paramethrin, and what it does is catches the ambrosia beetles on the fly. So it's a two-stage. You're protecting the trees, and you're also killing the abundance of ambrosia beetles that's out there. Telstar, yes, sir. And it is labeled for pawpaws.
Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for questions. So if you have a question, raise your hand, and we've got a couple people with microphones to run microphones to you.
You talked about the neem?
Yes.
The neem? I have neem trees in my yard, and I use the neem for all my plants. I take the leaves and I boil them up, and I just take the water and I spray it on everything. And I'll tell you, it kills white flies and all these other stuff, and your beetles and stuff. We got a couple beetles that are taking care of our avocados. We found out spraying the neem water on them keeps that bug away.
That's a great idea.
So that's a great thing for anybody to know. Neem oil is one of the wonderfulest things there is, but I happen to have the plant that makes it even easier.
I'm curious about what your preferred potting mediums are for all of you.
Preferred potting medium? Yeah. I'll go with what's called Falford 52 or Sun and Grow. Let me think of the number. 803. Sun and Grow 803 is basically just 30% ground up decomposted bark. I like a little lighter bark mixture than the heavy peat.
I think Kentucky State University has a really good mix that they recommend, and that's 70% peat moss. Oh yeah, sorry about that. KSU recommends 70% peat moss, 20% vermiculite, and 10% perlite. And I think those are great suggestions. That's an excellent mix. You know, peat moss is a lot slower to decompose and rot, and I think that there's times pawpaws can be sensitive to that. And especially when you're planting that mix into your native soil, it's going to blend a lot more beautifully. We've also been incorporating sand into our mix with the perlite, and that's had good results. And so yeah, that's what I would personally recommend is, you know, go with KSU's recommendations, and if you want to experiment, you know, you can try adding sand.
So in our nursery, I just use just straight Pro Mix. So it's peat moss with perlite already added. And I try to use the kind that has the mycorrhizal in it. And there's a mycorrhizal that is specifically there to destroy fungus gnats, which can be beneficial. And we usually add about 10 or 20% vermiculite to it for water holding capacity.
I use Pro Mix mixed with homegrown compost primarily.
We go with a product called BK55. It's just a bark 55%. They also have a BK25. I like the heavier mix so the pots don't fall over because we use the deep pots. The lighter mix is great for herbs and stuff like that on smaller pots, but too light for the bigger trees.
We use, it's a bit like Pro Mix. We have a local peat company that manufactures their own mix, 2.5 yard little mini bulk bags. So for the smaller pots, 2 or 3 gallons or smaller. And then the larger pots, we'll use a mix we make up sometimes with a northern pine hardwood bark and some peat. A little sand. So this depends upon the size. Once you start getting into the 15, 20, 25 gallon pots, some of the expensive Pro Mix gets very expensive when you start filling that size pot.
We use ProMix BX is what we use here for potting our stuff. So it's just a standard ProMix BX is what we use. We got a question over there.
Is there any way to manage a tree specifically for scion collection, like any type of pruning technique? Like all I want to do is get scion from that wood or from that tree. Is there any? Are you all doing anything like that, or just cutting trees as you feel fit?
Yeah, if you want sign wood, push the tree very hard with nitrogen and force a lot of new growth.
So you just fertilize it?
Yes, particularly with nitrogen.
Okay.
Same here. We try to take, somebody said 1/3 growth. We try to top the trees about every third year to just produce sign wood. Yeah.
I think some of our trees we've probably hit a little too hard for sign wood collection, and it's so tempting when you're wanting to propagate and get the material out there, you know, to heavily prune them. And you know, I think keeping an eye on the trees and giving them a rest, you know, some years that could be good. But of course, fertilization, that's going to be key for a lot of your new growth.
Yeah, so the scion wood is always 1-year-old growth, so just whatever you can do to stimulate that, which is usually just really hard pruning.
Yeah, you got the same, that's the answer, heavy cutting. But I would like to ask maybe the panel or other people in the audience, what do you think that heavy cutting of scion wood can also stimulate or create an environment for the ambrosia beetle to be attracted?
You got the answer to that? I don't. Yeah, but it can stress them out. Yeah, you can cut too much.
I know I lost a young tree or two last year.
Yeah.
Then I had cut too heavy.
Yeah, I've got to manage the stress of the trees. We don't want to invite the ambrosia beetle always seems to kind of be an indication of other problems. You know, if they show up, it means something else is wrong. And so really trying to find the root of the issue rather than thinking of the beetles as the enemy. It's, you know, you're asking, well, what else is really happening here that's drawing the beetles in? And
Good point.
so yeah, that could be a lot of things. It could be wet feed. It could be over pruning. You know, poor conditions, like Mr. England said. You know, freezing or late frost, and so yeah, and drought. So trying to think of all those conditions and what we can do to kind of help the trees get through that stress without attracting the beetles.
What fertilizers do y'all use in your nursery production, and how often are you applying them?
We use a mixture of triple 10 and urea. And the way we apply it is 1 pound of fertilizer per 1 inch of growth. If it's 1 inch wide, 1 pound, 2 inches wide. Right. These trees are for the orchard trees, though. It's much different in the nursery.
We'll use a custom blend. It's a 2177. It's an ammonium sulfate-based nitrogen rather than urea for a little more sulfur, particularly for the acid-loving plants like pawpaws. And we'll have them blend in micronutrients into that.
We're using the Nature Safe fertilizer, and I can't off the top of my head remember what those numbers are. And we'll usually do a pound per tree per month for about 4 months, starting in March. And then we'll also use fish emulsion. We'll spray the leaves, and we'll mix a kelp extract with that, and that's worked well for us so far.
So over the years, I've seen phenomenal results using organic fertilizers in our nursery. So we're seeing pretty uniform growth on our seedlings that we grow organically, and we can get them 3-4 feet tall in about 18 months or less from seed. So granulated chicken manure works great. It's high nitrogen, fuels really strong growth. We also use kelp for micronutrients. And we have a whole liquid feed regimen we use. And so through that method, we've just seen amazing results. I don't see why there'd be any reason to use synthetic fertilizer to grow pawpaw trees at all. Even to get uniform results in the nursery is not difficult organically. I think a lot of times organic growers just tend to, especially when they're starting out, they tend to under-fertilize things. So you want to base it off of the shoot growth, the leaf size, and if you're not seeing the results that you like, you can up the fertilizer either if you still have time to do it that year, or you can do it next year. But we see phenomenal results just using organic fertilizers.
I used to try to use mostly just manure, and I don't think especially if you're using horse manure, you're not getting enough of everything. So last couple of years I've been using Sustain organic fertilizer, and it certainly has improved fruit quality and tree quality that we've gotten in the last couple of years.
For container production, we use a triple 14. It's a 4-month time release, and then about every 2 weeks we put it on a liquid like foliar feed with kelp or anything like that for container production.
I was wondering, how many trees do you think are sold in the U.S. every year? How many grafted pawpaw trees are sold in the U.S. globally?
What was the question again? How many grafted pawpaw trees do you think are sold in the U.S.? Or I guess you could answer, how many trees about a year does your nursery sell? Would be another
For me, 500 grafts a year.
About 250.
Between 500 to 800.
Probably a couple hundred trees a year.
500 to 700.
Probably around 1,500.
Any other questions?
In the past, there was a lot of people talking about issues with pawpaws when transplanting and getting them established, and it was considered that you needed to go get soil from native pawpaws for the mycorrhiza that associates with them. And nobody seems to talk anything about that now in pawpaw pot production and propagation. Is anybody making any calculated effort to get that mycorrhiza available for the plant? And then the other thing is the depth of the pots for the seedlings, and is anybody doing air pruning to eliminate that taproot and make the tree start producing and get generative much quicker?
So Tim Lane earlier, he mentioned the symbiotic relationship that some of the other Annonaceae trees have with mycorrhizal fungi. And I think that that's definitely something interesting to look into. Neil Peterson, I saw him talk about glomus, and that was something that they had found to be an important connection with these trees. And so I think that there's ways that we can go out and look to harvest those indigenous microorganisms like glomus, and you can propagate those separately from the trees. Glomus needs some kind of root system to connect to, so you could use corn or sorghum, things like that. And then once those roots are inoculated, you can combine that with your potting mix for your potted trees to kind of prepare them for planting in the field. And that's just one version of a big system with a lot of possibilities. I definitely think that that's worth looking into, and I think that is something that's important for those trees and could help them to be stronger.
What was the second part of your question?
The second part of your question was how tall are the pots that we're using?
Yeah, the depth of the pots, because when the seed initially starts sending roots down, apparently, they'll put them down like 9 inches. Pecans will do the same thing, very, very long tap roots, and it's a survival thing. And pecans don't put very much growth up the first year at all in comparison to their root depth. Pawpaws are not quite that way. But if you air prune those a couple of times, I know somebody that can, in about 4 years, 3 years time, he sells trees in 7-gallon pots that are already reproductive. And that air pruning of the initial taproot and getting fibrous side roots seems to stimulate reproduction way much faster in the tree.
We air prune our trees. So our trees are air pruned. And the final size that we ship them out in are about 9-inch pots. So air pruning is just allowing the roots that would normally extend through the bottom of the pot, you allow those to come into contact with air. So if you had, say, a landscape fabric here and your pots were on the ground, they're not going to get air pruned. They're going to grow, they're going to extend outside of the pot and kind of circle around the pot, or try to grow through the plastic, which is very problematic. So if you have them on some sort of greenhouse table, they're going to hit that open air eventually, and that basically kills off the tip of the root and then allows feeder roots to expand and grow inside, higher up. If you look at our pots, they've got large openings on the bottom, so they probably are designed for air pruning. I never had the thought that maybe they were designed for that, but that seems likely. So,
I guess I'll add. So I'll add, what we use here are 4-inch by 14-inch tall tree pots. They're made by Stewie and Son, and they've got kind of slots on the bottom, like pretty big openings in the bottom, and that's for air pruning. But that's what they're called tall one, but they're 4-inch by 14-inch tall. And by the end of the first year, the pawpaws will be down to the bottom of those pots. They'll send out about that much taproot before they ever try to break the soil surface. So.
Yeah, we use the air pruning method also. We'll start the seed in trays that have a mesh bottom. So when the seed goes down through that mesh, it's air pruned. And at that point in time, we also inoculate all the trays with a commercial mycorrhizae a mix. And then we transplant those into Anderson X pots. They're square pots. They're ones we use are 6 inches tall and about 4 inches wide, and they have an X at the bottom, so the bottom is very open. And so that initial little seedling taken out of the tray, which was air pruned, now goes into a pot, which is air pruned for a while. We'll graft those many times the following year, and or transplant those into a larger pot and grow them on. And once they've been through those 2 stages of air pruning, then they form a very nice fibrous root and have a lot more vigor, and grass do a lot better also.
Anybody else? Okay. Back there in the back.
Could y'all touch on whether you use shade cloth in your seedling production, and if so, what percentages you're using?
You want to know what shade, if you're using shade cloth for your seedling production, and if so, what percentage of shade cloth you're using?
In our nursery, we use shade paint. I phased out shade cloth years ago, and I've been really happy with greenhouse shade paint. And it's like around 50% or so. You can change the density of it by how thick you paint onto the high tunnel or greenhouse.
We use shade cloth by it's either 35 or 40%, and it works real well.
And yeah, we'll use about a 50% shade cloth. And in Michigan, we're about ready to take it off.
We've got about, I think, 40-45% shade cloth hung on the top of our houses, but it doesn't go down the side. And so, yeah, when they're small like that, they need to have some shade. So I think we have a question over here.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on the fertilizer. I've always been told and have done March, April, May fertilizing. Would not it be beneficial to also to do something after the trees have gone dormant, lost their leaves, gone dormant, maybe November? Would there be a benefit to fertilizing then also?
What's that again?
The question was, would there be a benefit fertilizing the trees later, like when they're dormant in November?
Go ahead.
Well, sometimes you can apply a phosphorus and potash or your nitrogen. If you start applying that in the fall, a lot of that just gets leached out during the winter. So yeah, particularly with the potash, a lot of times that's applied in the fall.
We actually stopped fertilizing nursery grown trees the 15th of August, primarily because the trees won't harden off in time if you do not. We withdraw nitrogen.
Yeah, I do the same as Cliff. You want to let them harden off, so that may cause some premature yellowing. Like you see our pawpaw trees on our table out there already starting to yellow, but that's intentional so that they can leach out that fertilizer, and then they can harden off, and they're not stimulated to put on lots of green growth that's not going to harden off and then end up getting burned off.
Thank you.
You have a question about shipping trees, particularly grafted trees. If any of you all do that, and what strategies you found that really help with that, if that's either shipping at different times of the year or if it's from the propagation side, what might help with shipping live trees?
I think Blake's probably a good person to answer questions about shipping trees.
That'll be $100 for that answer. Wow, I mean, there's a lot that can be said there. I wouldn't recommend using the United States Postal Service. Yeah, there's a lot of variables there on like how far you'd be shipping, what size containers you're using. Basically, there's just a lot of trial and error involved, and you just have to make sure that things are packaged up securely so they don't get to the customer destroyed, which is quite challenging to do. But yeah, I'd recommend using like FedEx or UPS on that.
I stopped shipping a few years ago. I have only pickup at the house. Happen to be between New York and Philadelphia. I've got a lot of customers, so I don't have to ship.
The same as Charles here. We gave up shipping. We're allowed to ship in New York State to other folks in New York State, but once you get out of state, the rules and regulations of where you're shipping to, there's wordage that has to go along with some. There's some states like California and Alaska that don't want stuff coming in from New York especially. You know, you got grub that could be shipped, spotted wing, spotted lanternfly, I'm sorry. There's just so much, and it was so hard to keep track of what every state needed, and then your inspector has to come out for each individual group going out, and now she can mass, if you're shipping enough, you can get a batch all at one time. There was just so many regulations that we just stopped. It just wasn't worth it for us.
We don't ship trees, but we do ship scion wood, and that's been pretty simple. You know, keep regulations in mind, and then outside of that, we use the USPS flat rate padded envelope, and we'll usually reinforce it on the inside with cardboard, and you can get a significant amount of scion wood in one of those.
Yeah, 2022, we stopped shipping trees. I'm sure we still do the seed, scion wood, and we do ship internationally. It's a long story about why we stopped shipping trees, but it was for health reasons.
We'll ship trees. And I have to say, my son's come up. He's the shipping department with very good boxing, and certainly you're growing containers for shipping, particular sizes, and of course, like if you're shipping across country and what, you know, we have to comply with the United States Department of Agriculture's Japanese beetle harmonization program. So you have to jump through a number of hoops to do that.
Okay, I'm going to jump back to the pot question. I want to ask about the Anderson X pots. I am using 10-inch tree pots to start. What I have found is because of the open bottom, which you mentioned on the X pots, that the soil tends to leave, not just the minerals, but the soil goes away. So I'm getting air pruned really much. And it's kind of a pain because you have to keep track of how much soil's in the pot all the time. So looking for a better solution or what to do about keeping the soil in the pots when you're using open bottom pots.
A couple different things. Sometimes before you transplant into those pots, you set the pot on a fairly hard surface and push the soil down in there so the bottom stays. Or sometimes you can use pieces of paper towel.
Okay, here a question for you guys shipping out over 100 trees in spring or a couple thousand. And do you ever keep record what's the casualty? How many requests refund or reported the trees dead? And in my experience, and most depend on the customer. They didn't take care of their part of the work. I can't do anything. They don't water them or they all want bigger tree. That means the risk of dying is much higher. Okay, here we go. I need to know your percentage. At some time, I'm like 100% dead, my customer reported. I said, come back to get more, but you have to follow my instruction.
I'll only answer if I get Oriana's orange scion wood. For our nursery, it's very low, probably less than 1%. Yeah.
I couldn't hear the question.
She was wondering the percentage of trees that we ship out, how many feet if they're broken or dead.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. But you know, if a customer has an issue, we take it very seriously, so we deal with it, and usually that involves a free replacement to the customer. Certainly if it's there dead, but if it gets there broken, they get a free replacement. But all the different shipping companies claim that they that you're insured for your shipment automatically, but then they're very reluctant to actually send you a check for that.
Oh, the percent that you have to replace, you have a tendency to always remember those customers over the other ones, of course. The percent is fairly small. Once in a while, we will get a damaged box in shipment, but you know, UPS has been quite good about you know, paying for that.
I know somebody said that they added mycorrhizal additives, and I used azomite, and it has a lot of different micronutrients and the mycorrhizal stuff, and I was just wondering if anybody else used azomite.
Yeah, I hate to name this person, but his name is Woody Walker, and he really turned me on to the azomite. And I can't tell you why, other than it's loaded with minerals that it does something, and it does up the soil.
We like using azomite in our potting mix.
I haven't found it necessary to add any minerals to our mix.
Okay.
To clarify, beyond to add what's beyond already in the fertilizers that we use, we haven't found it necessary to supplement. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Pro Mix that we use has mycorrhizal fungi added.
Any more questions? We still got like 20 minutes left, so we got plenty of time for questions. If anybody has any? Hey.
Do you all raise?
Go ahead.
Do y'all raise your own seedlings for grafting onto, or do you have a source for?
Thank you. Both. Yeah. Some we purchase, some we grow ourselves. Yeah.
We grow all our own seedlings from our own orchard, which are all grafted pawpaws. So pretty decent seedlings. And once we grow those too, we'll go through that tray that we initially start them. And of course, like the bell-shaped curve, there's some inferior individuals. So we'll probably discard at least 40% of them out of that, and just take the most vigorous and healthy looking ones, so you have a little better chance of survival and of success and of course of grafting.
We use a mix. However, we've been happier with the trees that we've grown from seed. It just seems like you know the source of the seed, and you're able to produce something and really control it from the beginning, and when it's time to graft, that's usually a healthier product.
So we start 100% of our own seeds that we grow in the nursery, and we've just seen a huge difference from doing that. And I'm not speaking about any of the nurseries that are represented up here, but I bought pawpaws from a lot of nurseries over the years, and I just tend to have seen really poor root systems, and that's been pretty standard in what I've seen. And years ago we purchased pawpaw trees with the idea of grafting them, and the quality of them was just so poor that we received. They were just beat up. The root systems are really poor. Everything was wrong. And we tried other things over the years, and we just settled on just growing all of our own. So we grow out thousands of seedlings a year, and like Mr. Nash was saying, we thin out the ones that are the weaklings or that show any sign of phylosticta. We toss those and graft on the best ones and the biggest ones. And we do that about in the second year of growth, after the second year of growth. So when they're 2 years old, we'd graft on that following spring.
Yes, I grow all my own seedlings. I tried a few years ago, maybe 6 or 8 years ago. I bought seedlings from another person in a grower in New Jersey, and they were just not as good a quality as I could grow my own. So we just use our own seeds from the orchard.
We do a little mix of both on there. So we grow our own seedlings. Sometimes there's just not enough ready that we get from 3 other sources also. So it's a hodgepodge of whatever looks the nicest to graft onto, and the other ones wait a year to get grafted. And then, like this gentleman said, we throw away some of the really weak seedlings, just are tossed out.
Can you talk at all about graft heights and graft height preferences? And then for those of you that grow, can you talk about planting depth and rootstock exposure?
So grafting height and...
Grafting height and then eventually rootstock exposure on the orchard tree itself.
So I'll just go with the grafting in the containers because I graft when they're actually starting to leaf out. Jerry Lehman always taught me when he was my mentor about the size of a mouse ear when the leaf's about that size. So timing wise, that's just what I use. And I usually graft, I don't know why I learned 2 fists up. I go 2 fists high and then graft onto the rootstock at that point. I use a real simple cleft graft. I don't have any hot callus pipe or anything yet. One of these days, maybe. I use a budding band and some parafilm to make sure that it doesn't dry out. So pretty simplistic for what I do. I might have more losses than if I had the hot pipe callus system or something like that, but it works for me right now there.
I'm sorry, what was the question again? About graft height? I try to graft at a height that matches the sign wood I want to use, but as a general rule, I would say it's about a foot up from the soil. Again, whip and tongue is primarily basically the only thing I use. And use buddy tape and wax, and that's it. I get pretty good percent after a lot of years of practice.
The height varies just depending on the scion wood, the diameter of the scion wood, the diameter of the rootstock. So our rootstocks are pretty stocky, so it's usually a little bit higher up, and we haven't found any issue with that whatsoever. So.
The container trees, we're doing a whip and tongue graft, and we're trying to match that scion wood to the rootstock as much as possible. If we're grafting trees in the field for scion production, sometimes we'll graft further up, off the ground on the tree, and in that case, we'll still use a whip and tongue, but we'll modify it so that it's kind of on the side of that bark. And it's after a couple years, it really just melts together, and it's amazing how those trees heal, and how you just wouldn't even realize that a side bark or bark graft on the side had been done after a while.
I concur with the other growers.
Yes. We do the same procedures there, and sometimes the whip and tongue evolves into more of just a whip because it's such small sign and trees. And we start in generally about February because we'll force everything in the greenhouse, and also with the seeds start that very early, and then we'll use lights on those too, LED lights. We found because pawpaws of course are sensitive to time of light, photosensitive, and they realize that if they start emerging in the middle of the winter and that daylight is very short, they want to shut down and you're not going to start them back up. So we'll use LED lights and of course keep the humidity and the temperature up there and keep that all controlled for a pretty good success rate.
Back to the ambrosia beater.
beetle. So you said they go after stressed trees. My question is, if you have a stressed tree that gets an ambrosia beetle, and I have an entire nursery, just by opportunity, are they going to go after everything else, or only go after that one stressed tree?
Ambrosia beetles are opportunistic. And if you've got stressed trees, they will go after their stressed trees. The key is that it has to be releasing the ethylene gas. That's what draws the ambrosia beetle in. And like I said, with the neem oil, it's a deterrent. It's actually a preventive. You want to keep the ambrosia beetles from finding that tree. That's the reason you use neem.
We've had trees get hit and none of the other trees around it be affected, you know, so if we do see signs of ambrosia beetle, we cut it down, we burn it, and then, you know, those trees will send up really nice root suckers. And so I think that's part of the important thing, you know, anyone who's interested in growing fruit trees or growing pawpaws should also be interested in learning how to graft. You know, I think that's an important part of the culture and keeping things protected and keeping things going. The more of you that understand how to do that and learn how to do that, you know, all of a sudden you can have backups of your trees. If something does get hit by beetles, it's not the end of the world. You know, it's just gonna have to be a restart. And, you know, if you're not already doing that, I definitely want to encourage you to think about learning how to graft. And again, the Kentucky Nut Growers Association is a great place to learn. There's a lot of people there that would be happy to help you. So, yeah, if you're not already doing that, I really would like to encourage it.
We haven't seen ambrosia beetles on our farm since 2020 when we had a severe late frost or late freeze. Like Jeremy was saying, it was in the 80s and then it went down to 20 degrees the first week of May. And there had already been a late frost that had harmed everything, and then everything was just starting to recover, and then we had this double freeze. And we had some ambrosia beetles that came and killed probably 10 or 20 trees out of the orchard, but I haven't seen them since.
I seem to get a couple of trees every year with ambrosia beetle. And here again, I've got woodland basically around most where the trees are. And I think, again, it's stress. If you over prune too much, you can have that problem. And it's stress is the problem. And you get the ethylene being produced, and I'm repeating myself or repeating other people's information.
And it could be beneficial to paint large pruning cuts with some sort of pruning sealer or something like that also. So that's something that we do in our orchard, and that might be beneficial to block any ethylene gas from coming out of that wound.
Thank you, gentlemen. I want to first say, before I ask the question, is thank you for all your wisdom, and collectively there's a lot of years of wisdom here, so we really appreciate it. Question for you is along the lines of how, as nursery, from a nursery perspective particularly, tobacco mosaic virus. This is going to probably enter into the equation before long, and is there any particular way that is anyone screening for this yet, or looking at scion wood as you're bringing it in that potentially could be infected with tobacco mosaic and then spread it that way? So just see what your thoughts are, or if you're doing anything yet.
Yeah, Neil Peterson actually made me aware of tobacco mosaic virus, and for any of you that haven't seen it, it severely deforms the foliage to the point of being indistinguishable. And I think that there's quite the danger in diseases being transmitted through infected scion wood, especially with how the popularity of pawpaws has exploded. I think there's definitely some risk there. So I would be careful about sourcing seed from just any random person on Facebook or wherever, especially if you were to do this commercially. And Having excellent hygiene, just cleaning pruning tools, cleaning grafting knives in between each batch of scion wood's a great idea. And if anything that sprouts out post-grafting looks deformed or infected or anything, just destroy it. And, whenever we do our seedlings every year, I see about 1 or 2 variegated ones. And those are, of course, a genetic mutation, and that's probably not good to propagate those either, for the very same reason that we don't know if some of those could be virus infected and then it gets transmitted to something else. So I think viruses are an important issue in agriculture with any sort of crop, and I don't think pawpaws are excluded from that.
Okay, so this question right here is about irrigation. So I'm a kind of one-woman operation with a muscle man. It's just a hobby right now. I already planned down jujubes, but I want to get into pawpaw. So I want to ask you about irrigation, because I know pawpaw going to need water, but I'm in Texas. So can you share kind of your irrigation setup system, and then potentially, just maybe very low-key, not too expensive ideas that you can throw around to people who kind of want to start doing this on their own?
Chi, what is your water source?
It's a well.
You do have a well?
I do have a well that pumped to a tiny home.
Okay. See, we don't. And I'll be first to admit, last month's water bill was over $1,000. And we have 2 meters. One for the nursery and one for the farm. The farm was the one that's over $1,000. And you can use, we use drip emitters on orchard tubing. We use 1 gallon per hour. On the end trees, we typically put 2 emitters, so that'd be 2 gallon per hour. But did you get a chance to look at our layout?
I saw the drip. I didn't see the beginning of how you set it up.
If you go back there, take and drive around and look at it. What it is, I've just brought from a water meter, I have 2 hydrants. And those 2 hydrants run out to orchard tape, through a garden hose, out to orchard tubing. And then the irrigation runs in the orchard. That is a critical part of it, because we didn't have any rain from June the 28th till 5 days ago. I mean, the grass was brown, the earth was black, and cracked open, so it is crucial. And I understand where you're coming from, especially in Texas with the high heat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't use any irrigation in our orchard, and I think that's not going to work everywhere, definitely not in Texas, but Kentucky, we have heavy clay soils. Our water table on our farm is quite high, and also all the trees that are in our orchard are grown and propagated in our own nursery, so they all have really good root systems, and I think that helps also. There have been times where we've had droughts, and I wished I had irrigation set up, but then we had to do some hand watering, but it wasn't a big deal, and everything survived. But I think that if you're planning on doing a commercial orchard, anything over an acre, then you need to have drip irrigation set up. And municipal water, like Cliff said, can get quite expensive.
We don't irrigate our field trees. If it is a drought, we'll get out and hand water stuff. One low-tech way of doing things is you could get a 5-gallon bucket and drill a hole in the bottom and fill it up with water, and that's going to kind of slowly drip that water out so the soil absorbs it better. Again, it's so different in Texas with the climate you're working with. You might have to get creative and figure something out for that, but these trees do like water, and as long as that soil is able to breathe, they can take a lot of water. And so anyone else have advice?
And the last thing I'll say is soils that are higher in organic matter are going to hold moisture better. So any sort of cover cropping that gets like ryegrass roots or anything in the soil is going to hold hold moisture like a sponge?
We knew we needed the water the first year they were in, and we didn't have an irrigation system. So on the cheap, I had a 2-wheel cart. I raised up a 250-gallon tote up on that cart, and then basically there's a conversion kit for the tote to get it to a hose spigot. So I can drive the tractor with, it's basically just a handle from an old broom taped to the hose. And when you raise it up, it stops. And when you put it down at the tree, it flows out. Really just cheap on the cheap. And basically it worked for the first year, just the time to drive the wagon around. But a 2-wheel cart turns pretty easy in the rows versus a 4-wheel wagon. And we did that on the cheap, and it worked at least to get the trees through the first year.
Yeah, I have irrigation in the nursery area, but nothing in the fields. If we have a really severe drought, it's manual or nothing else.
Well, the good news is that there's a tremendous amount of information out there on irrigation and a lot of products out there on irrigation, and many things can make life a little bit easier. We run different zones, probably around 30 different zones on 4 different timing clocks. And these timing clocks now have gone down way in price what they used to be. And they're Wi-Fi, and you can control them from your phone, which is very nice. Many times, if I wake up in the middle of the night and a surprise thunderstorm comes along, I can grab my phone and put everything on rain delay right there. So there's just a lot of information, a lot of different types of irrigation. And of course, we have Israel to thank for that, because a lot of that technology came out of, they have to raise food in a desert. So there's some very efficient irrigation methods anymore.
We're going to do a orchard tour tomorrow, and we're happy to show you our irrigation, but it's similar to Cliff's, where it's trickle emitters and it's 2 1-gallon emitter per tree. But during the orchard tour tomorrow, we're happy to show that to you. So, all right, last question, I think.
Do any of you have experience with chip budding, and what's the timing on the chip budding? What time of year do you do that?
Okay, we do very little chip budding. It's almost all containerized in the spring, and whip and tongue, sometimes cleft, depending on that. I think, Cliff, you do more.
Not really. We do mostly the signwood grafting. On some of the rarer things, we do chip budding, but typically it's did in May.
Dr. Pomper put out information last year about all these different types of grafts and what seemed to work best for the pawpaw, and the whip and tongue had the highest rate of success out of any of those grafts. And even though chip budding did work, the whip and tongue, with all that cambium contact, it had a higher rate of success. So that's what I would recommend.
Chip budding, you would kind of do it similar to when you graft pawpaw in general, which is when it's actively growing. So, typically that's May. You don't want to do it when it gets really hot. So really, like early May is about the best time to do that. So, all right, everyone, give our panel here a round of applause and thank them. So next, we will be moving on to the state and country grower reports.
Wander around with them. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you again. Good to see you. I would. So next up, we're going to have some state reports, but it's kind of the contest we usually do. Who came the furthest? And I think we're going to have some probable winners on that are really quite far away. So I guess let me start off with this. First of all, how many people are here from Kentucky? Okay, so we're going to have quite a few people from outside Kentucky. So I think we're going to start with our folks, I guess, from right around the area. Do we have some folks here from Tennessee? Okay, we've got a few. Now, if you want to give a little state report, you can give us a state report. Anything you want to say about pawpaw growing in Tennessee? Okay, just started. So next time. How about anybody else kind of around the southeast or north? We're looking for folks, not too far away, but Ohio, North Carolina. Anybody want to do a report from any of those regions? We'll kind of pass it around. You can state your name and a little bit about what you want to say.
I'm Todd from West Virginia. We had a warm early spring, and then we had a late freeze. And surprisingly, the folks in the mountains had better production this year than the folks down in the valleys. It was the valleys that were much further along. They froze out, and they have very little fruit, whereas those of us in the mountains that were delayed a little, we actually had more fruit this year. Everybody's got a little, just more so in the mountains, which is opposite of what it usually is in the West Virginia area.
Good. Interesting. I think I saw a hand up back here. You want to make a quick report?
I'm from Southern Ohio, and I have not found any pawpaws yet. I did just drive to Harper's Ferry and back and found several pawpaws in the 4 states that I went through.
Okay, very good. Anybody want to make a state report from around the area? Or
Hey y'all, I'm Susan Owen from North Carolina. We have several other people here from North Carolina. Yay, raise your hands, hooray. See, we're very well represented here. I've been growing pawpaws for over 10 years now. We have a wonderful tiny little pawpaw field day in Winston-Salem, North Carolina every year. It's darling, and if you're ever around, you should come. It's the second weekend in September, so it was just this past Saturday. Anyway, yeah, y'all come visit.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to give any reports kind of on this side of the room? Do we got some? We got a hand up?
I was going to say, to add on to North Carolina, in the Raleigh area, something with the rain this spring, it was heavy rains and then some cool weather, not freeze for us, at least around the Raleigh area, but it was like half or less fruit than normal. I think it knocked a lot of pollen out and then suppressed pollinators. Is kind of what was going on.
I think it's a repeating story kind of the southeast. Kentucky, we had a late frost here, which was pretty damaging, and hit right at the peak of flowering out here in the K-State orchards. And then there were still, enough flowers to come on, but I would say we started with no better than a 40% of the crop. And then it just stopped raining like 4.5 weeks ago, just stopped. And now we had early drop, which the early drop fruit are not as good. And now we have rock hard fruit up in the trees yet. And so I don't know if anything's going to really properly ripen this year. We'll see. But anyways, other state reports here. Do anybody want to talk about your state?
Terry Costello. I'm from Virginia, coastal Virginia. And I'll just mention something that's new to me this year. We had a cool, wet spring. The pawpaws have done fine, compared to other years. But it's gotten dry now, and all of my favorite cultivars, I've never seen it before, but they have a slightly bitter aftertaste. A lot better than a wild. It's tolerable, but I've never noticed it at all. And the only thing I can attribute to now it's gotten hot and dry and just stayed that way for weeks on end. That's unique.
I don't know if this might work, maybe not, but I might have a recommendation for all the frost. Use geothermal, perhaps. So you bore a hole, bury some coiled tubing, run water through it, or whatever fluid, through a radiator, and blow like an air mover through the radiator, and have that go above the field. It might be a lot more efficient than propane, perhaps.
Okay. There you go. There's an idea for somebody.
I'm Barbara Rosholt from Ohio. No. I was from Ohio, but I'm in Virginia now, and unfortunately, Virginia got hit with a big freeze. Now, Virginia is a very big state, so my area, which is central Virginia, got hit, and I was mostly frozen out. And my friends all the way up into the near mountains, almost to Afton, were frozen. Tidewater just had a great big pawpaw festival, and they were full of pawpaws, and that was Tidewater, zone 8. And I'm back in zone 6, 7. So, and then there were the mountains. And they have fruit, some of them. So, because they were delayed. So, because it's a big state, we have spotty pawpaws throughout the state. I just didn't get any. We have a nice festival coming up, and I'll be lucky to get some second bloom fruit to take. So, I'm relying on my trees this year.
Thank you. We'll see over here.
My wife and I are from near Buffalo, New York, and so far western New York, just kind of inside the northern as well as southern Ontario range of the native range of the pawpaws. We had a wonderful spring actually where we are, and we didn't have any late frosts, and we usually have frosts in May, but I think our last frost was maybe the third week in April, which is pretty unusual for us. But so we had a great pawpaw flowering and fruit set, and the only problem is we had the wet spring, very wet, very spongy ground, and hence, I did have some problems with some ambrosia beetle damage, I think because of the wetness. We do have, last 2 years, we had a regional pawpaw enthusiast meeting. We're going to try to do that every year just for those local. I know one year we had people all the way from Ontario to, I think, Pittsburgh area come up, but just trying to educate people in our area more about pawpaws. And once they taste them, they've been demanding more and more, so hence we've been growing more and more trees. Just one other unusual thing where we are, we do get a lot of snow, so we're in the lake effect belt, so most winters we get between 150, 180, sometimes 200 inches of snow, but that's never been a problem for us. Actually, with the small trees, it provides insulation and protects them during the winter, and we haven't had any breakage with limbs or anything because of the snow.
That's a lot of snow. I grew up in Minnesota, but that's a lot of snow. Other reports? Yeah.
So I know in Slovenia there is actually apple tree grower, and he has a production of apples then. And he had also a problem with late frost. So he had installed a ventilator. I think he brought it from Australia or New Zealand. So because cold air falls down, so warm air is above. So he pushes the cold air away, so the warmer air falls down. So in Austria, they were using helicopters. Maybe that's too expensive, but they did it for vineyards, and this also helps.
Yeah, you'd have to get charged for sightseeing rides also to make that work maybe, but yeah, with the helicopters. Other reports over this way? Yeah.
Anybody from Illinois, Chicago area? None? Come on. Okay, come to talk to me. Okay, my year, I don't remember, in spring. I think it's okay when everything okay, you don't remember. Either something really bad happened or something really good, but none of those. And my crop this year is okay. Last year's better. I don't know why, my tree getting older, just like me, so. And I would say, what's looking for this year is not much crop. I always sold out. I need nearby people support our local market. So if you have extra pawpaw, let me know. And I'm planning a Chicago Pawpaw Day, so for next year. So I need all the help. I'm looking for small grower. So if you want to learn what I do, I'm a solo farmer. I grow all the tree from seed. I'd like to emphasize why we want to do from seed. You can create it or you can find something unusual. I have a couple trees from seed, collecting from here a few years ago, and they producing 2 pounds pawpaw. And then you can name them, you can patent them, so you can name yourself with it. So those are all the good thing about seed. But grafting is okay. If you buy the grafted tree, too expensive, and quite often they die on me up to the graft because I'm zone 4A. So I really encourage young people starting out with seed. It's cheaper, more reliable, the tree look better, beautiful, branch out even. They live longer. I asked before how long the pawpaw trees survive. In my case, about 30 years. They start winter damage on the trunk. So, but in our history books say they last for 100 years. What happened to us here? I don't use any chemical. So I like to see people growing more. In Chicago, there's nobody. I think maybe have 1 or 2 trees. I want to emphasize if you're a small grower or sell to just a neighborhood, or you do just plant 1 tree, and they said, Dina, I need 2 trees, but I don't have the room. You have a way to solve that problem. You graft the tree higher, leave 1 branch lower, so you're creating 2 varieties in that same tree. You see what I'm pointing? You have the seedling, rootstock, and then you graft the top with a variety. So we sell to those people, no room for 2 trees, but they get 2 things to pollinate each other, increase the pollination, right? Okay, that's it, my point.
Thank you. Okay, anybody who are on this side of the room yet want to say a word? Whoops, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Nick Prince. I'm from Oklahoma. And we had a really good year, but we were about a month early. We got our first pawpaws on the 1st of August. Normally, we don't get them until September.
No, they're done. Yeah. Any other folks on this side? Okay.
Just an observation for what she was just saying. I've seen some wild pawpaws that they're currently 40 plus years old. So I think there might be a difference between orchards with grafted trees versus the longevity of wild ones.
I'm living in France, and it was a good year for once. We had fruit, we had flowers, no late frosts. And pawpaw is late for us compared to everything else. So usually pawpaw is not hit by frost, and it was okay this year.
I guess it's not as we're over here. So our international visitors, if you could all stand who are coming from outside the United States, I want to recognize you right now. So let's welcome. Very good. Thank you. So, yeah. And you just mentioned you're in France where they're growing, and then do you want to mention something? I think you're only a brand to get to. Okay. Any other reports over here? I'm going to go to the other international folks too as we go along. Yeah, but we're going to keep doing the state reports too. Okay.
I'm coming up from Georgia. The last 2 years I've been on Georgia Tech campus watching all our pawpaws there. We have very early fruiting, so August, even into the very end of July. I was only on campus last year in July, and I was still able to get a few fruits out of our trees. We share them with, the whole campus, so I got a few. But they're looking really good. They're quite large. This year they were a lot smaller. I can't speak as to why, but we also had similar late frosts as everybody else. So I've noticed ours are also a lot more bitter in Georgia. They're not quite as nice as the ones that I guess maybe probably have more care put into them. But ours are a little neglected and forgotten on Tech campus. So I'm hoping to fix that.
Great. Very good. Okay, we'll keep walking through here. Anybody over here? Okay.
New Jersey here or not. Again, I'm Charlie West from New Jersey. Anyone else here from New Jersey? Yeah, right. I know you were here. We just talked earlier. I think this year we've had, my orchard at least is we're going to have a good harvest. Fruit set on well. What I want to mention is I got to get back to New Jersey soon because I'll be starting a series of 4, what you might call mini events in which I have people out. They're sponsored through the Northeast Organic Farmers Organization of New Jersey. I host the events here and try to teach a little bit about pawpaws and teach a little bit about just general botany. And we sample fruit and serve pawpaw ice cream and some baked goods, and in the end, try to send everybody home with a smile. And basically promoting pawpaws in the East Coast. My phone, since I've been gone for a couple of days, has been ringing several calls a day wanting to know if I've got fruit yet. And I get people from New York and even further north of New York coming out to New Jersey to buy fruit. And it gets bigger and bigger each year. And we sell, I sell 200 to 300 trees a year, grafted trees. And they're all picked up and they go in the metropolitan New York and Philadelphia area. Primarily, some of them up in New England. I've actually sold trees to people who came down and picked them up as far as Maine, and they're growing. In fact, he's been down twice they come down for our so-called, I call them workshops. I don't know whether workshops the right term, but mini fairs, mini pawpaw fairs. So anyway, here's to pawpaws in New Jersey and the East Coast.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, Bob Meadows from Delaware. Probably nobody else here from Delaware. We had a pretty good spring, except for the hard frost that took the first round of flowers. So our crop is kind of small this year. We had a pawpaw festival a few years ago, but that kind of fell by the wayside. So we'll have to try. I'm just busy trying to get my own operation up and running and above board. But so maybe I'll have to get off my butt and try to organize some interest in some festivals type of stuff. And so this has been a great experience here to come and really hear a lot of stuff and learn how much I don't know.
Great. Thank you. So go up this way.
Hi, I'm Sean Spender. I'm from Canada as well, just like Matt. I've got a 3-acre planting on Pelee Island. Pelee Island's located really close to Toledo, and it has a ferry from Sandusky, Ohio. We planted our orchard 2 years ago, and we got fruit on our first 2 trees this year. We had a really cold spring also, and my neighbors that had some trees on the island, they reported, like really low fruit set relative to other years. I got the paintbrush out and I pollinated my 2 trees to make sure we got some fruit set. So I'm excited when I go back to see how far along, if we're ripe or not. We also had a lot of really hot heat wave events, like 39, 40 degrees. It's like over 100 Fahrenheit this summer, like twice in July. So we had, I think it wasn't the best, probably a low fruit set year for other people, but demand is so high. Our big nursery that sells a lot of grafted varieties, wiffle tree, they sold out completely. And the guys from there were calling me to ask if I had anything else to sell. So the demand is really high, and there's a bottleneck in Canada for sure, I think, for supply. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Do you want to say anything, Mark?
I would do exactly.
Okay.
Bad spring, drought.
Ditto for Ohio.
Yeah, ditto for Ohio.
Okay. Okay, anybody over here want to make a state report or a comment? Let's go over here first.
Yeah, I can represent Florida. There's also very, very high demand. People want to buy my trees, so I have Problem is planting them out because people keep on buying my seedlings and throwing money at me, and it's hard to resist. So, but our fruit this year is not much to go off of. I know just a couple people, and it usually harvest is. It was a little bit late it was middle this year. It was right at the beginning of August. Last year it started July 15th, I think, was our first harvest. So this year it was a little bit later because we had a lot of heat and dryness, which is pretty typical of Florida. So, but the problem is there's low supply in Florida, and not enough people trying to fix that. So the demand is definitely there. So not much to say about production though.
Very good. Okay, any other reports over here? Do you want to say anything? No. Okay. Anybody over here? Okay, very good.
Hi, everybody. I'm Susie, and this is Vic. We're from the Chicago Botanic Garden. So we have cultivated and wild trees in our collections. We've had a very hot and dry summer. None of our fruit is ready to eat yet. And I would say we have way less fruit this year than we did last year. If you find yourself in the Illinois area on September 20th, we have our own Pawpaw Festival there in Pawpaw, Illinois. Thank you.
I've driven through your town, and I wondered about whether you're going to have a festival someday, so I'm glad. Excellent. Anybody over here want to give a state report yet? Very good.
Hey, my name is Jared Connor. Me and Zane are from Georgia, and we had a below average to average year, depending on where you are in the state. And but I also wanted to say, we don't have a Pawpaw Festival yet. If there's anyone else here from Georgia, I know someone else just spoke from Georgia. If there's anyone else from the area that wants to participate and help us put together one, that'd be awesome. Hit me up. Excited to be here.
Anybody else on this side of the room? There, we got someone.
Hello, I'm from Romania, from University of Agronomic Science and Veterinary Medicine of Bucharest. We have a collection of Asimina, 100 trees of Asimina there. We have the temperate continental weather there. So our plants grow very well in Romania. We had late frost, but the plants grow well. We had many flowers, between 200 and 600 flowers per trees. Big fruits this year. The ripening started at the beginning of August. And yes.
Okay. Well, very excited. I love hearing about the story of how pawpaws came to Romania, and I'm very glad you're continuing that work there.
We have an interesting story. I have also on my presentation tomorrow this story, but I will start today. So Asimina was introduced in our country in 1926 by a family of immigrants. They brought some fruits in Romania, and they eat the fruits, and the seeds they plant in their garden. They have the first tree of Asimina, and next year will be 100 years since then. So we will organize a small festival, a little event to celebrate 100 years of Asimina in Romania. So if you are all invited to that event. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to make a state or country report? Anybody around here? Yeah. Let's see. Anybody back this way decided they want to make a report yet? Yeah. Cliff will say something maybe.
I call my supplier that I buy the neem product from,
and he gave me the name. The name is Trilogy. It's not just regular neem oil, it's actually emulsified, cold-pressed neem oil. Trilogy.
Very good. Let's see. So anybody else want to make a report yet? Well, it looks like we're about caught up on the schedule, and I'm going to see is Dr. Desgupta in the room. And we're going to have I think we're going to take 1 second and kind of get everybody, oh, okay, there he is, he's up there. And so we're going to have a little, I guess we'll call it a press conference. We're going to have Dr. Sid Desgupta visit with you, and then we're going to have a little report from Ale81, which if you haven't heard about Pawpaw Ale81, you probably haven't been watching television or reading the paper or something, because it's everywhere, and it's even right outside our door that we're going to be able to have some tonight. And there's also some great ice cream treats out here, some Pawpaw ice cream treats, and there's a number of vendors, but that's going to happen after this, where we'll have a poster session and go and visit all the vendors. And then dinner actually says 5, I think, or 5:30, but it's really going to be 6. So we're going to have the poster session, visiting with vendors, and the libations and things out here, and then at 6 we eat. And I think we've got a lot of really great posters out here, so I'm going to encourage you to go visit and have the authors stand by the posters, please, during that time, so we can visit with you. But I think if we're all ready, and I don't know where Michael Streisand is, he's out there. Yeah, we probably better have him in the room. He's our media relations person, so we'll take 1 second. Oh, okay, very good. Yep, that's good. Yeah. Okay, here's Michael.
The good news is that John McGarry from WEKU is here, and he's interviewing Daphne for part of the story to make it better. And I'm going to go gather both of them and make sure Sid is up here.
Okay, so you need 10 minutes, you think, or you want to wait till 5? I have it right at 5. That'd be about 20 minutes.
Well, let's plan right for 5 on the dot.
Okay.
Good. And then DeCourcy's coming too. So.
Okay, so a little update, everybody. So we're going to take that break we didn't really have a time for, and then we're going to reconvene in the room here at 5 for 3 important announcements, and then we'll roll on from there. So we're gonna break until then, and we'll meet back in here at 5 o'clock. Very good. right, so I think we're going to go ahead and get started now. So I'm going to ask Mr. Michael DeCourcy to come up, and he's going to tell you can tell him who you are.
My name is Michael. I work with Dr. Pomper here at Kentucky State University. We're so thrilled to have all of you here. Our president and our dean had to fly out to Washington, D.C. to meet with a couple people. We're celebrating the 135th anniversary of the Land Grant Act that created Kentucky State University as a land grant institution today. So we're thrilled to do that, but we are more thrilled to have you all here to celebrate Pawpaw, one of Kentucky's native fruits, North America's largest native fruit, and we're so thrilled to have all of you. I first learned about it in Ohio, and never tried it, never did anything, and I met Dr. Pomper 8 years ago, and he introduced me to it and fell in love very quickly. So thank you all for coming today. Thank you for coming to celebrate Pawpaw, and it is my high honor and privilege to sort of introduce a couple great partners we have, and I keep looking around the room hoping, and there he is right there, front row. Dr. DeScupta, come on up here. We've got an announcement to make for all of you today. But again, I want to say thank you so much for coming out. And Dr. Pomper, you want me to say anything about dinner, or you already covered that?
I'll say that at the end.
He's going to cover it at the end. He told me about dinner, so I'm holding that on in reserve. So Dr. DeScupta, come on up, introduce yourself.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone. Welcome to Kentucky State University. My name is Dr. Sid DeScupta. I serve as the Associate Research Director for our 1890 Land Grant Program. I also am a professor at the university in our College of Agriculture, Health and Natural Resources. So I'm going to read from my phone because I want to make sure that everything I say is accurate. So forgive me for that. It is my honor today to announce the release of two remarkable new pawpaw cultivars. The pawpaw industry continues to seek improved varieties, and Kentucky State University is proud to lead this effort as the home of the world's only full-time pawpaw research program, and I can attest to that. For the past 2 decades, our breeding program has introduced 3 outstanding cultivars. In 2009, we introduced the KSU Atwood cultivar. In 2016, KSU Benson was released. And in 2018, KSU Chappelle was released. Each of these cultivars had excellent properties with respect to fruit flavor and fruit quality. But they also honored the leaders who played central roles in strengthening the foundation of this university. Today, we add to that legacy with the release of KSU Dunnigan and KSU Pomper's Choice. KSU Dunnigan honors Allison Dunnigan, an American journalist, civil rights activist, author, and a proud alumni of Kentucky State University. She graduated from the segregated 2-year Knob City High School in Russellville, Kentucky in the year of 1923, and then she attended what is now Kentucky State University. And she completed a course in teacher's education and embarked in an 18-year teaching career, while also writing for newspapers in Louisville, particularly the Louisville Defender. Her pioneering work took her to Washington, D.C., where she became the first African-American female correspondent to the White House and to receive White House press credentials, and the first Black woman admitted to the press galleries of both the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives. In recent years, her legacy was further honored with a bronze statue in her hometown of Russellville, which was dedicated by the West Kentucky African American Heritage Center. Naming this new cultivar for Allison Dunnigan celebrates her remarkable story of courage, achievement, and service. Now to KSU's Pomper's Choice, which recognizes Dr. Kirk W. Pomper, who is the And if you don't know who he is a professor of horticulture at Kentucky State University. For more than 25 years, which is a quarter century, Dr. Pomper has led our Pawpaw program, guiding its growth from a little-known native fruit to a viable specialty crop. Cultivars developed under his leadership are now sold across the United States and internationally in Germany, France, Belgium, and Slovenia. Just this summer, Dr. Pomper was named a Fellow of the American Society for Horticultural Science, which is one of the highest honors in his profession. Over the course of his career, he secured more than $10 million in competitive grants, and he has published over 90 peer-reviewed scientific articles. KSU Pomper's Choice is a fitting tribute to his vision, his dedication to pawpaw growers, and his extraordinary contributions to horticultural science. Together, KSU Dunnigan and KSU Pomper's Choice cultivars represent the very best of Kentucky State University's land grant mission, which is advancing agriculture, honoring heritage, and opening doors for new economic opportunity. Every pawpaw we release carries a story. With these new cultivars, we are sharing stories of trailblazing leadership, lifelong dedication, and the power of a land-grant university to make a difference in people's lives. Thank you so much.
So I normally write scripts, so I, of course, have no script to read off of. I just want to emphasize something real quick to everyone here. The longest president in the history of Kentucky State University was Rufus B. Atwood. Our founding dean, if you will, of our land grant program is what this facility is named after. That's the Harold Benson facility. Miss Dunnigan has that bronze statue that we actually hosted here on campus. It's a beautiful statue and an amazing history. And Dr. Chappelle was a Tuskegee Airman. And Dr. Kirk Pomper was our dean, and it was a lot more than $10 million. There was a lot of facilities monies over the year, a lot of programming money, building monies. There are a lot of people in this room that are here because of his work. And so I want to just ask one more time for another round of applause for Dr. Pomper. So I appreciate you all for doing that. And I hope I don't have to write his whole history anytime soon. So we need him here for a long time on that one. But again, thank you all for being here. We have a great partnership here at Kentucky State University with Ale81. I may or may not be wearing their product right now in honor of this season, but the Kentucky Banana was put together. The drink that they have done this season has been absolutely tremendous, and we want to introduce Daphne here with Ale81 to talk about that partnership and talk about that bottle and the creation of that flavor, and hopefully every one of you have tried it by now. So Daphne, come on up.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here. I'm Daphne Phipps. I'm the Director of Product Excellence and Innovations at L81, and I develop all new L8 flavors, starting back in 2021 with blackberry. So I developed Pawpaw L8, and this all started a year ago when we were trying to decide what our new LTO flavor was going to be. We wanted it to be original, something no one else had done, and someone brought up pawpaws, and I hadn't tasted pawpaws before. So we came here to KSU and met Dr. Pomper and Sherry and the rest of the team, and they pulled a green potato off a tree and gave it to me. I didn't know what to expect because I hadn't tasted it before, but I broke the fruit open, tasted it, immediately fell in love. I knew at that moment we were going to make a Pawpaw L8. Luckily, they sent me home with a bag full of pawpaws, and that's all I ate for 2 days because I didn't want them to go bad. But that helped me memorize this flavor because it was going to be several months later until I started the development. During this development, it's kind of hard as a developer when you're developing something this unique. You have these pawpaw experts. You want them to taste it and know or tell you that it tastes like pawpaw. A few months ago, I brought it up here to KSU and gave some to the team, and Dr. Pomper tasted it and said, tastes very pawpaw-y, so my job was done there. This has been the most fun I've ever had on a project. It's so unique, and to be able to work with KSU, they taught me everything I knew about pawpaw, including how it tastes. It's so unique. The downfall to working on this project is there's no readily commercially available natural pawpaw flavors. So we had to create our own, which was mixing natural tropical flavors. And those of you, well, all of you know several tropical flavors that you pick up on pawpaw. I can't tell them all that we mixed in, but natural mango flavors, natural pineapple flavors are in there, and a few others. What's been so rewarding about this for us is it has exceeded our, I guess, the top selling LTO by, I just had confirmation, 48%. Within the first 6 weeks, it blew our top selling LTO out of the water. It has created so much awareness for the fruit. Some of our L8 fans did not know about Pawpaw until we came out with Pawpaw L8. And now they're researching on their own and learning about Pawpaw and reaching out to us and telling us, this is fantastic. It's so Kentucky. I'm so glad you came out with this. And the most recent emails we have gotten, which has been the most rewarding, is Pawpaw farmers. They have been reaching out to us telling us, thank you for bringing awareness to this fruit because we have had so many customers reach out to us asking, when can we buy pawpaw from you? When can we come and get some pawpaw trees and grow it ourselves? So that's been so rewarding. The most rewarding to me is the effect it's had on the pawpaw community. Thank you.
How cool was that? It's been a privilege working with them these past few months, getting ready for this and years of a relationship with AL8. We call ourselves the Green Team, Kentucky State University, and AL8's motto is green, so we're the Green Team. But thank you so much. Anyone else call it a green potato? Anyone else get that one? I didn't know that till we met and she started talking. My first green potato, she got it off the tree. I was so upset when she told me the story. Dr. Pomper grabbed his for me off the ground, so I was like, I got dirt potato on that one, but it was delicious. I will admit it was a wonderful memory to have. Next up we have is Whiskey Thief. We've got a great product coming out with them and mixed together with them, so we love it, and hopefully they're allowed to try it today. Correct? Every one of you who's able, please try that. But Allison Motley, and I always mess up the second part, so I have to look down here. Purcell, Allison Motley Purcell with Whiskey Thief is going to come up and talk real quick. And if anyone didn't notice, she's got Kentucky banana earrings on, which I thought were fascinating. So, come on.
Hi, everyone. So my story isn't anywhere as exciting as Daphne's by any way, shape, or form, but we at Whiskey Thief Distilling Company are so proud to have been able to partner with KSU on many things, but specifically this Pawpaw endeavor. We have, so just to tell you a little bit about Whiskey Thief, we are a single barrel bourbon company. We don't distribute. The only place you can get our bourbon is at our distillery or at festivals that we're at. And the reason that is because we do everything a single barrel at a time. We literally open up that barrel, see what Kentucky helped us make, and share it with our community. So we're uncut, unfiltered, straight from the barrel. You can get bourbon from 94% or 94 proof all the way up to, we've got one on our line right now that's at 144 proof. So it's fantastic bourbon. Please, please, please come by and see us. We're about 10 minutes down the road, and we're on 127 acres, and it's a sight to be seen. It is an absolutely beautiful campus. Please come see us. So tonight, what we have to offer for you all is one of our most favorite collaborations that we've been able to do is our Pawpaw brandy. So unfortunately, she was not able to come tonight. Our distiller, Kelly, who created this brandy, she has a sick pup, unfortunately, but she was able to take the pawpaw pulp, mix it with cane sugar. She fermented it with a wine yeast and then double distilled it. And what came out is absolutely incredibly words. It's incredible pawpaw brandy. It tastes like pawpaws. It gives you the pawpaw feel. She did an absolutely incredible job. Kelly is an artist and one of the most talented distillers I've ever met in my life. And we also have created a fantastic pawpaw cocktail out there. So that is in coordination with Ale81. Thank you very, very much. It is good, very good. And we'd love to give you a sample of that as well. So please, I know that there's on your agenda on Friday. It's one of the options that you can do is come out to Whiskey Thief, and we hope to see you all there. Thank you so much.
Hopefully you all noticed the earrings. They are fantastic on that. But our next guest up here to close us out is Dr. Pomper. Dr. Pomper, again, he's already gotten 2 standing ovations, so I appreciate you all. That made my night, because again, Dr. Pomper is a dear friend, and I still remember him coming to the Rotary my first year, and I brought my wife with me, and him describing Pawpaw, and now she works here at Kentucky State as well. So all these connections that have happened because of Dr. Pomper. So Dr. Pomper, come on up. Everyone, thank you so much again for coming. So.
All right. Well, yeah, I really want to say I'm pretty moved. You know, of course, I'm losing my voice now. Moved by this honor. So I want to thank everybody involved, and thank you. Now, I did talk to Dr. Capo, who insisted actually that we name this after me. And I told him, well, usually, a cultivar is not named after somebody unless they're dead. And I didn't really want to die, right? But I think it worked out well. And also, just a little side point, it's Pomper's Choice. So now I can always, when I'm talking about it myself, I can say, KSU Choice, and leave out Pomper when I'm talking about it. I won't feel, because I'm a Minnesotan, we tend to, originally, and we tend not to like to do things like that. But anyways, thank you, really appreciate it, and it's a great honor. So, a little housekeeping. We do have a number of different poster presentations out here, and we're going to ask the authors to continue to stand by the posters if you want to go and talk to them about their work. We also have a number of vendors set up out here, which are selling everything from pawpaws to everything else. We do have, of course, Ale81, Whiskey Thief, and Sig Lusher, I think, has arrived now also, and it's Tim Lusher. Sig Lusher is a small brewery down in Frankfurt, and they've made a pawpaw beer that you can try. And I think Rising Suns is over here too. They have a pawpaw jam. And then there's an ice cream vendor over here that's kind of in that little, I guess, almost like a Volkswagen bus. I'm not quite sure. And they have a number of pawpaw ice cream treats for you to try. So lots of things to look at. The dinner is not actually going to roll up out here until 6, and so food will be served at 6. What time do we got, Sherry, right now? 5:30. So in about 30 minutes, the food will be served out here. So in the meantime, go and try some Ale81 and some of the Pawpaw brandy or the Pawpaw cocktail. Ale81 Pawpaw cocktail. And thank you. I think it was a pretty successful first day. And we'll meet again. We'll start up 8 o'clock. We'll be open. 8:30, we're starting a little earlier. We're going to start presentations and have a big day tomorrow. It'll go all day. So have a good evening. Right. Thank you. What was that? Well, I'm still trying to hear you. Oh, okay. So the numbers. Yeah, now we can say. So 7-1 is done again. KSU done again. And 1-4 is Popper's Choice. Yep. Yep. Thank you.